Okay, welcome everybody. We are here for the Street Fair Task Force and Daron Charkoudian, our chair of this task force. Take it away.
Thank you, Jamie. Good evening, everyone. Daron Charkoudian and the Street Fair Task Force. Tonight, we have 4 items on the agenda. The first one is renewal, as a resolution calling for the renewal of Street Fair Task Force for 1 more year, followed by a report from Mardi Gras Productions. We have Joe Giovanni in the room. He'll give us his report. After his report, and then some brief questions, discussion. Joe was excused. We're going to talk about renewing Mardi Gras for the next year's being longer. And then we will end with a brief discussion on potential meeting dates for 2024. I think we had 2 or 3 meetings this year, probably something similar like that in 2024. So with that, item number 1 is a renewal of Street Fair Task Force for 2024. This is a resolution I think all of you have in front of you. It's the same resolution every year, just slightly changed with some numbers in it. This calls for the renewal of the Street Fair Task Force in 2024. Are there any questions or comments before we?
I'll call the question.
No,
Your question.
so with the end of, I've got a question for Joe. With the end of COVID and the new pathways that we have for street fairs, I have a concern. We had to cut way back, obviously coming out of the pandemic. But if we aren't practicing in 23 or filed and ready for 24, I understand that there'll be a moratorium. So my question is, how many more can we have to generate more revenue in 24?
So, the moratorium been in place, has been in place for now, I don't know, probably 20 years if I had to guess, somewhere along the line for multi-block events. Not a moratorium for single block events. We've already filed which we have to, so we already filed the permits that are required for the city to continue your events. So they're covered under the grandfather of being grandfathered, so that you don't lose the event. Because if you don't do an event for 1 year, you lost it. I don't see you really getting more events because they're really not giving many more events, even the single block events. And I was going to give it to you in my report, but I'll tell you now anyway. As you know, we also did a series of events for you at Bowling Green. But Bowling Green was under construction the whole season, basically. They just reopened. So we reapplied already for the events to take place again in 2024.
Because the moratorium doesn't concern parks.
Parks Department it doesn't affect parks. But what we did, in lieu of the events that you lost in Bowling Green, we went to the mayor's office and we petitioned them and we sat down and they agreed to give Community Board 1 a sidewalk sale permit, which is what we did on Liberty Street sidewalk, which generated a nice amount of money. It was like every Wednesday, whatever, we had about, 10, 12 vendors there.
Is that the taste of downtown?
No,
No.
it was just every Wednesday, we just did, they agreed to give us a permit on the sidewalk, so it didn't impact the street, it didn't impact, the sidewalk was still remained open for pedestrians, so there was no real impact.
But I'm a little pissed.
And
I'll
what's
tell you what.
And the good news is if you want to, we're gonna continue that again this year. And then you can still have Bowling Green as well.
Because we don't have a holiday market anymore.
So the holiday market, we did not do this year because of lack of vendor participation, even though we guaranteed you, I believe it was 10,000, whatever it was last year, and we gave it to you. We as a company actually lost money in that. And especially for the fuel costs were astronomical to run the generator and all of that stuff. So, and the vendors did not do well. Unfortunately, Liberty Street and Bowling Green is like that too. It's one of those locations. During the summer, it's fine. In the winter months, it's extremely windy. You live there, so you know, okay? It's extremely cold and it's extremely windy. And it was problematic and, the vendors did not do well and tourists didn't really show up for that. So it was a no-go. We are looking at something else for the future for you, which I'll talk to you soon, over maybe on Water Street someplace. But we'll talk about that.
But I thought we didn't do well on Ward Street either.
Water Street's changing, it's becoming a little, it's a lot more residential. It's like,
Deal with them, have them fight with me now, don't leave me, that's fine, go.
not for everything, just maybe for holiday market, so we'll see.
The holiday market then, entirely?
No, so I'm looking at somewhere around like 55 Water Street, that area there, possibly to do a holiday market, but that would be for, that would be like from November to
Next year,
next,
twenty
yes,
twenty-four.
24.
Okay.
This is a non sequitur, but I'm a little upset because they granted you Liberty Street sidewalk to do the fair. And all the years that we asked for the farmer's market on Liberty Street sidewalk, we were told no.
Who told you no?
Who owns Brookfield? They own
Well,
the
here's the,
building
they own the building.
across the street,
And by the way, they were not a
Merrill
fan,
Lynch.
by the way, they were not a fan of it. We had to deal consistently with the building manager
And
there
now
who
you've said
fought
it,
it.
correct, agreement.
But as the mayor's office explained to them, they don't own the sidewalk. The city of New York owns the
But they
sidewalk.
said they own the
They,
sidewalk.
they don't own the
Yeah,
sidewalk.
but they told.
Well,
us
they could say what they want, but they don't own the sidewalk.
We
the
weren't
city-
allowed to do farmers.
the city
market,
of
so we
New
should
York
follow
owns the
up on
sidewalk.
that.
Okay.
So it's,
I like the Bowling Green. See, I think Bowling Green wouldn't be a bad place for a winter market.
well, we did one day years ago and
Not anymore, huh?
Because you're only getting the people that get going from the ferry, and nobody really stops. to-
Whether you have a big,
but like, the problem with like Liberty Street, it's extremely windy there in the winter.
yeah.
The wind comes right off the water, and it's,
Yeah,
All right.
people are selling stuff over there.
yeah, they sell it on
the sidewalk.
Yeah.
We don't know how well.
but in the winter time, it's not so great.
Okay.
No, I'm
Are
sorry.
there any other questions?
Yes.
Joe,
So did I blanket? Did we, what did the blanks filled in with?
So
so we're gonna need the blanks, and I'll update the numbers here.
Yeah, so how do we vote until the update?
So it's gonna be,
that's 14.5, right? That's total.
That I moved?
No,
it's on street fairs, yes.
How many street fairs do we have?
Just a blank check.
So you have you've always had two multi-block events. And then, you have two single block events.
Are we gonna write that in like that? Multi-street,
Yes,
And two single block event, which generated the total number at the bottom. Right.
all of it together,
The sidewalk sale.
right, plus the sidewalk sale.
The sidewalk sale is
So that,
considered distinct from street fairs.
yes, so, this is what we generated this year. The sidewalk sale,
Where
then,
was the holiday market?
the same place where the sidewalk sale was on the sidewalk of Liberty between Broadway and Church.
yeah, and I never went there.
See,
And I like
that's
how
why,
it went.
that's why the vendors didn't do well, because they
Right,
never went there.
I never went.
but I still don't think it was stuff that.
No,
But,
I
the
don't,
the good news is though, as we are still recuperating from COVID and things are coming back a little bit more normal and more active, especially this year. We had to from COVID on, we were reducing our rates because it was terrible. But I think that we can probably, increase them, and which means you'll make more money, we'll make more money, and I think you'll see a much better 2024 on the whole from everything.
So that's kind of where I'd love to get a commitment for an increase.
I'll do my best, but we don't really know how it works until we do it.
Could we revisit?
We give you,
Middle of next year?
yeah,
Revisit it again,
Yes.
see or something?
well, actually, if you want to revisit it, we'll know better in the spring, like April.
okay.
but I have another question. So you said two multi-street street fairs.
Yeah,
What are what is the streets? What is it between?
well, the first one is Fulton between Weir and Gold.
Don't we need to write down where they are?
They're on this paper.
But this is not our resolution.
Oh,
Well, we can add it. We don't need to, we've never done that.
Okay.
But, you said
Okay.
the single blocks are,
single blocks on Liberty between Broadway and Church.
Two of those.
Pat's favorite,
Don't get me started.
And Bowling Green was canceled, and the other sidewalk sale is Liberty, so we're, Fulton
Liberty
Street,
sidewalk.
Baltimore.
So the amendments to the resolution of the firm will say that, the fourth one, whereas we'll change it to Mardi Gras Productions in conjunction with our regular 2 multi-block events and 2 single block event street fairs and sidewalk sales generated 14,500. The fifth whereas, with the 20, will change to say the 2023 holiday market activity between Broadway and Church need to be canceled due to, participation.
Mm.
But we hope that to find a new location for 24.
Yes,
Where, whereas CB1 would like to review additional offers.
and whereas, should we have, whereas, we will revisit if we can have an increase.
I would, CB1 would like to review additional opportunities.
Fine,
for
perfect.
increased revenue.
Okay. I'll call the question.
Second.
Second.
Second, all in favor? 5 in favor, any opposed?
Well, there's no.
Only half
Oh, it's just us.
Chicky,
So we're, it's
Joe.
five opposed, 0 opposed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thanks.
is there anything else, Joe, on the, is there anything else you want to highlight about the report?
I think I covered everything.
Any other questions or comments for Joe?
The only question or comment I'm gonna have is we did have one person who was in the community on July 4th who was not thrilled with the Fulton Street. But we're only there once. I'm not sure how often she was there, because I know there are other providers who use Fulton Street.
Yes.
Do
Do you know what? That was for the July 4th?
we received a complaint. I'm not certain if we were the actual,
If it was actually.
if it was our street fair or not, because we were only there on July 4th. Other people
Yes.
use Fulton Street on other days.
Right,
So
that's correct.
that's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
But,
you'll check it.
as I told Zach, you know, because he was telling me about it, the complaint, but it's not specific. I don't know what the complaint is. You know, I can fix something if I know what exactly what the complaint is, but if it's just because I don't like where it is, it's not a valid complaint.
Yeah.
You get that from me. so
Yes,
I hope.
you're always very specific.
Believe me, I
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you,
Have
everybody.
Yes.
Good, a healthy year.
We'll figure out
Yes.
some spring. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay,
Do we have to sign in? Oh, are we done?
no,
Yeah,
we have 2 more agenda
Oh,
items here.
we did sign in.
Next on the agenda,
No, we.
So I will tell you, it's not us that,
Exactly. It said.
Catherine was complaining about, because the complaint came in October. That's why I asked.
It said not street fair and.
okay, next on the agenda is renewal of Mardi Gras Productions for 2024. Now I noticed, he's been with us for 3 days, for a long.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I've been
We
here.
did have, I think, we did some, requests for proposals, I think, a couple of years before the pandemic. And this is a very, I think, there aren't many floors out there, right? There's like 3 others or 2 others. And I think, I mean, for me, and it's, I'll, you know, give you my view here. I think after that, I think Joe stepped up his game.
Yeah.
After that, we were talking about, you know, having better vendors and we delivered on that. And we got creative here. We got the sidewalk sales. Unfortunately, the holiday market was canceled. I don't think, you know, I think Joe tried his best there. Hopefully we can bring it back in some form. So I think it gave him the extra initiative to, so I suggest we're recommending it for another year.
I do
Perhaps we
too.
can visit, maybe if we can,
Yeah,
if we
Absolutely.
want to meet again, we can next
And
year.
who knows?
the other guys didn't come back. to us. They were supposed to come
Remember?
back.
And they
never came
didn't.
back.
And they were, I move, I call the
I
question.
mean, I know he, and I know he, he's, he's worked here for a long time.
No.
So-
Yeah.
Pass a second.
This resolution, if you have it in front of you, I think. Okay, well, I guess
We did it all.
we already, this is the,
Yeah.
we already approved this one.
Yeah.
The other one's, the other one we need.
Yeah, Mardi Gras.
Renewal of the street fair.
Yeah,
Yeah, who I'm saying, I think the one we already approved.
oh, we
Yeah,
approved
we
Joe.
already approved,
All right,
yeah.
so let's,
So we have to do the other one.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll call the question still.
This one looks, I think if you look at it,
Yeah.
total amount to be, so a fourth whereas, total amount to be raised by street fairs in 2024, which is why C one support it's we're not able to, any successful resumption of such activities like from into the current pandemic. It's unclear whether or not he couldn't get it sounds like he couldn't get the vendors out because of the pandemic, or because of just.
Yeah, what's the pandemic got to do with it now?
So about a year ago, that was an issue.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah. So I think we can.
scratch that out.
Yeah.
I think we can just, when we say it's unavailable because the holiday market was canceled due to lack of vendor support, maybe something like that.
Well, we do know, that we did receive 14,500 in 2023. We can put that in there. I think we should. Under transparency and everything, at least let people know. And that, I guess, one of the whereas is that we will try to exceed this number.
Okay, so we can change it to where, say, the full amount, say, raised by street fairs in 2023, we support CB1. And it's where was
10,500.
was 14,500. And was it, how did you put it?
We hope to exceed this number
In 2024.
in 2024.
Sounds good.
Okay. Under the bylaws, okay, and that's the, I think everything else was,
Fine,
look straightforward.
Yeah.
here.
Just explain to me, why, because we're a task force, we have to keep renewing this?
Yeah.
yeah,
Unless we make it a standing committee.
I
no,
mean, after all these years. Oh, if it's a standing committee, we have to meet every month or something?
No, I don't think so.
So like, I mean, I've been on this 22 years.
So let's just change this, make this a standing committee.
Okay.
And
here we are,
we can meet
quarterly,
twice a year.
okay.
How do we, so we have to change this?
Minimum 2, maximum 4.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Sit maximum 3.
Well, maximum 3, that's fine.
That's 4 meetings.
Let's discuss the same thing every time. And that's one less thing we have to worry about renewing every year.
Yeah.
That would be nice, yeah. Sign in, yes. So if you could have been at the Patrick's meeting last night.
Oh my
I
God.
read that.
Well, then just say yes. Pat was there.
I don't understand.
So, we're gonna add, so we'll have, we have a number there, the fourth whereas, and then we'll have a new whereas, whereas minimum of 2, maximum 4 meetings.
As a permanent committee.
And that therefore be it resolved, the task force will have a standard.
A standing.
Standing.
Perfect.
Okay.
All in favor?
Yeah,
There, done.
and,
So
no.
many of us.
So I think the last item, the last item is, I guess we kind of started to discuss the upcoming meetings. So we met in July and met now.
How's it going?
So Joe could meet in the spring, so maybe we want to have April might be too early, but maybe May. I think by then we'll have at least one thing under our belt there.
He had suggested April.
Just at April.
Yeah, he said April.
So we could start it in April or May meeting.
Fine.
Availability.
Talk to him.
And then,
Yeah, free fair.
yeah, and then maybe we have another one, like a meteor update, like I think we did one in July. If he's not available, maybe we can do it in January.
All right, sure.
And then we have our, we can have our end of year wrap up in November. We don't need to extend the committee anymore, so we don't need to do that.
I would like to go revisit, and since we can't do a holiday sale, maybe we can do some sort of special summer sale.
Exactly, that's what I was hoping too. We can reach out, and ask him.
Well, we can certainly ask him in.
And it can maybe be specific, like, summer items, like, I don't know,
Like bikini hats.
macrame bikinis. Ice.
Are there any other, questions or comments
No.
on this or?
Good job.
All good, done.
Okay, meeting adjourned.
Yes.
Thank you for everyone's time and we'll meet in a few months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so for the recording, we're going to pause the recording and to signify the end of the street fair task. Oops, thanks. There are only a few.
It's yours.
It's mine, it's mine, it's mine, it's mine.
Wait, so Patrick can't come. Says that.
I don't think that we have that date. It's nice.
You can use, you can use. Okay, is that better? Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Fun. Okay. So when we disqualify a cannabis application, part of it is proximity for location. There's manner, there's times, there's location, right? Coming down, this is occupied exclusively or same road. But we reject the fact that in their guidelines, they've said exclusive use and same road criteria because it's not actually defined in the law that way. It is different from the way the SLA laws work. So we're going to go by what the law says, not what the guidelines. Okay, it's a big distinction, which they will need to qualify and go through, but we're going to go by what the law says because that's the only thing that we know. All right. Okay, so moving on, there are other stipulations for location in here that are distinctive preferences. 1,000 feet from an existing one, that's by the regulation, from a playground. 500 feet from a public youth facility, 500 feet from a park or open public space, 500 feet from a harm reduction facility. Okay? So if we keep going through, most of this is stuff that we have already talked about in committee. Therefore, we implore the Cannabis Control Board to exercise such discretion and invite to further testify as needed. Right? 2, because we haven't heard, by the way, if there's going to be a 500-foot hearing, if we have a role to play there. The applicants should be able to deliver a legally binding affidavit. Like, we'd like to see licensed premises. We'd like to be able to see exactly how that's working.
Mhm.
To be able to determine whether a location is appropriate without seeing the aspects of what build outs are, as we experienced last month, is not doing the public interest. And there we go. And then basically, once we get a stipulation with the operator, we hope that OCM should go by the rules that the operator has signed in stipulation with agreement with us.
Please. I thought she was away.
Please.
Okay,
Please.
all right, you said, okay.
Okay, I can't wait to hear that story. Okay, so with this, does anybody have any questions on these guidelines or input? Because I'd like to do this as a resolution as we drafted here, and I'd like to pass it. Now, Betty, I'm gonna let you unmute yourself because Zach's really busy making copies. So speak up however you need if I don't see you, okay? Thanks, Betty, I appreciate that. Let me check and see if we have any other board members online. Does anybody at the table have anything? Andrew?
I should know this, but I don't. Are there any issues of concentration of such facilities in a particular community district?
That's a good question.
It's a fabulous question.
It's a fabulous question, and we can answer it by saying we don't know yet. And the reason is because we as a community board, have approved 2 applications. That's it. We approved 16 Murray for an applicant, and we approved 35 Wall. Those are the only 2 that we know of that we potentially approved from community board 1. There are illegal ones everywhere, which we're hoping to have the public's help to get rid of. So when we look at an application, the reason why we group them by address is to try and ensure we're not adding another one on the same block. Supposedly, OCM will assure that it's not within 1,000 feet, but they're not ready yet to do that because unlike SLA, where we have decades of history, we're creating as we go. Anybody else at the table have any questions? Seeing none and hearing none, we'll go for members of the public. Yes, ma'am, please, you must announce your name
Josephine?
and then ask your question, and keep in mind that the 2 things that look like owls in the middle of the table are the ones that were for you.
I see. I already have the copies, just in case you're making copies, we don't have to look out.
Is that in relation to what we're talking about right now?
No, I just want to give
Then
you.
please wait. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Rafael Chavez, and I had a question. You said that you approved 16 Murray Street,
Yes, we did.
so I'm here with 16 Murray Street. Did that applicant prove to you they had a signed lease?
Yes,
I also have a signed lease.
that'll be interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll be thrilled to deal with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please wait your turn.
Yeah.
And hence the reason why we say, here we are. Okay. Does anybody else have any other questions? Okay.
I can call the questions.
You may, would like to.
I may, Mother, may I? Yes.
All right. All in favor? Are there any abstentions? The guidelines. It's not coming up against guidelines. Are you a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any opposition or recusals or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so now to the business of cannabis applications. And everybody, this is Zach. He's our district manager, so be kind
Well,
and be nice to him. He's running back and forth today.
you have my notes, but yes.
Okay. All right, so the first applicant we're gonna hear is 378 Broadway, because I believe they're at multi-boards tonight.
Yes, you want us to stand up at the front of the table?
I'd actually love you to come right to the end of the table so you can be picked up by that mic.
So my name is Andrew Cooper. I'm only saying this because I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the board. I'm a private practice attorney. I run a practice group, but I'm also part of the CHIPS program, which is the Cannabis Hub and Incubator Program that OCM started, which means that I represent a lot of people. And the only way this works is cooperation. So I appreciate you accommodating me so I can get to the second of 3 meetings that I have this evening. So thank you very
With the
much.
same applicant?
No.
Okay, just
Just check
gotta
in.
ask.
And actually, we actually can help you with that 16 Murray thing, but I'd rather not do that now. I think we know, ironically, know how that might have happened.
Your applicant first, please, sir.
Yes.
Thank you for this opportunity to present and taking the time to come and hear us. Cannabis Board and all members, my name is Serena Hamani. I'm a social equity applicant under the Women and Minority Owned Business Classification here today for 378 Broadway. A little bit about my career history. I began my first career at First Option Mortgage, privately owned mortgage bank generating over 10 million in revenue. And my role there was as a financial analyst to assist in monthly and annual auditing, reporting, and budgeting, working alongside the C-suite. After that, after working in that capacity, I ended up having an opportunity to work in retail cannabis industry. And I began working in the Massachusetts cannabis industry in the beginning of 2023. My first job there was working as a bud tender at one of the first recreational dispensaries in Cambridge. After working in that capacity and gaining substantial experience in all facets of retail operations, I soon became the retail operations manager for that store. And currently, I'm working as the retail director at Airball Cannabis in Cambridge, Massachusetts. With the wealth of cannabis knowledge and experience gained in the retail cannabis industry, I'm now seeking to open up a retail cannabis store in New York myself. If this application is approved and granted, I will be moving to New York to manage and run this business full time. In regards to application status and where we're at right now in the process, I have executed the lease for 378 Broadway on November 16th and applied within the priority review deadline for the OCM within a general pool of applications to be decided on a lottery basis later this month or early 2024. The OCM has not given a clear designation of when the lottery results will be revealed to the public. But in the interim, we have decided to go ahead and engage with the following partners to build a team of cannabis experts to work collaboratively to get the retail dispensary open and obtain all state and municipal approvals and statement planning. As you've already met, Mr. Andrew Cooper, we're working with Falcon Report as our cannabis regulatory consultants. This group has assisted several card and general applicants to obtain licensure in the last few years. We've been working with Mr. Erishwani as our cannabis operations advisor. He has he's an existing dispensary owner who has built and managed several dispensaries in the state of Massachusetts. For security, we'll be working with Integrated Security Group. They have installed internal and external security within several cannabis dispensaries across the nation, and they're preparing a security overlay in conjunction with our architect to be compliant with our decided floor plan. In terms of architect and design, we're going to be working with Anderson Porter Design. They're an experienced cannabis architect who has designed and facilitated construction on several dispensaries across the state of New York. For example, Elevate Soho, The Graves, and Bronx Point. They're currently gaining access to the space to gather the existing condition designs and put together a compliant floor plan that can suffice all the Department of Building requirements, as well as the Office of Cannabis Management. They will also be providing renderings to the community.
It's 10
In terms of day-to-day management, this will be an owner-operator business, and I will be moving to New York myself, to be on-site daily. I'm responsible for hiring all key management in terms of general manager, assistant general manager, all bud tenders, and inventory specialists. And I have a lot of experience doing that at my current role right now as the director of retail at Herbwell. And in terms of operations, we are planning to be open in-store initially as in-store shopping and to order online and pick up in-store. Our hours of operations are proposed to be 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. And
That's different than what.
yeah, we're going to be updating that, and I will let Andrew kind of take it from here and answer the further questions. But
Seven
it's very on that
Hours,
7
repeat those hours again,
Yeah, we're going to be updating to 12 p.m. to 10 p.m.
and what days do we?
Monday, Sunday through Monday, for all 7 days.
So 7 days.
Yep.
Noon to 10 p.m.
Yes.
Too many.
Too
many hours.
70 hours.
That's 70 hours.
That is 70 hours?
So Monday to every day of the week, like noon to 7 p.m.?
So 10
10,
p.m.
that's the 70 hours, man.
On Sundays?
They're allowed.
Okay, so let's go around the table with questions. Susan goes first.
I don't see any, since it's an occupied building, I don't see any, response from tenants in the building. I see that you posted, but there's no petition, there's no signing, there's no anything there.
Yeah.
How come?
Defer to Andrew.
Yeah, we dropped off the materials. And we didn't have it. It was a short window from when the time we received it till today. So we're working on calling that information. And we will prepare to provide it to the board.
You'll need to,
Present.
you'll need to submit it before December 20th, which is our full board meeting.
That's fine.
Okay.
Anything else, Susan?
Yes, there's something, you say you're going to have live recorded and a DJ. What does that mean? Are you having, events during the week? How many? When? What are you planning?
So we're planning on having, special events as we kind of come up, having pop-ups and collaborations with other partners. Won't be an all the time thing, but as needed.
You have to give us specifics. It's not just a free-for-all.
Because,
Yeah, well, I think this is something I can assist in.
hold on, because your application says
Sorry.
you are not applying for a cannabis event organizer and
Yeah.
you will not be hosting more than one event a year.
We want
So-
to clarify the type of event, to be clear for the board. The type of events are pop-up events where other vendors are coming in to display their product. This is not a public event where we're inviting a lot of different people to come have like a party. So this is a pop-up concept where vendors can come showcase their product. And all that exists there is a table with their product and one or two bud tenders from their wholesale facility to showcase. They stand there. They may or may not have a Bluetooth speaker, so it is not kind of like a event related.
If I may clarify, this will be for the purpose of consumer education, really. So when consumers come in and they see all the different products the vendors have, they can actually educate them on what the product is, how to consume it responsibly, and just give them a little bit more.
So the initial, the response was based upon that, the one event was a launch of the dispensary. That's all we had contemplated at the time we filed that. The other events that we're talking about are in conjunction with educational programs, because we're committed to making and having educational programs, mainly to educate young people on the dangers of cannabis. So,
Young people?
well, we're not,
well-
wait, let's understand. Any event that we have at the dispensary is going to be limited to 21 and over. But there's other events that are planned, other commitments we make to the community that include working with local schools and other institutions who communities want to know what kind of give back as retailers, we're willing to give. So I understand you say that, but I'm simply suggesting that oftentimes that's something that community boards want to understand and want to know about. They want good
Community
partners.
give back is lovely, not to my elementary schools, not
Well,
to, not
That's
to
not
under
what we're
21.
proposing here. Yeah, no one's
But,
proposing.
I mean, when you're saying local schools, are you talking universities? Are you talking, the universities that are on campus? You're an over 21 product. We don't have the party doing events for
And
middle schools.
you don't have to worry about us doing events for middle schoolers either, or high schoolers. But there are universities, and there is an argument to be made that even 21 is not old enough. So we're concerned about educating and offering that as part of what we're going to be providing to the community.
Yeah, let it be really clear that no event would be hosted for an under 21-year-old participant. And again, I think the clarity between the application questionnaire request on event is something different than the answer that we're giving. We will have one event a year for the grand opening where we will invite the general public who are 21 and older to attend. Thereafter, we may or may not, based on the community request.
May I ask?
Yeah, she introduced me as the,
He's our cannabis operations advisor. He has cannabis dispensaries in
It says-
Massachusetts.
Oh, because his name's not on the application anywhere. Only yours is.
yeah, she's the owner. I'm here as an advisor only
To her.
to her.
Right.
Common information for the chair. What's the timeline for expected approval for us on these? Because I feel incomplete giving a vote on something that I can't see or feel, or I live right near Fulton Street, which I'm sure anyone who lives at Fulton Street has seen what's happened to it. And there's green lights and flashing everywhere. And it's completely turned into a completely different community than it was just a year ago. So I can't vote on something that I can't see. Do you have a visual presentation of what the storefronts will look like?
So two questions, answer your question and then.
Sorry, one second. Tammy, what is our timeline on this? What are we
We
expecting?
don't have, we have to vote today.
Yeah,
Because
times.
OCM that only gives the community boards, once 30-day notice is filed, you get one extension. That's it.
That's not fair to us or to the applicants.
No, we know that.
Agreed.
We've had
That's what it
community
is.
boards in the past ask us if we'd be willing to allow them an extension to provide an advisory opinion to OCM with regard to the application.
Can I ask the applicant
Yeah,
directly
but
then, like what will
OCM
this look like?
OCM's rules were pretty clear when I asked, and they said, if you go before them, and we have not sent our opinion because we don't have full information, we will be listed as we have no opinion. That was their ruling. So,
I appreciate that. All I can say is that's not necessarily the same information everybody gets or that I've received, but
Well,
maybe
you
can
have to
fight
go
for
by the
community
information you have.
boards as you fight for your clients. We'd love extra power help.
no, I try to give people information when I have information, regardless of how it impacts anybody.
Okay.
Justine, then Mimi. And, Justine, Brandon, sorry, hand up, and then Mimi.
Thanks so much. Looking at the lease itself, so when was it, it was signed November 17th? And how long does it go for?
So approximately, he has approved us for at least 10 years.
10
but-
plus years.
So they renew them.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Brandon?
Couple of questions. So, no delivery?
No delivery initially, no. And no on-site consumption either.
Yeah, you gotta be,
We're gonna come back to the board to request a delivery request.
You have
This is
deliveries,
not something we're gonna be.
you have deliveries on here.
Yeah, we're not looking for approval as delivery. We wanted to make very clear that this will not be launched with delivery. We're gonna have on-site walk-in or online pickup. And then if we want to do delivery, we're gonna make a consideration, come back to the board to request.
But if we didn't include it, we would be precluded. So we put it there.
Correct.
Can you, finish elaborating on Susan's, question for the background music? Whether it's background live or DJ, because those are extraordinarily different with sound requirements. And what is your CO? How many people?
So I think two things. One, the music, we did not, again, want to preclude the opportunity to have Bluetooth speakers or a certain gentleman playing on their laptop via Bluetooth speaker. These are things that happen consistently at pop-ups. So when we read recorded DJ, we didn't want to say no because we're not going to have a live DJ with mega speakers. We've had a lot of instances where.
No live music then?
No.
So live off.
No live music.
Because it was, there's a three-part question that.
Live, recorded, or DJ? Yes.
Correct.
So
So there's no for live.
Recorded.
No DJ then.
So
And it'll be
recorded
all
can occur,
recorded.
DJ may occur, a live music will
you
not.
gotta tell us if there's gonna be a DJ. That's big.
Yeah, I think so. Again, I want to just define, a DJ has happened in pop-ups where there's just that one
So you're
representative of
asking
a
for
company who has a laptop. We're not asking for a DJ. I think it's very, how do you guys define the DJ? We don't want to preclude something where we have a pop-up person on the laptop, and then now we're looked at the community board as not following the
If I'm
regulations.
being honest, that's a DJ.
So,
Yeah,
that's why they said yes.
So then I think we can.
Susan.
Yeah.
Please answer that.
So I'm so confused. So you're gonna have a pop-up. One person is going to come for a pop-up. You're not gonna advertise that people are gonna be here so that you're gonna have a lot of people come in. It's just casual, a pop-up?
Yes, yeah, and I can give you an example of things that we've done in Massachusetts. The advertisement occurs via the wholesaler and the natural retailer. There is no massive public event. That pop-up occurs for public education. Usually 1 to 2 representatives show up on site with their products that are already being sold at the
I'm so
facility.
confused before you continue.
Yeah.
So who's advertising?
No,
Okay.
the marketing regs preclude us from advertising in the
Right.
fashion that you are thinking.
Right.
Yeah.
So when a pop-up, just like growers showcases are advertised, they're generally advertised by a cultivator who partners with a retailer to then promote the event in a very limited sense, because we're not able, in this industry, we're not able to publicize events.
So
that
no, you can't do social media.
No.
You can't take out an ad in the paper.
No.
You can put a sign on your door.
You pretty much.
You can't even do that. You can't even do that, actually. You can't put the sign on the door. You
I
can.
don't know.
Basically, the only way to without talking about industry secrets, we're talking about advertising by aggregating data. So you have data you receive from prospective customers, and then you can target them through emails and things like that. But otherwise,
The
you
channel
can't really advertise.
Give you an example, it's when we use a newsletter that people sign up for. But hey, if you're interested to learn more. How teachers, how does consumer respond to this?
So you put, for Tricia and Elizabeth, welcome. We're reviewing 378 Broadway at the moment, and the lovely lady is our applicant. The gentleman on the left is their attorney, and the gentleman on the right is a advisor. So you know the player.
What we're looking at.
It says standard Bluetooth speakers, facility has light tunes playing background for consumer experience, nothing blaring. That is considerably, even if you have it recorded on a laptop as background music, which is as defined as you can't hear outside the door with the door closed. So you're good with, when we do a resolution, we say that's what you're playing, correct? All music that's as defined as background and nothing else.
Yes. Just to answer one question that I think didn't get answered by the gentleman on the right. You wanted to know what it's gonna look like?
Yep.
We're currently working with a floor plan to develop plans and specifications for the site. We should have something preliminary for you to look at prior to the 20th.
Yeah, but not before I vote on it. This is the problem. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, and we understand, that. I think the presumptuous situation a lot of the general applicants have been put in
Yeah.
is that they had a deadline of November 17th to submit an executed lease. There are a lot of applicants like us
Yeah.
who were able to secure that lease in between the 15th, 16th, or 17th.
Right.
And in between the 17th and today, which is less than 30 days, we've done a tremendous amount of work of hiring all the relevant parties to prepare the paperwork, prepare the Department of Building filings, prepare the look and feel of all of the places. So I think we are coming here in that respect of, we have applied, this is what we put together, we welcome the questions, and we have a lot of presentation work that will come thereafter.
If you
I
want, we can
encourage
do it.
you, you're from Boston, I actually worked in Boston politics for 20 years, so welcome, who knows some of the same people I bet, but while you're here, walk down Fulton Street and take a look, and that's exactly what we don't want. At some point, the historic committee is gonna have to take a look at what these things are that are going up, because we're gonna be surrounded by
I
fluorescent
mean, if we
lights.
can give you a general idea based on our CM guidelines.
And we could probably do an artist rendering
Yeah.
in advance as well. I mean, it's hard to do a floor plan.
But they're in a landmark, that's a landmark building, I believe.
Right.
Yes.
Which you did not check off on here, but that is a landmark building, I believe.
It's the white one, right? It's currently.
378 Broadway on the corner.
It's in the landmark district.
Is that the building?
Holly Dave.
No, that is not the building.
No, I think that's the jean store used to be.
No, it's not the jean store.
From the city.
It is, yeah, currently where the ancient
I
Rome
think because
market is.
This building?
Mhm.
Okay, okay,
That's correct.
okay, okay.
Which one?
The red
It's
brick
the old Harley
building,
Davidson shop.
Oh, the Harley Davidson.
Yeah, yeah.
currently ancient.
Are we gonna talk about timing for both two things? One, for working hours, because the thing that makes me nervous is, and I don't think you should be surprised by this, When you're coming down from Massachusetts, that you don't know this neighborhood and you don't have a connection to it, that area, while it's busy and is on Broadway, is still very much a neighborhood. So I don't want it to your point, turn into Bolton Street. So I think it's going to be important to talk about timing and the same restrictions that we gave 16 Murray. Also, I want to talk about the timing of these pop-ups, because while you're not saying it's a DJ, I think there's still going to be a party mode happening there. And so I don't want that to be happening at 9, 10 o'clock, no matter like who the target is. So I would love to see some restrictions around that as well.
We can put general restrictions. Pop-ups usually always happen in cannabis dispensaries on the slow periods. And again, the reasoning of them to be there is because that particular vendor's product may not be selling as well, and they send a representative to be there to educate any consumers that come in. But we're happy to put, any proposed restrictions around what you guys feel is comfortable.
If there's a concern with the proposed hours of operation, please let us know as well. We're flexible.
So we will. And we'll vote on it, because generally we don't let things go that late at night.
It's 12 PM to 10 PM.
That's what's allowed, but we gave stricter restrictions to 16 Murray.
But it's 70 hours and they.
It's 70 hours.
Sunday.
She gave us, she gave longer hours Monday to Thursday.
Right.
And closed on Sundays.
Yeah.
My one comment and concern, well, not one, because I talk a lot, is, that is a residential building above you. And I don't see any.
He said they'll
He
get us.
said that,
Remember I asked that.
So that would be really good to make sure that you have to us before the full board. When I say before that, our meeting's on the 20th, please do not give it to me noon on the 20th.
We'll
That will
canvas,
stay.
we'll canvas that.
Relevant names. and-
Relevant names, they can't be people
You
from
won't see people-
Massachusetts and.
Oh, that's a good
Tennessee.
Or from Brooklyn or.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go Mimi and then Jared.
We jump into this one.
So there's,
Can't believe.
at what times of
otherwise
day
we're
will you
16.
receive deliveries? It says between. What does that mean? What's between?
I don't, so deliveries are done on, you don't necessarily control to a T, the time deliveries are made. They're generally made in the earlier hours of operation. That's just what happens, the way it seems to be done, but we don't have we don't have a metric in New York yet to assess when, what delivery window will look like as far as time goes. But in my experience, it's generally in the earlier in the day. And remember how it's done, because it's done by region. I mean, so the cultivator, processor, distributor, it's generally done regionally, so they would
We're
usually.
gonna help you with that.
Yeah.
Because
We have no problem
just like
with
we do with all others, we don't want, especially because you're in a residential building, there can't be deliveries at night. And you can't have deliveries at 7 AM either, waking the neighbors up. So normal business hours would be delivery times.
9 to 5 is fine. That's usually when those companies operate. We're okay to that stipulation.
Okay,
Yep.
we'll put
That's
it down.
usually when they come to begin with.
Okay,
And then
great.
the garbage pickup, I think we wanted a more specific time for that.
And
As
that's
opposed
something that
to
we're
just-
subject to the sanitary department that we deal
Well,
with.
we
so
have to privatize this. We have
You're gonna
private
have
sanitation for.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have two types, obviously. One is for cannabis products, one is just for regular recycling waste. So we will be relying on both departments. For example, like
Right.
recycling, that's not something that we would need to hire a private contractor for. So we're happy to give you the private contractor time periods
Can I
for
jump?
any kind of
Yeah.
cannabis waste. And then obviously relying on,
Save us.
We always request that you have to do private parting.
Okay.
We request that if you can partner with restaurants or someone, other business that's close to you to use the same carting service so that they come, they pick up everything on that block. You don't have 5 different carters coming at 5 different times, waking up the neighbors. We would appreciate it.
we're happy to do that.
Great,
Yep.
thank you.
Thanks.
We've spoken to Winter Brothers and several different partners, so.
Okay,
we're able to do.
Jared, your last.
Nope.
I think
My question was, you said your firm is Cannabis Regulatory Associates?
I'm sorry?
You said your firm is Cannabis Regulatory Associates, is that what you said?
No, I'm the chair of the cannabis and psychedelics practice at Falcon Rappaport.
Okay.
I'm with the Justice Foundation and I'm part of the CHIPS program.
Got it, I just wanted to make sure of that.
Okay.
So now what I didn't understand is, so you said you're having one event, because we want to know how many events you want to have per year. And so you said one event and it's the opening.
They're gonna do
That doesn't make any sense.
The grand opening,
Yeah.
so that's definitely going to be the event that we.
Right, but we want to know per year how many events you plan.
We plan to have one big event such as the grand opening for year
Not just the
one.
first year, year 2, 3,
Yeah,
4.
and then one event per year until we need to come back to the board to amend that.
Okay, so you'll have one event per year.
Correct, until we come back to the board and need to amend.
But I think you're also asking about the pop-ups. Do you like,
Well, I'm assuming that this probably, he said they're not advertising for the pop-up, so that someone's just going to arrive to their
It's not a,
product.
yeah, it's not a private party, it's just kind of
Right.
like,
Correct.
it's a featured.
Yeah. And generally, the cultivators or processors are the ones who promote those events, and they do it tied to retail.
But let me just walk this through. So you're gonna have someone who is a grower, they are going to bring their product to explain to anyone who walks
They
in.
can't bring anything.
Yeah,
It's
So
only
you
based
have their
on.
product.
correct, it's gonna already be on our shelves.
Okay, so they're the grower, that you sell their product.
Correct.
They're now coming in to educate anyone who walks in the door.
That's
You're
it.
not actually
Correct.
inviting people, you're not sending out invitations.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then that
So
is.
really, I want to clarify the difference between an
And you're
event.
familiar with the way the product is stored and the security protocol, so it's not as if you could have product, you can't even have product on shelves. You can have samples that are empty. You can't, this is the way we built the regs, so that there's no, that's
So
the
that
security.
isn't, then that isn't considered an event. It's just, yeah, so you're having one event per year.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's generally when the kickoff, the launch is the event that we were talking about.
Yes.
And with those events, we want to make sure that you're not going to have a lot of cars blocking
Yeah.
the street, that you're going to be considered.
Yeah, well, prior to that event, we're gonna, again, happy to show up before the board, give you guys the whole concept of what we're planning to do and ensure that the entire community is on board. This is something that we've done in Cambridge, for example, and we have a very local line with the community, so they know everything that's happening.
And also-
The last thing we want is 50
I
cars
get
showing
it that
up.
Cambridge, we've heard it a couple of times,
Yeah.
Cambridge ain't us.
I think it's the concept of working with the municipalities, is the point we're trying to make. You guys are both respectable municipalities, and that's the kind of comparison we're making.
Okay, just as long as you're willing to work with.
No, of course.
Want to have an open line of communication with the community, that's always gonna
Yeah,
be okay.
well,
Or one of your neighbors too.
Hold on, just before you go. Is your New York City operation going to be a branch of the one you currently work at there?
No,
Are you opening any other branches or affiliated stores in New York City?
at this point, I don't plan to.
The only question I would have is that there is some talk of whether applicants will be eligible to add additional licenses subject to a process.
I'm asking a question directly for your applicant to answer.
Yeah.
If she has any interest or potential to be applying to any other community board, to be a part of any other license in New York City.
Right now,
Currently, I do
No.
not.
That wasn't to be stated, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can reaffirm for the public.
Yeah.
I do not, yes,
Yeah.
I do not currently have any plans to get other licenses or have any other dispensaries in the making right now. Nor do I.
Cannabis is hard.
I
Business of
wish,
cannabis
I
is
wish we
hard.
could get.
This is her only application. If you needed to reaffirm that for the public record, she's able to. You want
Yeah.
to do that?
I confirm for the public.
She
record.
did, it's fine. We
Yeah.
don't need
Just
to
wanna
beat a
make sure.
dead horse.
Yeah.
And then, we have a board member who will be asking about levels of,
Yeah.
the product in the dispensary.
Oh, yeah.
He is one of our youth advocates,
You
and,
mean THC component?
Yes, yes,
and will be,
at the large.
Well, unlike others,
if she can answer what the levels and brand and kind of things that you're looking to be selling in the store, that's going to be a relevant question, because we do ask that you focus on the lowest levels.
Do you want all of the products we're selling right now? Obviously, we're still gonna be figuring out all of our product components once we develop relationships with the vendors accordingly. Down the line, once we have the license, but. in
what's the
general,
current range of milligrams?
I mean, we're looking from anywhere, in terms of THC percentage for like flower products, up until maybe the 20s, whatever.
It's starting where?
It would depend on the cultivation and the yields, but it could be anywhere
Can
from
you put 17 in
10%
below?
to 25 to 30%, that kind of approximation. And in terms of, for example, like edibles or, maybe 100 milligrams per, if it has 20 units with 5 grams per serving. So
That's good for
everything, that's the combined.
there's also lower THC in things like pre-rolls.
Right.
Because
And the
Bob
other
was
part is that
talking
we have
17.
been, historically, they've been focused on cannabinoids and terpenes, which are also relevant when you have that conversation, although a lot of people seem to think that the only relevant criteria is THC component. I think that's a relatively unsophisticated, immature view. So
I welcome you to come back to the full board and say that.
wait a minute, Anna, you misunderstood that. I wasn't suggesting it's not a serious issue for you to address. I'm simply saying that the general public seems to think that's important, or that's one of the most important things. We disagree.
We're just trying to prep you for the main board.
Yeah.
Well, just so we're clear, I was not in any way suggesting that that was on you. I'm simply saying, I know what people are talking about. This is all I do. So I understand.
One of the youth people, you know, his thought is that we shouldn't be selling products in the neighborhood, especially in residential buildings or mixed-use buildings, anywhere near kids that is anything that's 25 or 30%. So his point being, from the last conversations that we had, Pat, do you remember what his?
It was 17 and.
17. Yeah, he said he wants people to be selling the dad's pop, not.
Well, in the old days, it was 5.
Yeah, well, yeah,
So,
dad's
know.
pot.
So,
That's
we are.
hey, don't say that. That's.
We are a bit concerned about the higher levels, which is why we asked that. And also because the building that you're going into has a Pops right there.
Tell her what Pops is.
It's a privately owned public space. So, it is a large concern. It is not a public park, but it is a Pops.
We need.
Brandon.
Related to that, can we ask for enforcement that like, because it's illegal already, but that like people don't walk out of their store and then sit right there and
Right.
start smoking?
Well, just, we weren't clear on, and we didn't talk about the security plan components, but our security plan, because we're a corner spot, we probably have a security guard stationed outside. So that will do 2 things. That will ensure that people don't just sit around. It will also ensure that traffic continues to move. One of the reasons we're not focused on delivery is because we want to try to make sure that there's really no reason for people to stop and clog up either side of that corner.
And would you be open to ensuring, going on record that the security guard will ensure that this is not, promoted, used in a publicly owned private space?
How far,
It's,
for my own edification, how far is the park?
it's next, it's at your building. So
If it's
your
next
building
to-
is on the corner and that whole side of white is a. It's what the
Yeah,
was given as a bonus. They gave a public amenity
This is the problem. So there's
to
like.
get a bonus to build taller.
No, but I was gonna say
Yeah,
that.
that would, I didn't quite understand. That would be something we would never allow people to stay and use in that location. I thought you meant like somewhere you, we have a security guard outside.
One security guard.
Oh, we have one security outside.
No,
There's
but
gonna
remember
be
we
more than
have-
one inside.
Saying
But,
about
but some stores don't have a security guard stationed there.
I think more so,
Yeah. It's gonna have careful.
Is it an armed?
no, not armed.
Do you have any armed security?
There are dangers associated with having armed security.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, no, I kind of like it.
but I'll tell you, we've also had residents complain about having security guards.
Well, I think that's the
outside.
thing, is to protect that public corridor and to protect really in the initial stages of anyone consuming within, our facility. We will naturally, as a business, not remove those people in the most concise way possible. But at the end of the day, it is a public walkway, but it hurts our business and it hurts our community image if we have that occurring. That's something that we are forward conscious about. So we don't want to over inundate the community with security, but we don't want to have not enough either. So it's kind of a fine balance. You have to play with each other.
The security and this design is intended to ensure that from the time somebody not enters, but approaches the entry, it's very smooth. And there are ways to do that in ways.
I'm just wondering if we've had people
Yeah.
complain.
Yeah, well, I've sat in on quite a few community board meetings. It's amazing to me how all community boards have different concerns.
Yeah.
And sometimes even living in the community, you don't really understand it. You have to spend more time than just having ham sandwich in the neighborhood.
So we want to move ahead. So you're going to get to us with ample time petitions, signatures from the tenants in the building, all right,
And the neighbors.
and the neighbors, local neighbors, the community, thank you, Francis. And you are going to get us some plans of what it's gonna look like.
We'll try to get an artist rendering so you can
That's
see the
fine.
front of the building.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's the
And-
concern and a legitimate concern.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
feel.
Yeah.
And
You're
I had
still
a-
concerned about the time on Sunday.
We will,
yeah, I don't love it, but I'm not, I might be the only one.
No, I questioned 10 o'clock on Sunday.
Well, we're
You're
here to be
allowed.
collaborative. We start now. So what time would you suggest?
I mean, I'd rather you start earlier on Sunday and close earlier.
Well, not earlier
We
than
tried-
10.
No, they're starting at noon, so start at 10 and close at 8.
on a Sunday.
On a Sunday.
It would work.
Kind of funny.
That's fine.
Okay.
Well, why?
Does that, I mean, that's still your 70 hours.
Since I'm fostering church.
Really do.
Maybe, is it like 10 a.m. church hours?
No, you don't.
Sell liquor during church hours. But I don't actually care. But that's, yeah.
Run.
Tanner,
I just wanna say one thing.
Let's finish the conversation about the hours first and
Great.
get that nailed down.
Okay.
Right now, we're currently 7 days noon to 10 p.m. is what they've agreed.
Which is the maximum for 70
Yeah, 70
hours
hours.
that they
we
can
hold
have.
them to.
And what my suggestion would be is I think some of these businesses, and Brendan and Chet can correct me, I think they're not gonna have what they think they're gonna have. And so I'm not willing, let's let it play out.
There's
Rather
never gonna be
than,
anybody.
there's not gonna be, nobody's gonna be there. We know our community. I mean, she's gonna stay open for 2 people. That's her business.
To the extent that, I mean, everybody learns, we would, if that were the case, we would probably have to adjust the hours.
Of course
Yeah,
you
right.
would.
Because remember, part of this is the fact that we're gonna be employing a significant number of people in the community, presumably. A job, with wages that are,
Here's a funny
Yeah,
question.
no.
I mean,
Sadly.
sorry?
No,
would you go 11 to 9 instead of noon to 10?
We're okay with that. I think our compromise for Sunday hours is okay with us.
Let's just, no, it's 7 days, 11 to 9.
oh,
I think we really prefer to stay open till 10 on Monday through Saturday, because that is kind of the current framework we have. And we do see customers in between 8 to 10 PM. It's actually,
You mean in Boston?
Yeah, you're in
well, I think
Cambridge.
we're anticipating a similar dispensary profile.
You're in a-
different
across
express.
us.
I don't think so.
You're in
And
you're
I
in
have lived in
Cambridge in a
Cambridge.
college neighborhood. This is.
Understood.
All we're saying is, all I'm saying is knowing that area. Knowing the area, knowing what we know, what it looks like in that neighborhood. It's far busier during the week than it is on weekends.
Yep.
And you are in a residential building, so 10 PM, I think, I'm trying, at least even on a Sunday, trying to scoot you a little bit earlier to give preference for the people. You know, if you were holding that one event and it was a Sunday and it ended at 10 PM, I can't imagine the neighbors would be all that.
yeah. I
So,
wouldn't
you
do
know,
it. Don't do it on a Sunday, yeah.
So, I understand.
Get it done.
you're not so.
So I work down here, I understand.
Okay, so then that's why I'm asking, I mean, you're saying noon to 10, and I'm looking on a Sunday night for the people who live in the community to be a little bit earlier. So,
Monday through Sunday, 11 to 9 is fine. Let's compromise there.
you got it.
Okay,
Move on.
yeah.
Okay, everybody, Trish, I have one more question.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm the chair of Youth and Ed, so obviously I'm looking at it through that lens. We have had a terrific time, like terrifically bad time, with the approved dispensaries and the unapproved, selling to teenagers. It's really tempting. They all have fake IDs, and we have a huge amount of them in this neighborhood. It has created mayhem for these families. I want to tell you, if I could say no to all of them, I would. Really, I would. I looked into it before I even thought about, compromising details. That's how bad it has been for our community. So can I make that any more?
No, you can't, you don't need to.
So-
You don't need to.
So what this whole thing has dealt our community is something really, really serious. It's almost like introducing a liquor store with people running it that don't really care and just say, sure, take it. That's what we're looking at with what we have so far, given the reports that I get. I'm just gonna say it's my lens. But I want to, knowing that we can't prevent them from opening, I want to plant this seed of caution in you now, because if things don't go well, you are not going to believe how bad it would get.
Well,
And so I just want to
I
make
can
sure.
respond to that.
Yes, well, I'm almost done.
Yeah, sure.
So when you sell, this is going to be the utmost importance. It'll be tempting to sell to them because they're going to be your biggest business. But I want to say that there's a way of making business here without selling to our teenagers and not giving them a place to smoke.
It's not tempting.
Okay,
It's not tempting.
All right.
Here's what I think we're seeing. I don't know how many legal regulated dispensaries do we
Well, that's
have
the
in your
problem.
community board?
No, that's
Zero.
zero.
So what you have is you have unregulated, illicit, illegal, gray market, whatever you want to call it. I have my own names for it.
Yeah.
I want to get started doing what they do. And when we talked to OCM in the very beginning, we talked about the role of community boards. And what we said was, community boards will inevitably figure out the bad actors. Because there are going to be unregulated shops that come here before you asking to be part of the regulated market. Most of them won't, but many will. Those people don't care. What do they have to lose? They're not interested in anything. But the regs provide that if you sell as a regulated shop to somebody under 21, it's grounds for debarment.
Right.
So it took a lot of money and effort and time to get here. I'm not sure there's any way selling to people under 21 is worth it. And that's not talking about the science. The science says 21 is already marginally an age that people can use cannabis safely. And that's a whole nother conversation. Some would say 24 is a better age. But I get people yell at me when I say that out loud.
well, it depends on the level that you're selling, which is the question
Of
you'll be
course.
asked again
Of
on
course.
Wednesday. But it's just a seed I wanted to plant. We have a big agenda.
Yeah,
That's
and
all
I
I really-
appreciate it. And I apologize for taking more time. I appreciate everybody sitting here waiting a second.
Andrew has the last, Elizabeth, you have an app?
Yeah,
Okay.
just really
One,
quickly.
1 minute, 1 minute round,
So-
one for you, and one for Andrew. And then-
What really worries me is the pops here, the privately owned public space, and I know you said there's gonna be enforcement, there's gonna be security, but this is tempting for people to hang out and smoke right after they come out of your store. I don't know, and I don't know if that's legal or not, but you really have to be diligent in enforcing that. I think otherwise it can turn into a real
I
disaster.
would agree. And there's a couple of reasons. One of the reasons is it's, to be honest with you, really bad for business.
Okay, yeah.
I mean,
but you-
let's start with nothing
No,
else.
no, we will be diligent and we welcome the community boards, like, if we're not doing it, tell us.
But the other thing
Because
that I've
It
learned,
behooves our business.
the other thing that I've learned is that if you're a retail business and you're not a good partner, your tenure's very limited.
Mariama?
In LA, when they take your license, they like scan it or whatever. They know if it's your first time there, it's your second time there, it's your third time there, every place you go into. I don't know why that's not.
Well, it is here.
Oh.
So the rule is 3 ounces maximum per day, 2 ounces at a time.
So you don't get kids.
The reason they can regulate that is
They
because
scan your license.
they scan your license, and that's how they restrict your ability to purchase more than the amount you're permitted under the regulations.
Cool.
Yes, it is.
All of that's cool.
You are not doing on-site consumption, correct?
No.
Andrew has the last call, so they're not never done.
Related to the, I guess, the topic of scanning licenses and the comment about fake IDs, is there technology to detect a fake ID?
Yes.
Yeah, all of the ID scanners have a Veriscan. This is one of the softwares we use that are built USA level approval that scan, verify if it's real or not.
It's required under the regs.
Yeah, we won't even scan it.
Expired. You have to send your passport or something.
They try to take out the human condition from the process.
All right, do I have anybody, Betty, you okay? Anybody else online who has a question? Seeing none, seeing no hands in the room, and hoping that the people at the door move away to make sure there's emergency egress and a flow of air that comes through. Anybody else at the table have any questions? Do I have anyone who would like to make a motion? And what would that motion be?
Call the
Call
question.
question.
Second,
And this is, if I am correct, this is to approve, correct? With the following stipulation.
Yeah, with all the
But I don't know if you know. This person-
And that they have to get the.
Okay, so under approving this, this would be for deliveries during 9 to 5, the request for the lower levels of THC and products. For 7 days a week from 11 AM to 9 PM, one event per year, nothing more than background music. Prior to our board meeting, you will get a stipulation sheet from us that you must sign and notarize to return. That you agree with these stipulations. You'll send, of course, the petition and the plans or sketch.
We'll call it an artist rendering.
Artist rendering, yes. And that to the best of the security's ability, they will safeguard the pops on the exterior of the building, will not compromise the security of the store.
Sorry if I missed it, but was there anything in there about, working with the community in that building? If I totally missed it, I apologize.
That's part of the petition they need to send us, yeah.
Yeah.
And if there are concerns raised by the building that come to us, you will hear from
Yeah.
us.
Well, we'll address them also. It's
Yeah.
important to understand what's important to them.
We can't, if,
Okay.
anybody here, you have to make a comment, but after we've all spoken, you can raise your hand and.
But the question has been
But
called
we
and
can't do that
seconded,
now.
and so now we're in the vote process, which means I can no longer take questions from the audience. You know that. All right, so, we're gonna go by affirmation, so, are there any opposed? Hearing none in the room, hearing none online, are there any abstentions? Mahoney abstains. Curtis abstains. Are there any recusals? Hearing none, motion passes. Congratulations, we really hope you are a good neighbor.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, so for everyone, thank you very much for coming. I'm sorry we were so long, but here we go. All right, the next one is 161.
I was coughing.
Okay.
Let's clear out.
Anybody who is not here for 161, I need you to step into the hallway.
Yeah.
Again, if you are not here for 161, I need you to step into the hallway.
Where are we
We're
going?
done.
Everyone's
Going
here
out
for
of order for a reason? Tammy?
You're like family.
Yes, the first one was.
Going out of order for a reason? I'm just curious.
Yes,
Oh,
because all these people are here for
Oh.
161.
okay, got it.
They showed up.
Somebody's
Please,
back,
lights
put
back.
the light, there you go, thank you.
Tricia, because they came in early.
Gotcha.
They're really. Al, well, again,
It's gonna be a long time.
because when the light went off, did it turn off the power?
No.
You're not here for 161. You gotta go.
You guys can come around.
Out of the room.
It's Nina with.
Like everybody's here for 161, like said, come on in.
Come on in and move somewhere.
Island back here, 161.
Here, 161.
You know, like,
Okay.
like, all the scenes, it's like.
I guess they're all.
I guess,
And that they're.
I guess there was.
What's that main street? That goes to West?
Trisha and.
Just pass her.
Yeah.
yeah. We didn't care for them.
But it's.
You don't need to altitude if you want to go. Because I have enough.
You stay, Jen. Karen, you stay.
Hi, this is my teammate is also online. Can you unmute him?
From 161?
From 161.
Okay, is that Way?
Yes.
Okay.
Does everybody have one, the application?
Everybody at the table has this, right? Yeah, I think so.
Yes. Okay, I'm actually gonna move, Mr. Hugh, you have been moved a, which is. Mute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much for inviting me this evening. I thought it looks like a full. Glad I have a seat.
Well,
very
good.
Can you hear me now?
I can,
Sorry about that.
your audio is not fantastic, so please
Yeah?
make sure.
Yeah, I had a disruption earlier, but hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, you're echoing, sir.
Still echoing now?
It's fine, it's fine.
All right, great. No, thank you so much for having me. My name is Wayne, I'm an attorney with RTA Law PC, a boutique cannabis firm. I've been proud to present other clients before community boards 4, 5, 8, and 10 of Manhattan. I myself enclosure and a cannabis licensed cannabis operator and licensee Upper East Side, and I'm proud to represent Meta Green in their application operated at 161 Hudson. I've been I'm a New Yorker. I actually didn't graduate from Stuyvesant High School within Board 1, and I understand the community's concerns and reticence in approving all these dispensaries, especially when there's so many illicit and long ones right now operating. But we have sort of assembled the right team, safe and responsibly, within the downtown Manhattan. Our location's very commercial, very somewhat trafficky. The exit out of the Holland Tunnel. We're really exit 1, but it's really exits 2 and exits 3, coming from Hudson going northbound. We do have ample spaces, and we do intend on in the process of right now hiring an architect, a security consultant, and also manage staff to safely operate this dispensary once we get licensed. We did some signatures of support as well as a floor plan, currently, but it is subject to revision. But no matter what, the important thing is to really not have any cannabis products visible to the public. We will use some opacos to make sure that it's somewhat more refined or elegant, and that the interior is not visible.
Mr. Hu, I need you to speak a little bit slower, and stay directly to your mic because you cut in and out.
Oh, my apologies. Is fine. What was the last?
We hear you.
All right. But we assembled. Rainey, did you want to really present your background and experiences in New York?
Yes. Hi, everyone.
Loudly, please up to this.
Hi, everyone. I'm Renee from Renee Beach Shop. As a woman and minority, I'm excited to enter the cannabis industry. I have learned a lot from 5 years in California cannabis store. My job was to make an important decision and run the company. Today, I'm here to inform you that we plan to open a business in New York, the second largest market after California, where it's now legal to do. We are hiring expert teams, professionals, engaging with the community and support the locals. Our goal is to create a place that helps people relax and feel a good vibe. Please let us know your feedback. Also, we aim to be a positive part of this community and want to give back. Thank you all for being here today, and we look forward to being part of this community. Thank you.
So you were here and you heard many of the conversations we had in the beginning. There are lots of people in this room who will speak tonight. I would tell you that we will give all of them opportunities. We're going to go around and do everything the way we would normally do Robert's Rules, much as we did the last application. People at the community board ask questions and speak first, and then we will recognize anybody from the public who would like to say anything. I have already been emailed, called, lettered, and many things about your application from a number of people in the community. I will say, unfortunately for you, none of them were supportive thus far. Okay. We would not approve anything that is 12 hours a day to 7 days a week. Our limit in our community board is 70. So before you finish your presentation, I would suggest you at least tell us what kind of reasonable operating hours that you are looking at, because 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week is not it.
Change it up a little bit. We decided to do 12 to 10 from Monday to Thursday. Friday and Saturday is going to be from 10 to 10. Sunday is from 12 to 6.
Okay, so you're gonna even know, gotcha. Okay. Monday to Thursday, you said?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Friday, Saturday, 10.
Saturday was 10 to 10.
And Sunday, 12 to 6.
124.
Just the wrong place.
It's terrible of you to voting no. Okay?
Doesn't matter what we
It
think.
used to be, I'm pretty sure this location.
And then
was
the other
Patricia's
question,
office.
and are you?
I'm pretty sure.
I think this was your name, sir.
Yeah, it's gone now, right? And so they want.
One sec, FYI, when y'all have crosstalks, it actually mutes the people online, so then they can't hear, so then our online recording does not record. Sorry.
So we asked if she's. You are a consultant for her?
Yes.
And
My name is
she's the attorney. Mr. Hu, until you speak, I'm gonna keep you muted because you echo. Could you explain how you will handle handicapped accessibility?
Well, when it's needed, we'll put the ramp on the staircase. Accordingly, I guess, because the structure of the staircase, we will need to put something in order for the handicap.
To get the right angle, that's gonna have to be an awfully long ramp. To get the right grade, that's gonna have to be an awfully, have you spoken to an architect?
I won't.
Okay, but right now you can't tell us what you're gonna do if you haven't spoken to them.
Imagine.
That's a ADA.
The wrong location.
That's
surprised.
I'm seeing no, there is not ADA accessibility.
There's an ADA lift in the lobby that the commercial unit has access to for ADA use.
Who are you?
The landlord of the space.
So for the record, could you please state your name? Because yeah.
And make it loud so we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Is that why we don't have a signed lease, because you're here? There's no signed lease in here. Or have I missed it?
Do you have a sign lease?
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it in this?
Maybe I don't see it.
Is it in our package? Can you show us?
Effective use school close to this? Yes.
Are they within 500 feet?
That's the thing.
Okay.
They are?
Yes.
Within 500 feet of the school?
No, I mean, that's.
So then what's the
That's
point?
it. Forget it.
Yeah.
No discussion.
You cannot, Mr. Hugh can unmute himself.
But we use the State Liquor Authority website. I mean,
Yeah. That's the problem. Yeah.
hello, sorry.
We don't.
So, just.
Hi. Yeah, I think as a preliminary search to look for which schools were around. There were no schools within 1,000 feet. From the State Authority, and we could not find any other schools same street in our block.
Okay, so 161 Hudson is within feet of. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up the map so I have it out in front of me. There is.
Can you put it online?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
I'm
Bright Horizons at Tribeca, which is over at
Beach and Hudson.
129 Hudson. And then there is another one.
There's something across the street from there.
Tribeca Community.
It's it's on Erickson between Varick and Hudson.
No,
No, I'm talking about, oh, you mean Tribeca Community School?
Yeah. I think you can enter on.
There's also Bright Horizons.
The
which is
Bright
even
Horizons
closer.
is there. We're, Tribeca Community is what address?
It's across the street from Bright Horizons.
And the little.
We have Bright Horizons.
Yeah, the little gym.
124.
Little gym doesn't qualify.
I have printed out maps if you'd like.
Just wait, sir.
But isn't it a youth
Hey,
facility?
everybody, hang on. Hang on. One person, please give me the street address so I can measure it.
Why?
Tribeca Community.
124.
124, thank you.
And 22 Erickson is not that much further away. And there's Bright Horizons.
129.
Demonstrate. Okay. So I have questions around the table, because I'm going to say that if you are within 500 feet of a school, regardless, we don't go by exclusive use, because the law does not require exclusive use. The guidelines from the Office of Cannabis say exclusive use, but it was not written into the laws nor the regulation. So we as a community board followed the law for what was said, not what was put in the guidelines, and is inaccurate to the legislation that was filed.
Motion to
So-
disapprove the application because it's within 500 feet of the school.
It's not at 7.
129 is the closest.
I just did it. I just want to be honest
But
about
the
it.
measurement happens because it's on a corner lot, it is from the
Okay.
Beach Street
It's
side,
from, it's from the
or the Erickson
corner.
Place side, rather.
So I get to go from here.
Colin has a question.
Colin, the chair, hey,
I
guys,
made a motion. Everybody was a second.
but it's not seconded yet, and Colin had his hand up, so let's go to Colin's question before your motion gets.
Same question for me as the last applicant. This is even more so. This is a classical Tribeca neighborhood. It looks like a historic building. Do you have any designs or any mock-ups that we can see what it's gonna look like? Because it's a really pretty neighborhood, and we've seen again what Fulton Street is starting to do.
I really anticipate any change to facade. You know, I think it's gonna be exactly have really open windows people can't see in. We totally agree. It's a Tribeca, and we really don't want it to really distract from the community and character.
Not much, but yeah. Yeah, I'm talking slow front.
About the awning and the light.
Right.
Stop.
If we
So I made a motion.
Okay,
on the-
okay,
The 500 feet.
hold on, guys. Colin, was your question answered?
No, but let's move on.
Okay, next hand up was Trisha and then
I
Justine.
think we have the same question.
I think we do too. Okay, so it looks like it's about 500 feet, but there are more than one school here. This is one of the worst locations you could have picked, and to call it commercial is super disingenuous, or they haven't been to the neighborhood. We have the Tribeca Community School, we have Bright Horizons. That used to be a pediatrician's office, where you're talking about opening a cannabis dispensary. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a no from everybody. I'm just gonna speak for myself. It's in the wrong part of the neighborhood, and people don't understand this. It is a family neighborhood, especially when you're west of Broadway. And it isn't going to be something that is good for the neighborhood in that location. It's not gonna be good for you either, because it's just the wrong place to have that business. While it might seem logical because you're near the tunnel exit, people aren't stopping in cars to shop. And so you might stop the business part of the commercial part of the neighborhood, which is east of Broadway. So I'm gonna say no, but I would really encourage you to really rethink it because you're in the wrong spot. You are surrounded by children's stores, children's schools, you know, like everything is about kids where you are.
Families.
And so I just.
You know, I'm unsure why a illegal cannabis store is compatible with a street that heads really exit the Holland Tunnel. I think there's a lot of concerns of children, young daughters' health.
What?
But, you know,
We couldn't hear.
there's no one is 21 and under are allowed into our store. I think your concerns are about the legacy and non-stores, the ones who do sell to children. But we're really to you and want good operators saying, hey, we want a license, want a legacy store. We want to make sure all our consumers are 21 and over, and we are going to be in conformance with the general character and see in. So it's more, I think stigma about, a lot about stigma about sort of people patron illicit stores, but I do think that it's important to create where people can access legal, safe lab tests. That's our only mission. I think there are a lot. It's very hard to find reasonable under the state requirements already as is, and I think streets that divide us and daycare.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Hu, for your comments. Jared is gonna go, Justine, and then me.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
Francis.
it's really just a comment about the proximity to the schools. There are two schools. They are on the same block. They are under 500 feet away. The law is very clear about it. The legislature wanted to create distance between two aspects of our society that are not necessarily congruent. Schools on one end, dispensaries, legal dispensaries on the other. It just could not be more clear. So I'm not even sure what the debate is at this point about this.
Can you set the motion though, so we can move on to the next? Make the motion.
I think if I may. I'd just like the applicant to understand what we're saying. Is there a way to pull up the map?
That's not, I'm sorry.
Okay, because at the end of the day, what they're saying is walk the space to the gentleman the attorney on the
It's got a job,
thing.
Justine.
No, yeah, he's there.
Okay.
And to let him be aware, in Manhattan, being across the Holland Tunnel is not a reason not to have children be going to school there. That's life in Manhattan.
Okay.
But at the
Elizabeth?
end of the day, if we're.
Oh, no, Mimi and then Elizabeth.
What's your relationship with California again? There's some sort of, what's that all about?
You must speak louder. Say that clearly.
You really can't.
You worked, okay.
I was with the previous applicant, Massachusetts. And I'm ignorant, honestly, like, I felt like we were focusing on New York.
These are all people who have operated outside who are coming in. Elizabeth and then Betty.
I just want to reiterate, it's such a terrible location. I can't even express that. I used to live right there, and I'm pretty sure actually that you mentioned the Holland Tunnel roundabout. I'm pretty sure there are plans in the works to create a park there, like a family park there, right, in the roundabout, right? I don't know where those plans stand right now, but there will be a family park pretty much right across the street. So, and I know they've been working on it for years. So you're gonna have lots of kids back and forth, I mean, beyond the two schools. And, you know, the fact that it was a former pediatrician's office, it's filled with families, filled.
With all due respect, under state law, we are fully compliant with the site. The state law includes daycare centers and try to be in a compliant site for your neighborhood.
Tammy,
Okay,
Jared seconded the motion, that's all I
Hold
want to
on,
point
can
out.
you let Betty go? I didn't hear Jared second that, so just, I
Betty?
said Betty would be next, so let's Betty and then Francis, and then we'll do a temperature around the table. There's also a lot of people from the public who would like to speak.
But if we don't need to speak about it because it's
But
ineligible.
we'll need to go into our turning up or down of the resolution.
Yes.
Is the 500 feet law not enough reason?
Correct. Betty goes first, and then Francis. Betty?
We need all of it.
So I'm just looking for a little bit of clarification about the accessibility, because I found the answers a little bit, and questions, a bit confusing. It sounds as if there are stairs to get into the building. Is that true?
Yes.
Into all of the entrances?
Yes.
There's a ramp.
There is,
Is there a ramp?
Well, that's the question.
there is,
In the lobby.
there's an ADA lift in the lobby.
To the space from the
Well, that's
lobby.
great to be in the lobby, but how do I get to the lobby is my question.
Right.
Street residential. Right next to the.
And is the front entrance have a step?
No. Yes, no, not with the ADA lift. An ADA lift.
So you can go from the lobby into their
Correct.
store.
Yes, in all the commercial spaces.
Right, but the lobby is not really the question is it's not clear, how do you get into the lobby from the street, from the sidewalk?
ADA
You
lift.
can only go in from what the landlord is saying to the residential entrance of the building to gain access. So with,
It's a lift.
go ahead, Betty.
I was saying they often don't work, which is its own issue. But also, yeah, will there be signs directing people there as well as, what do you do with people with low vision for knowing where the business is?
That the main entrance is through the front of the store.
Again, what she's asking for accessibility, if you are in a wheelchair
And I'm on the sidewalk.
and you are on the sidewalk, based on what we see here, unless there is a sign at the bottom of the door that indicates for accessible options going to the residential lobby, there is no way for anyone who is in a scooter or a wheelchair to actually see the front door to understand how to access this store.
Got it.
And so
Anyway.
what is the applicant planning to do to manage that?
We consult with the architect, we'll come back to you for that answer.
Okay,
Put in a-
Betty, did you hear what he said?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Francis?
In reading this summary, and I'm sure the people in this room have read it, how do you plan, you have no list of how you plan to beneficial impact on the community and uplift the community? Can you explain how you're gonna do that? How you do that?
Well, I think you're talking about social equity program that we are trying to get into. We will be hiring a nonprofit organization and try to get some of the minority or some other clients that we can move over to work for it. And in that way, when we are
Besides money.
when we are generating our revenue, then we're going to support some of the locals for their activities. But most likely is the equity, the C program is the social equity program. This is. Huh?
That benefits you. I don't see how that benefits the community. The last part of it, I understand, and that would have been probably very helpful to put in here in terms of actual things that you're gonna do. This is a weak summary. You need to put stuff in here that's gonna tell people how it's gonna be a beneficial impact on the community. These people have things that they have already, and how it's going to help the community.
Yeah, we're trying to support a lot of activities in the.
That would be nice.
Such as what?
You need to.
We're proud this is going to be women-owned, minority-owned business.
That's for him.
So, I think that part of the understanding that there are very few minorities in the industry, also as entrepreneurs.
No, that benefits her, not the community. And
But,
we welcome minorities and women.
And you're saying here that it benefits the community. I want to know how, and they do too.
I think if you allow us to continue, I think we've heard a lot tonight is a lot of the issues regarding our site. We've even really gotten to discuss our social justice and economic initiatives. I think, I'm sorry you're shaking your head right now. But very early on, and I think in terms of the longer run, of course, we're open to profit sharing with employees. About the cannabis industry is that as a commitment to having a license, is that we enter into what's called a labor peace agreement. We facilitate by employees so they can really, bargain higher wage. But we would like to preempt that. We believe in paying living wage now. With a competitive salary, and we'll also have it there, so can contribute directly to the workers as well. We would like to focus on minority and women workers. I myself work. Good question. Yes, good question. Raising your hand.
Let's go on, maybe.
Let's.
Yeah, that's what I was.
That's-
I'm
The board members have all gone at least once. So we're looking at the community. I have somebody who is here representing the condos at 161.
Ma'am, we have 4 speakers, to let you know, the first thing on board.
Can we put down,
If you could wear headphones, that would be a lot.
Mr. Q, do you have headphones perhaps that you could use?
Maybe.
Maybe that'll,
Yeah,
That'll keep the.
that'll keep, that may,
it didn't work as well with the headphones. I tried it with them. I don't know why. I apologize.
all right, we're just gonna keep you on mute until we need to recognize you. All right,
Stand up.
yes, please, and state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Jared Ween. I'm an active board member of 161 Hudson Street and have been a resident and owner for more than 12 years. We are here as a building and a small community of 23 families to present our case to the community board as to why the granting of this cannabis license is illegal, both under existing New York State cannabis law, as you guys correctly pointed out, we're within 500 feet of two Department of Education recognized schools, Bright Horizons of Tribeca and Tribeca Community School. And it is also illegal under our condo documents, and also to convey to you how catastrophic this would be to the reputation, social fabric, health, and safety of our condo community and the broader neighborhood. As you can see from the attendance at this meeting, which includes not just residents of our building, but many other residents of the neighborhood, there are a lot of people who are very, very strongly opposed to the granting of this license. There is a Tribeca community group that has been sending around dozens of emails and articles daily about crime rate increases of over 1,000% in areas near a dispensary, and the latest robbery of a dispensary in Chelsea as recently as yesterday. In addition, as we shared with the community board prior to this meeting, we put together a petition in our building which has 100% support from the non-commercial unit owners, who represent 92.5% of the voting interests of the condo. No one wants this. No one in the building wants this. No one in the community wants this. And I promise you that if the commercial unit owner, who is not a building resident, lived in our building, he would not want this either.
No, we have 8 more applications, so.
This evening, you will hear from 3 other residents of 161 Hudson Street. You'll hear from Miles Group, who is one of the founding members and original sponsors.
Let
of
him
the
speak for himself.
Condominium, who was formed over 20 years ago when cannabis was not only illegal, but unfathomable as a potential retail location in this country, let alone our neighborhood or building. He will provide some of the background and history of the building, the composition of its ownership, and speak to the existing condo docs, which specifically prevent the retail spaces from being used for distribution of chemicals, drug clinics, selling of tobacco and tobacco-related products, adult entertainment, etc. He'll make it very, very clear that had the law been different at the time, without question, cannabis would have been an illegal use. And the building should not be penalized for the unforeseen change in law when the intent is extremely clear. No drugs or chemicals, legal or otherwise, are to enter or be sold out of the premises, given the proximity to families and young children.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything?
Yeah, can I finish?
Wrap it up.
Sorry, I'll wrap it up.
Finish, and just
You'll hear from
because
2 other people. We'd like to thank the community board for its time and consideration for listening to us this evening. As you will see, the granting of this license is the potential to do irreparable, reputational, and actual harm for a building and the broader community. We understand there's a mandate to grant these licenses and get these stores open, and that the community board might not have power to legislate, but the board does have the power to protect the community. A license granted at this location will prevent another license from being granted within 1,000 feet. Hopefully, by the time we're finished speaking, you will agree the granting of this license at 161 Hutchins is not only unlawful, but simply not an appropriate location for a cannabis dispensary.
Okay, so what we're gonna do going forward is everybody from the building has no more than 2 minutes. I would ask that you speak for yourselves. You do not represent what someone else is going to say. You speak for whatever you have to say. And if there's relevant documentation that you have about the building in terms of the rest of that, if you could send that to us so we have it on file. And
Can I ask you a quick question? I'm sorry, can you clarify why the 2 schools that are within 500 feet are not sufficient to actually reject this license? I mean, there's also
there's a difference between OCM.
Store and haircut place on, at 145 Hudson.
Absolutely.
Even
It's not
closer.
that. It's not
What?
about that. It
Why?
is the problem that we are currently in at the moment, and Jared speaks well to it, and the guidelines that we passed in the beginning speak to it. the law that was passed
Yeah.
says one thing. The regulations say something else, and the guidelines that OCM has put out say
Something
a third
else.
thing. So the law does not include exclusive use. They say as defined by the education law. Education law does not also require exclusive use. So when you're looking at something like Tribeca
Pretty sure
Community
that
School,
trumps guidelines.
Tribeca Community School, which is in
From
a
legal system.
mixed-use building
Yeah.
versus 234, 150, or 276, which have their own standalone buildings.
Tammy, the law will trump any sort of guidelines.
What we hope. However,
Legally,
OCM,
it will. I'm a lawyer.
I would
So-
love that, but OCM, on the meeting that we sat in November 28th, stated on record, they will change the regulations to meet their guidelines, which allow for exclusive use only. Which is why we're being very particular on where we're going on this, because eventually, the community may sue, or eventually, our elected state representatives may close the loophole. And what we can only do is, we are opting not to go by the OCM guidelines because the OCM guidelines do not equal the law.
Okay.
And it is the most ridiculous thing that we are stuck with at the
OCM in
moment.
general is just a dysfunctional, I mean, we all know how dysfunctional it is. So
Understood, but I don't really have a lot that I can do about that. That is what that
I
is.
honestly feel like the law trumps the guidelines and that's what we have to work with. Personally, I mean, as a lawyer, I know that. And personally, I feel like in this specific instance, I think that we have to, that's our abiding
But we
principle.
have to protect ourselves, and OCM will rule based on their own guidelines. So we are going through this together because there are things that we can opine on, and there are things that we can include, because it is about location, it is about manner, and all the other quality of life and public interest things. So in the process of doing a resolution, whether it's positive or negative, we need to include all the information that we have.
I'm pretty sure exactly a month ago, when we had this exact same meeting with all these other canopy dispensaries coming, and we rejected certain locations because they were too close to school. And that alone. So I don't
Correct.
understand what.
And then OCM on November 28th said that we were wrong.
They said that.
They
Yes.
said that.
But Jared,
But
Elizabeth,
we were fortunate because those applicants understood, the ones that were, close to like the other schools. And those applicants knowingly withdrew because they did not want
Yeah, they
the
didn't want it.
fervor that came.
Yeah.
We are not in that position this evening. The applicant and the retail condo owner are here in support. So we are doing the due diligence that we do as a normal community board to make sure we have manner, time, place,
Yeah,
et cetera.
I guess I really don't understand. Okay.
With all due respect, I do want to mention on the SLA map, for purposes of a liquor store, but there's also the 100-foot test away from schools. I do want to mention important that on the SLA map, those other two solutions do not qualify as school liquor store purposes as well. So
That is correct.
I think we differentiate. Yes,
Mr. Hu, the SLA laws are not the same as the OCM laws. I appreciate what you're doing for looking at that map, but we've also gone through this. So if you don't mind,
we're trying to mirror. The intent was to mirror the
if you don't mind, we're going to go to the next gentleman who I recognize to speak and move on from there, because again, we need to have our ducks in a row. Sir.
Thank you, Tammy. My name is Miles Group. I was one of the founding members of the condominium. Just a literally 20-second overview. These were a bunch of families that could not afford to move into Tribeca. We had a group of 15 or 18 people. We actually bought the warehouse. It was a building. We divided it up. We built it. We got our certificates of occupancy, and we allowed our kids to go to school. And for me, it was a godsend to allow my children to go to 234. Tammy had mentioned 234 earlier. So we found this out kind of late. We were never told any of the applications being applied for. We galvanized this as a building. This is this is the petition that was done. It was signed, as Jared said, by every residential member of the building. This is like 60%. The other 40% were done online. So I don't know how to pass this around, sir. I have 7 or 8 copies.
We just need one.
Just one.
One, okay.
One that goes to Zach, please.
There you go, sir. The other thing I want to say is at the time that we formed the condominium, again, very kind of Little House on the Prairie, we figured out what would be okay. We wanted to raise our families there. The only drug that was being legally distributed out that time was methadone. And this is a list also for other individuals of the things we didn't allow in our building. And they deal with methadone clinics, drug rehabs, tobacco uses, alcohol uses, adult entertainment, restaurants, and alcohol. So had we had the foresight to know this would certainly be included, our intention is very, very clear. We had no way of knowing the cannabis would become legal. 30 seconds. Thank you, sir.
For you.
So, we love our building. We're all here tonight. We galvanized under the issue. We desperately hope that you allow us to keep our homes, don't devalue our homes, and let our children be raised in a safe environment. The last thing I want to say is that the only ADA access to this space is through the residential lobby. We have one little elevator, 20 inches next to the elevator is access to his space. So everyone's going to come through our space. The last thing I want to say is, I don't know if it's a large public space, a huge park that runs from Lake all the way to by the police station. I don't know what.
Erickson.
Thank you, Erickson Place. Millions of benches, millions of parks and plants across the street. It's horrific. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody who is, oh, wait. Okay.
This is related, this is that.
No, but you're the next.
You're next.
Tammy's the chair.
You're next. Please state your name from building. And then, after the 3 of you from the same building, if the 4th person has nothing new to say, I'd like to move to the other buildings that are.
Well, he's our legal representative, so he does, or legal.
Okay, ma'am.
I don't know what it is.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the board for having me. My name is Elizabeth Kozak. I'm a resident of 161 Hudson. For the last 2.5 years, I did move to this neighborhood to raise my family and my 2 young boys who are in 2nd and 3rd grade. Never in my wildest imagination did I envision moving to 161 Hudson that there was a possibility of a cannabis dispensary that would open in the lobby of our building, especially when the commercial unit has a shared access to our lobby. I'm extremely concerned about an increase in crime, given this is federally illegal and the high volume of cash on premises. So there are a few risks I'm going to highlight. First is the risk of increased crime. Last week, a 15-year-old was shot on the Upper East Side in a smoke shop by the store clerk. Second is the risk of crime inside of our building, because the building has a shared lobby with the commercial unit. And I will show you this photo here, which shows the door to the commercial unit, which also is in the hallway out of visibility from the street and from the lobby, which concerns me as a mother and as a woman. It is literally 18 inches between the commercial unit door and the sole passenger elevator for the residents in the building that we all use multiple times per day.
I'm confused. I thought that 1C is the commercial unit.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought that there's a lift in the lobby to get somebody up to this level.
Correct.
Correct. And that is the passenger elevator that goes either to the basement where we take our recycling daily, or to all of the units, which puts a lot of fear for me.
So that 1C door is not locked?
It could not be if there's a person who needs to go
No,
in.
but is that how they get in?
No.
Yes, but I'm saying, is this the ADA?
In theory, that would be
Yeah.
The only ADA access, ma'am.
Yeah. that would be
I'm sorry.
Inside.
But are you?
inside our lobby, down a hallway,
As a door. It's
invisible
a
from the front.
dual-use lobby and the offering.
There's no
plan is
public
very
traffic.
specific.
Door
Other-
Yes.
It's the line from here. Where even is?
How is that okay for you?
Who did you have there before?
Stop, Tricia. The commercial operator
I
will
can't speak
speak.
to this. Maybe
So
someone
let-
else can speak to the
No, no,
footprint of the commercial unit.
Let's let her
What
finish.
That is, ma'am, is you come in through the residential.
Sir, they can't see that online.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry
So
about
I'm gonna ask you to, yeah.
So I'll go on to the next screen. So third, in an acknowledgement of the crime to combat this, the dispensaries are actively hiring security, including armed guards.
It's
Imagine-
required. Security is required by law.
It's required, yeah. And many of these are armed guards. Imagine my kids going to the bus, waiting in front of an armed guard where the bus picks them up from school every morning in front of an armed guard. And then moreover, my 80-year-old in-laws picking them up in the afternoon,
Okay.
waiting with loiterers and so on. The 4th and 5th risk, I'll go very quickly, is higher vehicular traffic. We already have an issue that is, it's deemed a like an issue in terms of traffic safety with cars speeding out of the Holland Tunnel. And then adding more double parked cars, making a pit stop in a dispensary is not great for child safety, kids running on scooters, families walking. Last is pedestrian traffic and loitering and the idea of a cloud of smoke and my kids walking through a cloud of smoke to get in and out of our building multiple times per day. And I know I see a lot of heads nodding here. This will likely force me and others to consider moving out of the building and out of the neighborhood that I'm so passionate about raising my family in.
Thank you. Before we move to the attorney, I'm going to let the commercial operator speak because a lot of things have been said. He's the commercial landlord, and I'd like to give him an opportunity instead of whispering rebuttals back to me across the room to identify himself and answer some of the things that have come up from the three people, and then the attorney can go next. Sir, welcome.
Hi. So I just wanted to clarify.
Name.
My name is Bert Baradarian, and I just wanted to clarify a few things. So when the building was constructed, there was no full-time doorman ever contemplated. There still is not a full-time doorman. It's a dual-use lobby, and a lot of the residents in the building do not want to accept that. It is written clear as day. The building's own attorney even verified it for everyone. Prior to that, there was a pediatrician's office in the space. The residents in the building forced her out because they said she was spreading germs.
Again, that's hearsay, sir.
Okay, now we have a tenant that we clearly vetted very well. We didn't, we had a lot of offers from a lot of different tenants. And in terms of the use restrictions for the building that they sent you a list of, I just want to point out that a liquor store is not even on the restriction. So the space can be rented to a liquor store. A bar.
I don't think we'd be here today with 55 people if it was a liquor store or bar. Just saying.
Well, there's a liquor store nearby.
And there's a liquor store on the corner.
So what?
In terms of saying that
Is
the
that
space was never
allowed?
contemplated to have anything, I think, it's pretty clear. The fact that there's not a restriction to have a liquor store is not, it doesn't show intention. Anyhow, with regards to, this is their space. We're in the real estate business and we picked the tenant that we thought was gonna run a good operation. And we pay taxes every month on that space. And for it to be sitting empty and, the building not having, they treated our previous tenant very, very, very poorly. And we feel like we picked a good tenant and, we just want to clarify that the lobby is a dual use lobby. That's how the commercial units get into their space for ADA.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for clarifying the ADA. Betty, do you have any ADA questions to follow up with?
But it sounds like there is no real plan for how to get off the street to this, into the lobby.
Correct. They did not talk about anything other than they'll have to check. Okay, the next person, please identify yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Nick Rosencrans. I'm a professor of constitutional law at Georgetown, and I looked at the relevant legal sources of law on this question. Just want to thank the board for your time. You all clearly have thought this through, and we're grateful for it. I sent my analysis to the New York State Cannabis Control Board and the New York State Office of Cannabis Management. And I just give you all copies if you wish to read copies. And I concluded that the cannabis dispensary in our building would violate New York law as well as the governing documents of our condominium. As has been pointed out, the statute trumps the guidelines and trumps any regulations, and the statute is crystal clear as to the 500 feet. New York Cannabis Law, Section 72(6). No cannabis retail licensee shall locate a storefront within 500 feet. Maps attached at exhibits 1 and 2 will show you the proximity of the two schools, Tribeca Community School at 124 Hudson and Bright Horizons at 129 Hudson, both within 500 feet. And that, I think, should be dispositive. Second, a cannabis dispensary is actually forbidden by our bylaws. So It says that no unlawful use shall be made of the property nor any part thereof, and all valid laws, zoning ordinances, and regulations of all governmental bodies having jurisdiction thereof shall be observed. Yep, got it. And these provisions incorporate federal law as well as state law. So the cannabis is illegal under federal law, and though the feds may not choose to enforce that law, it doesn't matter for our purposes. The board has a
30 seconds.
Two others.
It's commercial.
Pat, let him finish. Can you wrap up, please?
Yeah, so our board documents incorporate federal law to the extent that this is illegal under federal law. It is thereby prohibited under our condo documents. Finally, the guidelines provide that no two cannabis dispensaries can be within 1,000 feet of each other. I believe you have a pending application at 386 Canal Street, which is within 1,000 feet. You'll see that. Yeah, you'll see that also. A map demonstrates that. That's Exhibit 4 of the handout. And to the extent that you all are as familiar with the neighborhood as I am, Canal Street, obviously a far more suitable location than Hudson Street for such a thing. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your brevity. Then we had another, I'm not gonna get into the legal arguments that you have between your commercial and your residential tenants. What happened before, what happens now, what happens after, that is for your building to figure out with your commercial tenants and your commercial leaseholder versus, that's just not in our purview. So I want to move to another building. There is a representative here from the other building.
Nearby.
Yeah, the local building's not 161. I have 1, 2, 3. Are any of you in the same building?
Amy and I are in the same building, but I can.
And the
text her on GFC.
Okay, fantastic.
Well, actually, we're not. You're in 13 Vestry. Okay. We're in the buildings, never mind.
Okay, I'm gonna get the one who said she'd be shorter first. Please stand and identify.
My name's Alicia. I'm a resident of 13 Vestry, so Vestry and Hudson. I have a 6-year-old, a 3-year-old, and my third on the way in a few weeks. I also am on the PTA. I'm the treasurer of 234, which is our community school. And while I will not pretend to speak on behalf of the school, I will say that one of the things that I take some concern with is your declaration that you're going to give back to sponsor the community fundraisers. I, as the treasurer, would not accept this kind of donation, whether it's for Taste of Tribeca or school auction or any of the numerous fundraisers that our school is built on and our community is built on. I'm also a mom at Reed Street Prep and a class parent there, and I feel the same way about that. And at 52 Chambers. So that's 3 of our community schools already that I would say anchor a lot of the community fundraisers that we would not be benefited by and we would not accept a donation on behalf of. The other 2 things that I would like to say is in regards to the traffic, my daughter was actually hit by a car going on that block and there was a police report filed. So anyone who says that this is a good place to stop and have commercial traffic is sorely mistaken and has never walked through that area. Which is unfortunate. And then the third thing I will say is I heard the concern that it's actually a daycare. Bright Horizons is a city facility. It has public 3K and public pre-K available to all of the residents of our neighborhood. So it is actually not considered a daycare. Tribeca community may be considered a daycare, but Bright Horizons is a registered GOE facility, which we are actually considering sending our 3-year-old to. So I would really hope that that was not kind of overlooked in this conversation as well.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Amy Johannes from 34 Late. I just want to clarify a couple of the arguments that I hope you all will put forward in your denial letter. On the ADA accessibility, it's a direct violation of the state law, and the state law and the guidelines don't disagree on that. It says that the primary entrance, not an accessible entrance, not a side entrance, the primary entrance must be from the street, not just from the street level, which implies at grade. The state is not going to grant its limited licenses to non-accessible spaces when handicapped people often use marijuana. It just doesn't make sense. I also wanted to also make sure that you point out the public open space, which is owned by the Port Authority. We have worked hard with
Parks Department, the buildings got together, we all paid thousands of dollars. You would not believe how expensive a tree is to replant that area. The children from the local schools also draw with chalk on that area on a regular basis. It is covered in sidewalk chalk. It is a place for children to gather from those schools. Lastly, I mean, I think you're gonna have a lot of legal arguments. I mean, I feel a little bad for you guys that you kind of chose the wrong spot. I feel worse for your landlord who's gonna be probably caught in a lot of expensive litigation. My understanding from Acris, you also have a mortgage and renting. I'm in the real estate private equity business. Renting to a cannabis is also illegal under your mortgage. And let me tell you, if you got to refi now, it's gonna cost you a lot more. I also take issue with your point on the pediatrician. That was my pediatrician. I know her well. I also know how you tried to raise her rent and not give her a deal after COVID when half of her business left the neighborhood. So do not say the building forced her out. We all accommodated. We all carried our strollers. The staff came out. We all lifted our strollers into that building after it became an issue to avoid getting people sick. So do not tell me that's why she left. She left because of you. And she's now around the corner with an accessible ramp and everybody's happier.
Hi, Blake Ligori, 151 Hudson, right down the block. I'm the board president. Just don't want to reiterate all these things because I was.
How many
saying
units?
things. 7 units, and we have children in the building. And the traffic issue that I'm on that thread, it's a disaster. So just imagine people pulling up and trying to go into the store. That's insane. The loitering and the benches across the street, everyone's gonna be lighting up right outside. We're starting our family in the building. It's just a nightmare. So that's all I can say.
Okay.
Thank you. So there is
Can I-
one person who is online with a hand up, and that's Maria Z. I sent you a request to unmute. Maria, your mic is open.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you for having me. I am representing 169 Hudson. I'm the president of the board there. And we also echo everything that has been said from, you know, the proximity to Tribeca Community School, Bright Horizon, the area characterized by the balance of residential upscale establishments. You know, having a cannabis dispensary there would disrupt the equilibrium. Obviously, having cannabis, it is not congruent with a family oriented place just by nature of the age restrictions on selling cannabis. And then I also wanted to reiterate the pressing issue of the daily congestion caused by the Holland Tunnel. And, you know, we also haven't discussed anything about delivery with relation to this person or to this applicant, but adding any more kind of bike traffic or any other pedestrian traffic is going to exacerbate that situation. There's running of red lights and blocking of that intersection all the time anyways. And this is particularly concerning for a street where the foot traffic is consists greatly of families. And finally, I know people have mentioned the park benches across the street and the significant park space that kids do play with. My daughter went to Tribeca Community School herself, and she did paint chalk on the sidewalk as well. But there's also those stairs and a raised platform that presents, you know, an invitation to loitering and the consumption of their purchases. And it's just not compatible with residential setting. But I think everybody has everything, but I
Your
just
time
wanted
is up,
to,
Maria.
yes, thank you so much.
Can I second the motion?
Okay. Call the question. So now, I think we've heard from a variety of people outside the building, which I thought was really important to hear from the community. We've heard from the retail operator. Is there anybody who is not from any one of the buildings that has spoken or anything else, who has something new that has not been said?
A new address,
A new address, your address, sir?
181 Hudson, so just north of West Street, which
Yeah.
just shows that from all angles, it's a non-negotiable in my view.
And your name?
Steve Zayden, and I'm a condo owner at 181 Hudson, moved in about a year ago, my wife
How
and I.
many units?
Pardon me?
How many units?
About 30, and also family plans, and hence moving to that neighborhood. And
Okay.
the traffic, just one point on the traffic, I just want to emphasize one more time that this would undermine the entire discussion
Every
we're
day.
having. And I'm also a member of the Tribeca North Neighborhood Association, which has monthly and weekly meetings. I have personal meetings. With
We know.
You know that. So
We know.
it would undermine the entire discussion we're having around improving the traffic situation. And so forwarding that is just from this angle as well.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir. Okay, for the committee, do we have any
I would
other,
like to second her.
we're seconding the motion?
Yes, Mariama's motion, and I will second it. May I second your motion? Mother, may I?
And so the motion is to disapprove or rejection for this applicant. Okay.
On the basis of what? I'm sorry.
On the basis for, we believe that we're gonna follow the laws as within 500 feet of, the pre-Ks from the two places. We're also going to be on community interest.
Also emphasize the ADA.
We're gonna hugely emphasize the ADA because the regulations require the front door to be ADA compliant, and there's no way to make this ADA compliant. They are providing accessibility, but they also have no plan. No plan, even asked many times on what they're gonna do to be able to, comply. Thank you.
So I'm gonna vote in favor of rejecting, but I have some concern, my own personal concern about the 500-foot, because I don't know that we have any official record. We have people's maps with arrows, but it would seem an official vote on 500 feet would warrant something a bit more official, certifying 500 feet. There are other reasons that I'm in favor of rejecting, but I'm a little nervous on voting on the 500-foot because I haven't seen any attestation other than a map. I mean,
The map is how we do it, and that's how it's done, unfortunately, but it will be one of the lists. So it's the ADA compliance or lack thereof for the front door, the proximity to the parks and open space. It will be the 500-foot rule, it will be the traffic, it will be the large number.
Robust.
Yeah. Can you tell me how many people are in the hallway for this application, by the way?
And I just want to.
Show of hands,
Do me a favor, just a show of hands in the room. How many people are here for this and this alone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
How many people?
18, 19,
How many in the hallway?
20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
And the person.
And all of the building.
And the whole line.
And the whole building.
And the buildings.
For the record,
All
the
And the neighbors.
petition in support of the application, there are only, by my count, 5 signatures that qualify within being in 2 blocks of the actual facility. So there's a bunch of signatures that are not. Just by comparison. So
And no offense intended to one of the petitions of support, but we wouldn't count the landlord in the petition of support.
And his wife.
And as well, yeah.
Yeah.
And family.
We leaked me last week.
Okay,
All right.
you can just write it down. send it. Okay, so with that, we'll do a vote by affirmation. So are there any opposed to a negative resolution? Are there any abstentions? Are there any recusals? Motion denied. I am sorry. We do hope that you find a nice location.
A better place.
In Community Board 1, and sir, we're.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good for coming out.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for
Send
coming.
representatives to our large board meeting, please. Just be there.
Thank you.
When is that? It's the 20th of November.
Recommending we come to. the
Yeah,
next-
yes, not every one of you, but send representatives, yes, but representatives after. It's like that.
The next application is 2 Mondays. Yeah.
Yeah.
One case. If you are here for 220 slip, please stay in the room. If you are not,
No way.
This, 220
so, yeah, it's a big day. So one of the things I will tell everybody, 220 slip. Do we have our applicant here?
I'm here on behalf of the applicant.
Fantastic. We have lots of questions. They're not ready to go.
Yeah. I have a question for my committee before you speak, and maybe Jared can help me. I can't believe that the single person who comes representing the ownership is the ownership.
Are you the owner?
The owner took ill, right? I was actually called into duty basically like last minute because he's sick. It's a single member LLC. So that's why he couldn't be here today and I'm here in his stead.
They can't come to the next.
I've been emailing and everything as I've been listening to the
He
meeting.
can't be online.
I'm emailing like the owner and like getting back, responses.
When do you
but-
plan to open?
What's that?
When do you plan to open?
I mean, it depends
You have
upon,
a signed lease?
yes. There is a signed lease.
And since when?
I think either they would have submitted it with the packet. It's, contingent lease dependent upon, obviously getting since it's the lottery, whether or not they get selected in the lottery. I listened to the beginning of the meeting, I just, want to.
Henry, would it make sense to move
Right
him?
there. Currently, this is
can't.
completely a lottery, right? Everybody who is submitting to open a dispensary has no idea whether or not they'll be selected in the lottery because it's purely random. Okay, so that's why certain people haven't, gone to the expense of getting floor plans, paying
Okay.
architects and everything.
For the board's edification, he had an extension that expires January 7th. So the first application date that he came in was November 8th. He was not ready to come to the November board meeting, so he was scheduled for December. We do not have an opportunity unless he's willing to withdraw to to wait for him to come. So that is just the business of the way OCM works.
Do you want to explain to him the withdrawal?
Yeah, what does withdrawal mean to him? What, does he lose anything?
We don't know.
We have no idea.
There's no idea.
We can't, wait for another meeting just in terms of, that the lottery is gonna be run for the November 17th round at some point.
Yeah.
Soon.
He's not gonna be able to answer all the questions.
So, I'd like to know if in any way, shape or form, Free Thinkers LLC has been cited at 220 Slip.
They have nothing to do with the business that is there currently. Nothing to do with it.
No relationship.
No relationship, nothing. The client is operating mobile, wireless phone, service providers. They have nothing to do with the location there, which I understand is one of the illicit stores. So if you want to, knock out one of the stores, this is an effective way to do it.
And how does your applicant qualify under the rules? Is he a veteran, minority?
Business. Minority owned business. Mr. Anil Kapoor.
What's your relation to? Are you the
I'm the
attorney?
attorney.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your name for the record?
Jonathan Bureau. It's good murder.
They're in the signatures.
I mean, there's been a 25% increase in teen and youth use of these drugs since the illicit stores popped up.
Let's stick to your application.
Okay.
It's a long night for us.
We're averaging an hour.
Yeah.
Right.
Petition of support is
Ask your
right.
question. because I see you have it.
I see there are no signatures. Yeah.
Yeah, the applicant was not able to get those. I mean,
Applicant would need to be able to get them before our full board meeting in order to be approved.
okay,
He sent us notification November 8th. I find it unconscionable that December 12th, he has no way of getting any kind of petitions.
the full board meeting is on the 20th, if I recall
Yes.
correctly.
Yes.
So if he was able to get the signatures between now and then, would
That
that
would be
potentially?
They have to
affect
be
it?
relevant signatures.
They have to be the four residents
from the
and the
immediate-
surrounding neighbors.
Okay. I mean, I just got called into this. This is
Yeah, no, we get it.
By
That's-
another attorney's firm, but I mean,
That's
I'm
why we're not happy.
Right?
No, hey, they are very lucky to have you. You unfortunately are stuck with us. Derek, go.
You guys.
When does the tenant's lease end?
I don't know the answer to that question, right? And so this is a, you know, contingent lease, right? If we get awarded a license, we come in, I don't know, I can't speak to the situation with the current tenant, we have nothing to do with it.
Right, but the landlord who issued this lease would know, right?
Yeah, and we don't represent.
Would the flip side of that question be, when are you planning to take on the lease?
Look, I have no idea what the relationship is between the landlord and the illicit store, right? I don't.
I'm talking about Europe.
You know, I know, and so what I'm saying is that we have a lease that we can come in once granted a license, so, you know, essentially we could get up and running, they got kicked out.
You have a lease now, a signed lease? Is that what this is?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see
The stipulation with the community board. The lease would be a contingent lease, right? Any of the leases that people are entering into, so they're not on the hook to pay rent when they might not get an actual winning lottery ticket, is contingent on the awarding of a license.
And there's nothing in here that shows us what it'll look like, or there's nothing.
Well, that's, I mean, some of these applicants have gone to that, you know, the expenses to mock up, but it's a lot of, they don't know, right? So, I mean, some of the people can afford to put the money into doing that, other people aren't necessarily gonna, you know, they're already spending to have me here, so, you know, certain applicants are not getting mock-ups and everything.
So I see that they copied it looks word for word on what the guidelines say sent to us. This doesn't look like a personalized plan.
I can't speak to that, but what I can say obviously is that, you know, when we go into the details of, you know, what they need to do.
What they sent us was basically what the website says. They did not, there's no personalized level of anything on here pursuant to the site that they're looking at.
Yeah, but that's the type of thing that if you're talking about a specific security plan catered to a specific, you know, location where you'd have to be paying this, which, you know, the firm is very experienced with this. We know all the right types of service providers that have experience in it. Incurring the expense of a security person to map out a specific plan that's costing thousands and thousands of dollars.
So you're not ready to basically present a business plan, a security plan, or even reply about ADA accessibility plans here today.
I mean, a specific security plan catered to those premises outside of the floor plan that we, you know, submitted, that's what we're, you know, that's what we've been able to submit now.
So the exterior of the premises shows stairs.
Okay.
Can you explain ADA accessibility, how that will work?
We would address that by putting it in there.
You need-
Accessible.
You need to explain to us.
Yeah.
You can't just say, yeah, we're gonna get it done, half-baked. We need to see this. If you're asking us to approve an application, then we need the information. They notified us in the beginning of November. Here we are, over a month later, and I have no information. So I, as a respect to the community, wouldn't say, gee, yeah, this is gonna be great. Let's just approve this. Yes, I want the illegal cannabis store that's there gone. Yes, that store has been raided.
Rated.
It was rated, the signs are up for October,
Good.
but you're not giving me anything.
Also, the hours.
Mariama, Jared, Colin, and Pat.
Do we or they have anything from the landlord expressing support for this and with some explanation or their sentiments about the illegal establishment that's already on their property? That's a little funky.
I have seen nothing. Do you have anything?
Did you receive a copy of the lease?
Nope.
No. Okay.
This is, let's say test, this one? I don't know what that.
Is that a copy of the lease or?
Well, it's a.
No, that's their
letter of
community
intent.
board thing.
No.
Stipulations. Look at the top, look at the header. It's community board.
No, he said that was something else.
Oh.
What did you say that was?
That's the cannabis license step.
Oh, okay.
That's the community board one at the top.
Yeah, but,
Not that, okay.
yeah, no, we don't have a lease. We don't have a security plan. We don't have how you're gonna solve the ADA accessibility because the front of the store only has steps there. As far as I can tell,
What are the hours of operation?
and there are no hours of ops on here. Or I can find.
when I overheard everyone talking
Oh,
about.
10 to 10.
duration, my client responded that they're willing to, essentially agree to the 70 hours along the guidelines of what some of the other applicants have
But
said.
so you were able to contact them?
Yeah, I've been emailing back and forth when I can.
So they can't get online now to answer questions?
I mean, I could try and reach out to them
I
and
don't want
see,
to do that.
but right now they. all
Sorry,
said
I don't
All
care.
right, let's go in the order that I called it. Mariama, Jared.
Enough.
Well, I just wanted to know, like, I kind of want to know, like, what the landlord's about, because if he already has an illicit shop, what's his deal? And then, is he upset that he has an illicit shop? I mean, he should be sending us something with his sentiments and or support or not for this place. And then, like you said, there's all the things that are missing, the petition and support is missing, everything's missing.
Too logical.
Okay, Jared, and then Trisha.
Yeah, no, the only thing I was gonna say was in the same vein as what I said before, which is that I actually think that the applicant and the landlord has some sort of duty to demonstrate that there is no connection, instead of just taking the
Right.
word here, in the absence of a lease. And the other part of it is that, without knowing the sort of status of the existing lease, if there's a license granted for this, we're then gonna have to wait on what, an eviction proceeding to get an illegal shop out of there, like, not great.
Not great.
No.
Can you tell me your name for the record again?
Jonathan Puro, P as in Peter, UROW.
And Jonathan, you're not their attorney, you're just an attorney for someone else.
I'm their attorney. I mean,
Now you're their attorney?
well, I'm saying I'm from the firm that represents them. So yes,
And are you the associate who handles this client, or is there someone else at the firm?
I am the partner that is representing them with respect to this specific hearing. I'm not the partner that brought them to the firm.
Got it.
We feel for you.
I feel for you guys. It's
Yeah.
not a situation that OCM is placed.
Hold on,
everybody in.
Jared, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Trisha, get one next minute. Trisha,
Just
then you.
just to
This is
add
really-
to the issues, you're 450 feet
Stone
from
Creek.
Millennium High School,
Okay.
and you happen to be
Still free
on
application.
the path that they take to Stone Street
Yeah.
to go and get food. It could not be a worse location. So I would
Leave a Stone
encourage,
Street out.
yeah, I
We
would,
do, yeah, and
I
it's,
would encourage you to look, for them to look
I was trying to
elsewhere
think.
if they want to be in that
Remember, it's
area.
lottery.
They will get a lot of pushback about that.
Okay. I mean, I know that they, we had mapped it out. And so I'm not gonna get into the 500 feet thing. I understood how you guys defined it by comparison to what OCM is deeming it now. So,
Have they cleared that? I mean, it's
like
right
New York
here.
City.
yeah, I did when I was sitting outside, I did the liquor authority mapping thing and I saw 500 feet. The school, but, I think it's because of the way that OCM measures it, that it's not an issue technically according to OCM.
It might be
but
because,
for you guys it is, and I understand.
Well, I mean, one thing that's good to know,
Yeah.
the school's address is 75 Broad,
Mhm.
but the student entrance is on South William. Okay, so they are, if you look at the plaza, walks across to South Cohen to Slip, you will see that their
Tricia?
front door walks right out onto it,
Got it.
okay?
Okay.
The only other thing I will add is that, recognizing some of these issues, I understand there's obviously an element of trust in terms of what, they've been able to turn over here, on the timeline and the nature of the lottery. The client has expressed that they'd be willing to commit a certain percentage of their net profits to community causes, if they were to gain,
All I'm saying, however,
Yeah.
for the manner, which talks about the business manner.
Yeah.
This is an applicant who has not sent us a security plan, has not sent us a lease, has not confirmed ADA, has not done any of the due diligence, and is looking to be in a location that is currently an illegal one with illegally operating with no statement from the landlord affirming that they are looking to work with nothing. So from our perspective, I'm not sure how the committee feels, but sorry. I mean, that's my personal opinion. The committee can vote as they wish, but I would turn this down from a lack of preparedness and a lack of information when you're asking us to confirm we've looked at people who have brought tons of stuff. You can't even tell us how the ADA accessibility is gonna work for the location.
It's
You
not
couldn't
your
tell us-
fault.
I don't really know. Maybe they're gonna do events, maybe they won't do events. Are they
They
looking
said
for
they
other-
will not do events. They
Yeah,
committed to that in there.
Yeah.
No on-site consumption, no events, no music, nothing.
But I don't have any of the other stuff. And so for being a good business partner, they need to come and speak with us. Especially if they have a provisional lease, they already cited the space, they know there is an illegal operation currently there. I would have thought it would have made them be a little bit more due diligent to partner with the community. Do I have anybody who would like to say anything? Oh, sorry, Jessica.
No, the only thing I want to say is that since this poor gentleman is here, not knowing anything, and the applicant is sick, I mean, to be fair, and he's sick, could we do, and you tell me if this is procedurally okay, could we, give him a chance to speak to his client to withdraw the petition, and if he doesn't withdraw it, we're gonna vote it down, but if he chooses to withdraw it before the board, you could do that. So at least that gives you an opportunity to talk to him.
But they started last month. So.
I'm sorry. No, that's my opinion.
Okay, I mean, that's what I would say, is to be
I
nice.
know today was on was
Yeah.
fly by seat your pants, but they started last month with these applications with all these questions. How many times and efforts are we gonna give them with a landlord that's already doing really shady and
That's
sus
a good point
things?
too, but I'm
I'm
trying
not
to be
gonna be as lenient because you're seemingly nice.
trying to be
person.
flexible.
Sorry, look at the
Yeah.
date that they completed the.
So
signature
here's my
thing.
recommendation.
It's December 5th. You had time to get the
If-
signatures and
If
stuff.
I hear what the board is saying, the committee is saying,
Yeah.
you're gonna probably get turned down this evening.
100% turned down.
We're gonna make it look like it's your term, so.
If you talk to your applicant and they withdraw and resubmit notification and get whatever OCM says will be okay, then you can come back next month and talk. But we don't have the ability to say yes to that because of the rules that we have to follow for OCM.
Okay.
And that's just my assumption, my guess based on what I'm hearing. I need somebody to make a motion and then go through with
My
it.
motion is going to be, let's deny it, call the question.
And what is the motion?
My motion would be to take a vote today, and if it goes down, it goes down. If we get disapprove, and then when it gets to full board, if in fact your client decides to withdraw, that will be fine too, but we're gonna deny.
If it comes to full board, we will
Deny.
list it as we currently based on the motions on board, we would be a denial.
Is there a capacity for us to submit more of this information between now and the board meeting
No.
on the 20th?
Isn't it real?
We will not have another
We'd have to
committee.
resubmit the notice.
That's the
basically
point of
from scratch,
withdrawing.
Yes,
Yeah.
saying
Yeah.
We get denied imminently.
Yes. Yeah.
You will, we would be kind to, if you withdraw and we have notification that you have more time, then we wouldn't deny you based on the missing merits of your application. We would be able to have you come back next month. It's all a question of what OCM says.
I'm sorry, I want to be very clear about this, right? 'Cause
We
we're
would
talking
know that you had withdrawn
So if I
with
withdraw
intent to reapply.
that with the intent to reapply, there's a substantive difference between getting.
Oh,
and then
absolutely.
resubmitting.
So rather than us telling OCM, we said no.
Yeah.
We disagree.
Okay, got it,
You're
You
withdrawing.
are
and we're
not
not
of public interest at the moment.
understood.
But your client's gonna have to spend the thousands to get the security stuff, to get the
He's gonna
design.
have to do some work, yeah.
Bad news, but that's what's gonna have to happen.
And
ADA accessibility, note from the landlord because he's currently allowing an illegal operation there. We need to be confirmed that Free Thinkers LLC has absolutely zero to do with them.
Okay,
I have no way of tracking that right now, and it's not my job. It's
And
yours as
also-
the applicant.
choose its spacing, because it looks like it's well within 500 feet.
Yeah, it's like
As
right
the-
next to the door.
You have to consider the entrance of the school, not the street address.
Yeah,
They're all
Yeah,
not the same.
Right?
yeah,
Find a new location. You're 374 feet from Millennium High School.
yeah,
374 feet.
yeah.
That's
So
what I
it's
got
very
on my phone. You should
important to
check. It's
clarify,
Definitely.
75 Broad is the address of the school.
Which is around the
It's
corner.
around the corner. The entrance, the foot entrance is on South William, which is 300,
Yeah,
it's almost 400 square, or
Yeah,
3 feet away.
375 feet.
It's still not.
within
So
the-
it's closer,
500
it's
feet.
within 500.
It's like I said, it's on their path.
We have to
it's on
reject
their-
it.
it's
Reject
like
it.
location.
We
So
would
bottom
respect
line
it.
is,
Yeah.
The bottom line is, I mean, just.
This is a bad
based
location.
on the distance required.
Right,
then-
good thing.
Find a nice location that does not impact my high school students in the neighborhood, please.
Right.
But we have to reject it. I mean, we're going to,
yeah.
because of the school.
I understand.
Okay, so then that's
So
it.
the motion was made, it was seconded. Assuming everyone is in favor, do I hear any opposition to the denial?
So wait a minute, the motion was made that we would accept later.
No.
That's what I'm saying. So
If he would-
we need a new motion.
But
we?
withdrawing it doesn't mean anything, it's still rejecting that
The
location.
withdrawal isn't on the table anymore.
Correct.
It stands
No.
because of the distance.
Because of the
Yeah.
location. So now we have to do
You
a
know what?
regular
That is not true,
rejection.
because he could withdraw the application
And come to.
from that address
And come to. a
and
different-
not have, if Free Thinkers is not part of like the rest of the stuff that happened, they could come back with a new address.
All right.
Okay.
So you still have the option to withdraw.
Because
But
we're not
not
turning
here.
them down based on manner, which is a big thing for here.
So
Okay.
just have your client withdraw from
Okay.
that address.
So
But
now
you
that
could do it
that's
later.
clear, and you're good, and it was seconded, and all the rest of it,
Mm-hmm.
do I hear any opposed? Do I hear any recusals or any abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously, and I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you.
It's a motion passes for a denial. Okay, next.
Wait, so, wait, I'm sorry.
Well, he votes grabbing bricks.
Are there any-
You can still withdraw apparently, but
Before the full board.
We are denying you based on manner,
Okay.
which means basically you're unprepared.
Right, but we were just-
And the location.
and location. Find a new location and come back prepared.
The motion we made today has to be approved by the full board.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Got it.
So you.
Understood. So there's still time.
There's still
to-
time, yeah, yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Withdraw later.
Thank you. They should thank you.
Yeah.
Boy,
Is
We're lucky to
16
have you.
Murray here?
Yes.
16 Murray.
16 Murray?
I'm starving.
16 Murray, come on in.
16 Murray. Did you have your secretary?
Yeah, you should. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's
It's
not fun.
No materials. May not be.
Meeting. Those things aren't together. These have to be vetted. This is
Right.
unbelievable.
All right, 16, are you ready to roll?
Yes, yes, we are ready to roll.
Can you send that on?
Here's most different times.
The very first thing I'm going to ask you, because we have already approved an application at 16 Murray last month.
Trying to get a lawyer.
Yeah, this is.
So we will need,
I have a signed lease, I have possession of the property, I have the key, so whoever came in here and applied,
You have, Pat?
you know.
and a copy of the lease is full.
Yeah, you guys have it electronically. I didn't print it out because it's 30 pages.
Are
and-
there two commercial locations?
No.
No, it's
No.
one location, but I have,
So
I
who
have-
put the sign
They
up on
had
the
one
door
too.
for? Because there's now 2 signs on that door.
yeah, that's a card applicant that,
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm not them, but according to the landlord, I have possession of the property. I mean, I signed the lease and gave a deposit, paid first month's rent, so, and I have, you guys have the,
Do you have a certificate of occupancy?
no, not yet, haven't did that. My name is Rafael Chavez. I am here representing Black Mark LLC. This is my associate, Ben Rodriguez. He's the C applicant. And in an effort to, save time, everybody's here. You have our packets. We're prepared to answer any questions you may have. I mean, a little bit about us. We're experienced operators. We've been in cannabis since 2006. and,
Where?
In another state.
What state?
California, sorry.
Okay.
Where?
And
Los
how,
Angeles,
California.
Los Angeles, California.
and how many do you operate in Los Angeles?
3.
And how do you qualify for cannabis in New York State under?
Ben is a C, social or equity, economic equity applicant. He's a service disabled veteran for the U.S. Army.
Thank you for your service.
It's a family business. I'm a consultant that facilitates getting licenses for my family. My brother Edward's the CEO. Unfortunately, he's traveling, so he couldn't be here. Ben's my nephew. He's actually the CEO of our security company, Edgeline Security, that
Family business.
provides security for all our dispensaries. And my wife, Rachel, she's the CFO of our other company. Today, we're here at Black Mark LLC in New York.
I'm still curious about the lease. Because the other applicant had a signed lease also, didn't they? Tammy?
Well,
The other applicant had a provisional lease as well.
Provisional?
Yeah, they had.
Mine's executed.
All right, so then, I
It's-
guess
I mean,
you
I
trump,
could
I
show
guess
it to
you
you,
trump
right?
it.
Were they approved?
Zach might be able to, I sent everything to Mrs. James, and she's not here today, so I don't know if the emails have been forwarded to anybody, but, I mean, I have it here in my phone, if you guys want to see it.
It's gonna be reflected in the resolution.
Three things I'm already noticing. One, y'all seem to have different operating hours, but also they seem to be over our.
Yeah, I did inquire about that, just the operating hours we propose are for delivery as well. So we're comfortable closing retail, or operating the retail from 11 to 9. And as long as we can, or we would propose being able to operate the delivery earlier and longer.
Okay, so when we're talking about operation on the store, I'm just trying to get to all your pictures of holidays.
And this is another place where I might come from the landlord.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If we have a copy of these, we have a copy of these, we're
Yeah.
not gonna worry about that.
No, it's just not.
I mean, if I can, propose what I think happened, is that,
No, let's not go there. Let's talk about hours of operation of the store. Because currently what you have is not what's gonna be
Yeah.
approved. So if we're
Well,
talking
we-
70
we asked for more, but we're willing to do 11 to 9. For, operation of the storefront, but we would like to be able to do delivery earlier and later.
So
Not
11,
necessarily those hours, but, you know,
It's here on this.
Well, we don't want delivery later. You mean later than 9 p.m.?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
people
no,
are up.
uh-uh.
It's.
People are not up.
I think this is one of those, this is one of those things where it's against somebody coming from out of state, because I fought against it last time. But like, you have to know that street, that street's dead at 5. Most of the.
it's a residential street.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
a
that's why
quiet-
we do delivery. We take it to the clients.
Yeah, but also because it's residential, I don't want to hear that, or I don't want the noise, I don't want the smoke, I don't want the, like, the lights.
Also, when you say delivery, you mean you making deliveries to
Oh,
your
no, we were
customers?
talking
Yeah.
about.
Oh, we were talking about you receiving deliveries in a big noisy truck.
No, no, delivery.
No, I know you're talking
Yeah,
about.
we're delivering to the people that order online, pay for the product.
Right.
Get a bicycle, will take their product. And there's.
It's different.
That's the hours of operation
Yeah.
still, that's the.
Yeah. And then I think we, because it's a residential street, for the previous applicant, we stopped it at like 7 or 8 on Sundays.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And we actually, like, this is just not a populated area. And this is what I think we run into with both here and with the liquor licenses. Y'all think you're gonna change the neighborhood, but you're not. So people are not all of a sudden gonna want to get stuff late at night in that neighborhood. People that are gonna get deliveries in that neighborhood, they're gonna get it earlier than that because they're gonna be piecing out. They might smoke all night or eat edibles all night, but they're gonna get their edibles and smoking earlier than that. So that's my push for it. I'm not against this location per se, but I just want to be reasonable with that street.
If I may respond, I would say that, we want to serve the entire Tribeca neighborhood.
I understand that.
So, it's quite big.
And
We can
real
actually
familiar
serve
with it.
all of Manhattan with our delivery.
But you're gonna have competition too.
Yeah, but, we're not necessarily asking for the community to come. We want to be, contributing members. Dispensaries are destination locations. People come to us for a reason. Maybe it's a deal running or something, right? But we're really close proximity to the subway, so that's kind of what we're banking on. Somebody will get off and get back on and,
Don't think so.
No.
I agree with you. I don't think so, but.
No, you gotta know that
You'll
area.
see.
And I understand that, like, dispensaries are destination locations, but again, you gotta know that area. If you went 2 blocks the other way or 2 blocks, you went down to Fulton or in another direction, maybe, sure, got it. That street right there, people are not coming off that subway. Nobody's coming off that subway at 9 o'clock at night or 8 o'clock at night. Except for the people that live in the subway station or on these streets. As a person that is out at 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. Just saying.
Okay, so let's go back to those hours again. So we have 11 to 9, 7 days a week. Previously, we did 8 o'clock on Sunday.
Brendan knows that, what did we?
I think we landed on 8 o'clock on Sunday.
Yeah,
So it was 10 to 8.
Across the street.
Is that against the?
What's that?
It's
Across
nice.
the street from the library.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went over to talk to the librarian.
Probably did.
Per se. You didn't oppose it?
And maybe there was confusion, but I think it's worth noting that a person from the community did come for the other applicant saying that they opposed. So just putting that out there. A person from the community, remember, there was a parent that came for the last applicant that was like vehemently against.
Yeah, we spoke to her too.
Okay.
Yeah, you do know that building across the street that's on the corner of Broadway and Murray is filled with children.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised none of them are
You can
here.
see in our,
Oh, wait.
You know what, plastic, these are our, where here?
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, you do? Okay, good.
Also,
Here.
She's looking for 16 Murray.
This might be,
Saying.
this might be a problem, but there's also now a school of some sort at the Woolworth building.
Yeah.
There's autism, school. In November, they have leased out the 4th floor.
Kristen, did you know about autism?
Unfortunately, it's just.
I didn't even know.
But there's all those buses.
Is it,
In and out.
is it run by the city?
That I do not know.
I had no idea all of this.
Elizabeth knew about it?
All right, guys,
Everybody.
one person speak at a time. I'm sorry, I'm not just paying attention because I'm trying to look.
So these are some renderings we came up with, nothing set in stone. But it basically shows you the floor layout, U-shaped retail, with one entrance, one exit. Green Cross is our brand, so we have, all these graphics already done.
Could you do us a favor on the application? Sure. You said you have an interest in 8 cannabis locations, you only listed 3. Could you, include the other?
Yeah, the other ones are, distribution, cultivation, they're not dispensaries.
It doesn't make a difference. Can you send us a listing of everything that you're involved?
They're all licensed.
Yep, thank you.
By the way, there are some residents of the building here that came in opposition. Having just so that you know, I don't think you saw them.
All right, Andrew has his hand up.
No.
So I just want to clarify my understanding. You're making a distinction between hours of operation for retail and then hours of operation before and after for delivery.
Correct.
Sorry if this is an obvious question, but in order to facilitate deliveries, you will have to have access to the retail space.
Of course.
So the retail space itself will be accessible from the period of time you're looking to start delivery to the period of time you're looking to end delivery. Not to the public, but.
Yeah, it'll be
activity
accessible
in
to
the
the,
building.
to the delivery personnel, correct. The door will remain locked, they'll be buzzed in or whatever we decide to do, and they'll have access, but not the public.
So the last applicant at this location, we approved 9 to 9, Monday to Thursday. Right? And 9 to 8 on Sundays. So they started earlier and ended earlier.
On Friday and Saturday.
We didn't know that, they came 3 months ago. We did not know what our limitations were. So we were more flexible than we are now, based on our guidelines. So looking at 70 hours, the question is, we had done 9 to 8 on Sundays. Would you be willing to?
For the retail, the customer facing, yeah. but
We
the-
do everything as
Mhm.
one set of hours because if you have deliveries running out the door at 10 o'clock, no offense intended, but if you've got somebody who's standing there who's saying, man, can I please come in? I just, my delivery didn't come or whatever. There's actually, how are you gonna turn somebody absolutely away? If you're making deliveries and you have to ring things up anyway, your operation is running inside. So we've never had somebody say, we want to deliver before and after closing hours. We've always had just operating hours and delivering hours being the same. So it's a little odd from my perspective, and I'm gonna let Jared go and then you.
I would just raise the question of why is that a bad thing? I think it cuts down on the foot traffic issue that people who do live on the block might have, and it provides service of some sort to the community, I think.
But does it in effect allow for more than 70 hours?
Correct.
Right.
And then also on top of people trying to get in the door, what it will turn into is they'll stand at the door to pick up their delivery. So they can order on their phone and get it delivered, and it's gonna be delivered at that location.
Well, I think delivery means
So we
delivery.
would agree not to do that. We're talking delivery to your home, not
Sir?
circumventing
To
the.
answer your question, ma'am, it's all about establishing operating procedures. Our guards know the retail closes at 10. There's no exceptions. Nobody can come in afterwards, and that's just our company policy. It's about enforcing those policies every time.
So what we'd like to work on is 70 hours of operating hours. Whether you want to call them delivery or you want to call them retail is up to you, however you want to do it. So the question is, for 70 operating hours, if we're working with you, knowing how the last applicant who was here was closing earlier Monday to Thursday, later Friday and Saturdays, and early on Sunday, think about that while Colin goes.
Sorry, caught me off guard. First of all, thank you for being the first applicant to actually show the facade.
Yeah.
I gave you a couple options.
Yeah, and I definitely like the green one personally.
That's-
And the application's really thorough, and that's a refreshing thing. But point of information, my daughter's old daycare, the old Trinity Daycare, which is now the Bivy World Trade Childcare, seems to be pretty close. I'm not sure if
Daycares don't count.
they don't count. Okay. That's all I want to know. Thanks.
Yeah, we wouldn't be wasting your time.
Okay.
So the question, do you have an answer perhaps on?
Yeah, I'm really gonna work. I mean, do you want me to agree to something today, right now?
Yes.
What are you proposing? 8 to what?
Well, that's the question. I mean, what, you have experience from California, you seem very focused on your delivery. So,
I think being able to stay that extra hour or the later time from 11 to 9 would be better for us.
so 11 to 9 is
12
10 hours.
10, that's 10
10
hours, 7 days a
days.
week.
And that's what you want to stick with, and delivery would be within those hours.
Hmm.
Everything would be contained.
Yes.
I mean, it'll be in our, yeah.
And if you want to go outside those hours, you would return to
Are
it.
you here? Correct.
Awesome.
Tammy, question.
Yeah.
So we were talking about this. So there's the, what's it called, the Hawthorne School at the Woolworth Building. I don't think that is a DOE program.
It's not, it's a private school for kids with disabilities.
Do we take that into
You
consideration?
do. It's private or public.
And there's a park literally across the street, 19 Park and 16 Murray on the same.
Sir, can you hold on a second? I don't even have that one, so I have to look it up. And do you know where the entrance on that is? Is it,
It's the main entrance, 225.
is there access on? Okay.
Yeah, it's within 100 feet. I mean, it's right there.
So the main entrance is actually, or the entrance that I've seen a lot of students use is on Barclay.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Because
I
I've
think-
seen them walk in 225, so that's,
I thought the
Okay.
main entrance was Barclay,
okay, well, maybe it is.
which would be fine. Okay, does anybody else from the committee have any other questions? Anybody online?
Tammy, my only question is, how can we approve them if we approve somebody else first?
Because they're the current leaseholder.
Got it. So do we have to cancel the approval of the other?
No.
Nope, that's not for us to deal with,
Well,
unfortunately.
we should see the copy.
All right, is there anybody else from the committee who has any questions? Are there any people from the public who have anything to say? Sir, welcome, please introduce yourself and speak loudly.
My name is Joe Chyla. I am an owner in the building. The main issues that we have is that there is access from the main area of the building to their store. Also, there is 19 Park and 16 Marina the same. 19 Park is really across the street that park. That park between the Four Seasons, it's a public park.
It's a pop.
Plaza.
It's a pop. It's a privately owned public space. Thank you.
I just sat there.
So the access to our building, the area with the bar that just opened up a couple months ago next door, where there's already people lined up smoking there all night. This is only gonna contribute to that. And it was as everybody's, the building between that,
What bar is that?
That's a restaurant.
Yard, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And that's on Murray Street?
That's- No, it's on, yeah.
I'm sure.
They have interest on both Park Place and Murray.
Make a difference?
May I respond?
Multiple ones.
Yes, sir.
Sir, on-site consumption has always been a problem around dispensaries. It's something that we've dealt with for many years.
The way to prevent on-site consumption is to be vigilant with your security guards, to patrol the area around your dispensary and to control the areas where your customers go. And we can't control people's actions, beyond so far, but we will diligently make sure that nobody is consuming on site because it's against regulations.
And let me just add that not only do we do that, but when we find somebody violating the rules to be a patron we ban them. They're no longer allowed.
Thank you.
And there's a ban list and guards
The
check
access
it.
into the building is a big
Oh,
issue,
good.
and there's no way to prevent that.
So explain that to us.
So there is access from the retail space into the main building, two ways, either through the basement or the elevator, which comes
Well,
into the.
The basement, nobody should be coming from the basement of their.
It's right in-
Okay, but there's also access into the main area.
So what commercial, what was there before?
Nothing. It's been empty.
It's a new retail.
The new building.
This is the new building because this is next to that building that collapses.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they actually just got occupancy for residency, but it actually sat empty for a
There's a
couple
lot of
years.
issues with it.
Yeah.
I can't say, I'm sorry.
Okay,
That's a.
one, let's deal with the basement question. What do you have going on in the basement?
That's where we'll have our product storage vault.
Okay, will there be anybody going from the basement unless emergency into the basement of the building?
No.
So if you get a consumption license.
Stop. Let him answer the questions.
Ma'am, it's an authorized access only area, so the only people that will be allowed are on a controlled access list and nobody else.
And it's our basement. We don't share the basement with that building.
Gotcha, okay. So there should be no one leaving, and we can put that in our specs. No one other than those with authorized access would be using the door that goes to the basement of the adjacent, of the residential portion of the building.
We don't have access to that.
Yeah, you can get it.
No, we didn't. We leased the commercial space. We don't have
But the
anything to do.
commercial space is attached and there's a door.
What he means by attached is our retail entrance is right here. There's a door over here that leads to their building somehow. I've never been there.
It goes,
It's a
so
separate
you open
entrance.
that door, you're in our building.
But it's
I don't have
locked.
access to
Also, and also on the lobby level, there's an entrance from the elevator that you cannot prevent from coming in. There's no way to prevent that. And it's directly in the middle of what would be the space for your retail.
All right, hold on a second, because his front door is on the street. So just, ma'am, I'll get to you. So let him answer that, because from what we see here, his front door is on the street.
No,
That,
I'm trying to answer that question.
no, let him answer. He's the applicant.
Okay, good.
What is the question?
Where is the front door of your establishment?
On Murray Street
Is it direct access into your store?
only.
Thank you. Sir, do you have anything else to say?
Yes, there's direct access from his retail space into our lobby. There's an elevator right there that when you push the button, you walk right through. It's a weird setup. I'm in real estate and I've never seen it myself either. But there's a direct access into.
Can it be locked?
That
Can it be locked?
It can't be controlled in any way?
No, I've
There's no
tried.
way to install some sort of control to keep
Maybe,
it
I don't know.
locked?
if you
Yeah.
were getting
Sir,
elevator, but-
Sir, you will be the commercial tenant there. He is raising a concern about a direct access from your space into his. Can you address that for us?
I don't believe there's direct access within the elevator.
Here. You put in the space, there's a big
Yeah.
elevator right
Yeah.
there.
It
It's
was,
like
it
right.
was my assumption it only goes down to
No.
the basement.
It goes into the lobby.
They should meet tomorrow and go look at it.
So I'm gonna recognize the lady to speak, and then I'm going to recommend that you meet them, you go through it, and you come back and tell us what the prep plan is.
Well, we'll
You'll
disable
email
the-
us.
We'll disable the elevator access to our floor.
Yeah, it's the ADA then.
Well, it can be turned back on when needed.
Oh,
Let them
if they replace the elevator.
Hold on a
it's an elevator that can
You
be
are
locked.
only doing the ground level and the basement, correct? So the only thing you need that elevator
No, there's
for
a
is
loft.
deliveries to go downstairs?
No, we have stairs too.
Wait,
But yeah.
what's this loft he's
There's a
suggesting?
loft in the space also.
A mezzanine.
So the elevator goes up to 3 levels.
So
And
the
all of that-
elevator is used for handicapped accessibility to the loft, is that correct,
Yeah,
sir?
in the basement.
And the-
So the elevator is used, and it is the same elevator that is part of the residential building.
Yes.
I was not aware that it was part of the residential.
Let them meet tomorrow.
What about key fobs?
Have you been into the
Retail?
Yep.
So you take the elevator down to,
You don't have to, you push the elevator button, both doors open, and you can walk right into the retail. space.
Can that
Which is
go?
very disappear.
Hold on, okay,
Yeah.
first of all,
I'm trying.
ma'am, please announce yourself and do you have anything new to add to this dialogue?
So I'm Natalie Joyella. We live together. We're both owners in the building. I wanted to, if I could, articulate the structure of the elevator and the relationship with the private building and the retail space to add a little bit more color as to the structure.
Can you answer the question that was raised by the board member? Is it possible to keep off the elevator so that the access cannot be done without a key or a fob or something else?
To my knowledge, no.
We brought this up to the landlord with a sponsor. And he's very hard.
It's very, I know about
Okay.
this.
Can we go
Ma'am,
next and look at it?
no, I'm not making a feel for it. Go ahead, keep going.
Sure. So that my concern with the elevator is the elevator has two doors. One entrance from the residential building and one from the retail building. That is the same elevator that is utilized for both spaces. So how can you confirm that during non-working hours, someone can not go into your facility? How can you protect against that? How can you protect that there is going to be no cross-pollination of populations?
It's a question for the gentleman.
Yeah,
well, we're gonna have to disable the elevator, I mean, if that's the
You
case.
cannot disable an elevator for handicapped accessibility for the residents, but I mean.
So there's, you've been to an elevator where you have to get access to the floors, you have to have certain, so we'll have to, we'll have to pay for that elevator to be retrofitted with that type of hard access.
And will you commit to doing that?
Yes, of course, I can't have random people from the lobby going down into the vault, I mean, yes, of course.
Colin has his hand up.
Totally unrelated to this issue, which I'm really curious about, but you mentioned a great deal about deliveries. How much of your business do you think would be delivery? How much do you think would be walk-in?
I mean, maybe 60-40?
60 delivery?
No, 40.
40 walk-in. And what kind of, are you gonna have like a stable of bikes outside? How's that
No,
gonna work?
we'll put them down in the basement.
Okay.
So then you're gonna have to carry through the elevator if the bicycles to go up.
There's stairs also.
And that elevator, if it's disabled, we can't get to our storage.
No, you'll be able to get to the floor that you need to get to.
Storage unit to move things out. We need to use that.
So it opens on two sides. The elevator opens on two sides. So he's gonna disable where it opens on his side.
Well, he would have to replace the whole elevator.
Yeah.
7 a.m. meeting that I need to be in person for tomorrow.
There's a question behind you, Tammy.
We have quorum.
Andrew, thank you.
If I'm understanding correctly, he has to figure out a solution to this. Otherwise, when their store is closed, people will be able to access it.
Yeah.
That, I think that's what you're telling me. So that it would seem to be that there's a very strong interest on their part to find a solution to this. Otherwise, people can walk in and out when the store's closed.
So should it be approved after they do that?
Okay, that's a separate point. I
That's a
just want to make
separate
sure my
point.
understanding
We
is
have to
correct.
that that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I think.
They're gonna sign it, they're gonna sign the stipulation.
Stipulation. And I think from what we have seen, and I'm going to speak just for myself, this is no fly-by-night group. They have experience, they've not been in New York, am I correct?
I know who they are. I'm in the cannabis industry. I know who they are.
Okay, I mean, I
I'm in
don't
the
think,
cannabis industry and I'm fighting to not have this. so
okay, I just don't think they're,
Understand that. It's also, I want to make this clear. I can only say a certain amount, but the sponsor of the building is difficult at best.
I
So
can
it's-
imagine.
So to believe that he's going to allow all this to happen.
Well, that's something that has to get
It's
worked
gonna
out.
be very, very hard to believe.
I'm curious why other residents
They
would
go
really
in the lunch.
Because they're scared of the sponsor.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the same thing. I'd encourage you to have them show to the full board.
I was trying
We'll
to.
read the reflex on the side.
Like, I'm compelled by you, I really am. You
Yeah.
gotta get more people.
I'm doing my best. I'm out here risking myself with this.
I know, we understand.
They probably think this was done deal. I mean, if this has already been here.
I thought it was the same, I thought it was the same applicant myself. I didn't realize it was somebody different than the first time.
Yeah. Okay, Tricia, Brandon, and then sir, you can reply.
I first want to say this was by far the best presentation we saw the entire evening. I just want to thank you for being prepared. You obviously have a really tight run business. Once again, it's just not the right location. You've got a tricky building. You're right down from a school for kids with disabilities. You're just in too dense of a residential part of the building. It actually won't be good for walk-in business. This is a great place for delivery only. I have to say, I would really support that because I think you're in a spot where that could really work out if that's ever of any interest to you.
Well, no, we're gonna do that.
But,
I mean,
it's the walk-in business is gonna be a
it
really
comes
big
with a
problem.
license. It's retail and delivery, so it's a business decision. If we realize like, hey, we're money keeping this place open with all these bud tenders, nobody's coming in the doors, then yeah, we'll just do delivery.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know whether it's gonna work out, that you're gonna get it, but I mean, you certainly, if you do, you're entitled to that, but, anyway, I just wanted
Thank
to.
you.
Okay, so we would need to put in a stip to have you sign, Brendan, you go next, the keys about the elevator.
Of course.
And access, that's, I mean, that's crucial for the residential
Of course.
building, and it should be for you to
Of
protect your
course,
product.
yes.
Brendan, Jared, and then, by the way, for board members, I ordered the pizza,
Oh, man.
Thanks,
I'm sorry.
because I'm getting cranky.
Two votes, one,
Sorry,
yes.
Sally.
I think like, again, I think your like in-person walk-ins are gonna end around 6. So like you're gonna be spending a lot of money on like bud tenders and electricity. Two, who could be working there? So like you are based out of California. I assume you're here.
You can look at the bios, our manager, Alexander or Alex, she's located here.
Okay,
She's relocated.
where's the bio?
Keep going.
It's in there.
It's in the back.
Based on the crap.
They're like the best one so far.
Is there a service entrance that the deliveries will go out of or no?
I'm sorry.
Will the deliveries go out of a service entrance or?
No, there's only one entrance, front door.
Got it.
It's okay.
Alright,
You said that you're gonna be using bikes and they're gonna be stored in the basement?
Yes.
No electric ones, right? In the basement?
Bicycles?
Yeah.
No, just bicycles and foot.
E-bikes.
And I'm saying
E-bike.
bikes
It's a big deal.
stored
here.
inside of a residential building could explode. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
good question.
Manual pedals, yeah. We stipulate that, pedal?
like storage inside, no lithium ion battery.
Yeah.
The building should stipulate that, yeah.
Right, anything else? Does it, is there anybody online who has any questions? Katie Hartel has your hand up. I will request on these.
Betty's up.
Betty goes first.
Thank you. I'm going to make a comment about the lithium ion concerns. I charge them and store them in where I live and have for over a decade. So people are getting way overhyped on that. Also, if you go to the people who own Uni and those, there are safe containers they can be put in so they don't have to be out and risk. So I hope that is not a stipulation because I think that is a completely unreasonable one. And if my building did that and drove me out and everybody else with a wheelchair, that would be ridiculous. So I would say, put a stipulation that they have some kind of safe container, it's fine.
The TSA will tell you you can't get on a plane if you have a certain kind of lithium ion battery. I mean, you know.
Okay,
it's
so-
not- It's not.
But I do.
That's not
People have
germane,
died, it's
it's
not a
not
point.
germane to this. What we can say is that he has to provide safe storage and be mindful of the fire
That's what we can say.
And he said no. electric
Right.
bikes.
And yeah,
Okay.
he's
I
made
wasn't
nothing.
aware we just banned them in our building.
All right, Katie?
You can't have them in house either.
Hi, thank you. It's partially related to what you're discussing. I live at 25 Ann Street, and this morning I was taking my dog for a walk, and there's an application stuck to our front door for a from APA dispensary, the application for adult use retail.
Different application.
Katie, I muted you because that's not the topic of this application that we're going through. You have to wait. I apologize. We just have to stay on topic here or we'll never get done for the night. And I apologize. That sounded sort of harsh. Okay. Any other questions for anybody else?
They didn't address the issue about the people outside of the building. There's already so many people that stay outside that building because of the bar.
He can only deal with, I'll answer that. If you have issues with the bar and loitering, please send a note to our fabulous district manager who can talk to the bar. Okay, it is not illegal to be out on the street. It is, you know, if you have queuing issues, if you have other things, we can certainly address that. That has nothing to do, unfortunately, with this gentleman. Will you
can
be able
report
to
it.
manage if you have a queue for any reason to not queue on the street?
We'll be providing stanchions to have them queue against the wall, is that?
No, that's not what I asked.
There's not a wall.
I'm sorry, I missed.
I specifically asked, will you be able to manage and secure so you do not queue on the sidewalk? Period.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
No stanchions outside, no queues on the sidewalk.
There's no.
That's kind of an unreasonable request. There's nothing we can do to prevent people from coming to our business. I mean, now you're telling me.
We
that-
want them to come in. We don't want them to
And we
be.
have a maximum occupancy, so we'll,
And what's your maximum occupancy?
I think it's 50.
Oh,
52,
well.
sorry.
Is there a reason you'd have more than 58 people lined up outside of
They're
anywhere?
How many people we can help at a time?
The reason why it's a concern.
They're not gonna
But
get
we
that much.
can, we can have a queue inside.
The reason why.
It's not
If
gonna
that's what you want to hear. I mean, but-
I don't think it's good.
Yeah.
I'd rather that you queue inside, actually,
Our
yes.
guards will be providing crowd control, yes, ma'am.
Did we talk about
That's one of their
stress feedback?
primary responsibilities.
The reason for that concern is just the building.
You did?
left has
Are you having special events?
blocking.
No.
Blocking the sidewalks,
Say
there's
no.
nowhere to form a queue on the
Would you be
sidewalk.
willing to do a stipulation on that?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Would you be willing
My
to do a
last-
stipulation on that?
No,
You wouldn't do a stipulation. on
I can't control how many people come.
No,
What about
special-
Special events, we were.
Special
Oh,
events.
no, no special events.
You do a stipulation on that.
Of course.
There's in the.
And I think
Yeah.
earlier there was a gentleman who was talking about pop-ups. I think he used the wrong word. It's not a pop-up. We call them PADs, Patron Appreciation Days. When a brand comes in and educates people about their vape pens but they're just there. It's not like we tell everybody that it's a little bonus for the patients. or
Yeah, that's
the
what he's
patients.
saying.
Yeah.
So one
But he
last
didn't say
question.
he would queue inside.
What's
Yeah.
gonna happen on the mezzanine?
Right.
That's admin and dispatch.
Oh, okay.
So it's just for you all?
Yeah, the whole,
They-
the
well-
is for us, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the first floor is where you're gonna
Or
have your
retail.
patrons.
Is your retail,
But the
the second
basement and the
floor is
mezzanine.
all yours for administration. Okay. Just put that together.
Gentleman in the back with the white shirt.
I have two questions.
Sure, please identify yourself for the
My
record.
name is Greg Gang, and I'm here as a supporter of a different location.
Okay.
So my two questions are, my understanding is that there's no C of O, there's no TC of O. So how does he know when the amount of people are allowed in?
Good question. So there is a standard that's based on the New York Building Code where you can derive based on the type of use, if it's storage, if it's retail, and they give you a gross square footage. For retail, it's 50. For storage, it's 300. So I just did the calculations.
So you did them yourself?
Right.
They're also on our plans that are,
I mean, he has a lease and he has draft plans.
When you say
So
you
he has that.
have a different location, you mean you support them being in a different location or they came here, to support a
That's a
different
good question.
location? Okay.
And my other question is, how do we know if there are any other signed leases? So we know of two now. Do we know of any other signed leases?
And that's why I brought up the spot.
So the first person who came had a prospective lease. The second person who came has a signed lease. We have no way of knowing the difference, and that will all sort out when it gets to OCM.
yeah, if I can say something about that. OCM said that they're not allowing, it's called stacking. So anybody that does that will be rejected. Because there were groups saying, hey, we have locations, we'll take 10 applicants, give us your deposits. And
Yeah,
the OCM got wind of that and they said they're not gonna.
that's good.
Okay, so I think we're ready. Does anybody have anything else? Oh, wait, I'm sorry, our first applicant. Okay. Nubia, feel free to unmute yourself. Hi, Nubia.
Hi, how you doing? Just so you guys know, I submitted the location, which has location protection, and they know that as well, what that is.
Yeah, but you don't have.
There's no location protection over there, because I just. looked
I'm a
up-
card licensee. I don't need a lease. I have LOI.
But she does not have.
I have possession of the property. So.
But regardless,
triggering.
there's only gonna be one dispensary in this location, correct?
Correct.
OCM will make that
But you
determination.
do not have a you do not have a
It does.
you do not have a license, and you still are not guaranteed a license.
Correct. So if I don't get it, then you have an opportunity to apply for that location. So currently, I can prove to the OCM that I have possession with an executed lease.
Oh, that's a good
Okay, that's not for us.
Yeah, I know.
To fight out, I'm sorry.
All right,
Yeah.
that goes up, sorry, that goes up there. So I think we have heard everything that we need for this application. Does anybody have anything else? Does anybody want to make any motions?
I make a motion that we approve, but with stipulations, so they have to prove that they can do whatever they need to do to the elevator to prevent residents.
Right?
And they have a license.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they cannot, they
Sir, be
can't
quiet.
afford without.
What else is there?
We talked about no special events, queuing inside, they will provide crowd control, there's no special events. Their bike storage will be inside, and they will find a way to be mindful to ensure that, they're safely storing the
Lithium batteries.
lithium batteries. Anybody else have anything, and their hours are
So,
11
I'm
to
sorry,
9.
just, so
7
we're on the same
days.
page, the lithium battery issue, is just the size of the battery that concerns you guys?
No,
To the fire department, we just want to make sure it's safe.
It's the whole thing. So like if you go, you can probably get information, if you go online to the TSA or to the airline, they'll tell you, there's one type that they allow, that they say it's safer, and then, right.
I do not want to,
Even for the
guys, I
wheelchairs,
do
and
not
there's
want to
one
get into
type
this.
that you cannot even get board a plane, even if you're in a wheelchair, you cannot.
Mariana, I do not want to get into lithium ion batteries. It's not what we're here for today. He can do his due diligence.
I'm just saying.
He seems very prepared, okay? It's 11 to 9 for hours plus delivery. Everything is set for 11 to 9. There's no delivery at 11 PM at night or 7 AM in the morning,
Unless we appear.
unless you return for different hours. All right, with all of that in mind, and who called the question?
I did. Second.
And Mimi second. We're gonna assume everybody's in favor. Are there any abstentions? Holy smokes. Are you abstaining or are you opposing?
No, I'm not abstaining.
Okay.
Take it back.
I'm opposing. I don't like the location. I'm sorry.
Even though we've already approved one at this location.
I wasn't at that meeting, so I just
It
want
passed the full
Full
board.
board, yeah.
totally
Okay.
good.
So that's one opposition for Tricia.
I'm abstaining because there are too many unanswered questions.
Yeah.
I feel like it, yeah, I
As
just
you
have a
would.
lot of questions that,
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's one abstention for Elizabeth. Colin? Are you abstaining or
Do you want to hear why? I'm abstaining.
you are abstaining?
I voted against it at the full board.
Okay.
There you go, Mahoney is an abstention.
Sorry.
Okay. Anybody else? Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. Please make sure you get to us.
Can we have these back because they're sensitive information?
Yeah. You can have
We actually, no,
Well,
We need one of them.
we
gentlemen,
have to leave
you
one.
may not have all of them back. We need some for the office process.
You have-
So we need at least 3,
Okay, yeah.
one original, and then we have to redact. I would say these.
You have,
These aren't public info, right? You guys don't.
No.
This is our address.
you have your 3?
This is the public meeting, so it's.
Yeah. If you want it.
So-
I'm collecting for you. Yeah, you have what you need? Yeah. You got the big green one?
Yes, she has. what
Yep,
she needs.
I have what I need from this.
Okay, great, thank you.
Last
Good
call
luck.
for the other 16 Murray, 212 partners. Other 16 Murray, 212 partners. 212 partners. Tag on now. Going on, going twice.
Why is he calling them in?
This was, okay, so this was a third
Next
applicant
is-
for the same address. They are not here, so they are automatic. If you do not show, at the end of the meeting, we vote anyone who no shows is automatically declined.
So who's not here?
The 16 Murray 212 partners, they did
The
not show.
second one.
Okay.
Next is on our board members on the list, number 3, 25 Ann Street, APA Dispensary LLC. Do you have your materials? Can you please pass them out?
Wedding solution.
Oh.
And did you bring enough snacks for everyone? It's the same.
I am not.
Then,
It's one.
I think it's one, yeah.
Two kinds.
So just throw it up there.
I'm not hungry, never looked hungry lady.
I don't know which Justine's going with that one.
What are we doing? He only gave us one thing, so I was saying.
No.
I gave 2 on each side, I apologize.
Oh, you only was two?
No. No, that doesn't really work, so
But
we need
exactly,
one
if
for,
anybody's gonna have us.
I don't need this.
All right,
They did not provide materials in advance.
correct, so that.
What's 25 and?
25 a.m.?
Yeah.
25 Ann Street.
Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let me see.
Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, let's go.
I know it's called or.
Show me.
Go for it.
Across from Oxy Hotel.
I know.
I got one.
From where?
Oxy Hotel.
Oh.
See, it's here on the TSA website.
There's also a shelter.
Even if you're in a wheelchair,
Yeah.
citizens know everything about
I don't think they
wheelchairs.
have.
The citizen one also. You have to have, there's a certain kind of wheelchair that comes with the appropriate battery. And then there's one lithium battery.
I know, I didn't join
I
it.
don't know, and that's from high school.
School is too far away from this, right?
What?
Which one?
School is too far away from this.
I haven't done
You
that.
should be in a single place where people are living, and they didn't approve that, because they're at risk.
It's too far away. It's my daughter's little.
You had 3 fires down home.
Really?
Where'd the hungry
You do
lady
that?
go? Yeah.
She's checking on dinner.
Electric bikes exploding.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
You okay, like 700 feet.
It doesn't matter, but Denver can do it.
My name is Arthur Abramo. I'm a
But
card
louder,
holder.
louder.
My name is Arthur Abramo. I'm a card holder. I was granted the license, June 15th. I applied last year like everybody else. It's been a very struggle, it was very struggle, the whole process of actually getting the license and then finding space, finding the right investors. It's whole like a whirlwind for me, you know, but I'm very excited and I feel like 25 Ann Street is the right place for me and my team. We're doing our due diligence, we're reaching out to community right next door to where Ann Street is a barbershop. The place where I get my haircuts. A friend of mine also did haircuts investors. There's dry cleaners that I use there. The area in general is very exciting for me because I see the potential that it has. First of all, it's the illegal market that I see every day in the street. It's like, I don't know if you guys see it, but it's all in your face. So with the OCM and the car license, we want to bring that perspective of dispensary and legality to it, clean and, you know, like I see other dispensaries, they bring that vibe of community and cleanliness and respect and not just like nonsense of people just coming and shopping, you know what I mean? So in reality, just looking at 25 Ann Street, for me, myself and my team, a destination where we could thrive. Like the actual section in the sense of the community seems like it's very strong. Like I knock on doors, community doors. People are very helpful. I have 3 signatures from Joe's Pizza. I have a signature from the local barber shop, a signature from the local dry cleaners. People who I do business with, I know on a first name basis. So, they gave me their.
To Claudia?
I'm sorry?
To Claudia?
The Claudia, exactly, yeah.
Claudia's in support?
They're in support?
Well, I'm
Did
sorry.
they get it, or did anybody there sign in support?
Wait, the dry cleaners?
No.
It's Italian.
It's a real client there.
I didn't even stop by the restaurant. You mean next door?
Right next
We
door.
went there and the manager said that we can't sign on their behalf. It was too early, like 10 in the morning. So they said,
Oh, the
come on,
owner
11,
wasn't
12
there?
o'clock.
The owner
I didn't want to get a signature from anybody else. So I have 3 signatures, direct owners, people from Joe's Pizza, the dry cleaner and the barber shop. So they don't get a signature and
It's
the
only
phone
2
number.
signatures.
Yeah. It's always, it's there.
I mean, there's,
Joe's
in
Pizza.
total, there's 93 signatures.
I don't know, we only.
Right around the corner. The barber shop. The barber shop right next door. Yeah.
Do you have your card license?
Yes.
number?
Yes, ma'am, 00772.
In total or from?
Here, but he's
So-
a resident.
So none of the residents, just.
He didn't knock on anybody's door though.
We do have somebody who has her hand up.
Oh, you mean online too? Oh, yeah, because that lady that
Oh.
called in, right?
Yeah, Katie Hartel.
Yeah.
So after we do the table and the board members will go to the public in the room and those online. Mary, I'm gonna go first.
So,
And we do want to look at the hours.
it's super important to me that the card applicants get through, like if anybody's gonna get this.
Yeah.
And I was actually gonna hold off on making a remark about the different presentations, because we keep commenting on the presentations. somebody just got out of jail or whatever, they may not make the best presentations. I would ask that, we stop doing that. But there's a school on Ann Street. There's at least one. I think there's actually, no, there's an autistic school.
Yes.
And so that, yeah,
Do you
for
know how
that.
far away it is?
It's like Ann and William. Remember the little school buses that used to stop there, but they had to move to Gold when the building collapsed? Yeah, so for that reason, I mean, it's important to me that you get someplace, in general, but for that reason, that location is like off limits. No good.
No good for. Oh, yeah, see.
I mean, is it down on the 21st floor? The
That's
actual
the
school?
Special needs, yeah.
Building.
Plus you have,
It's
you
door to
have,
door.
page 8, public school.
Right, Spruce Street, yeah.
Spruce Street is not on Ann.
No.
Spruce, and it's 500 feet away.
It is.
It's not, if you're walking.
No, it's further than 500.
I hope you're right, but.
Walk to the buildings.
But the other school, the school I'm talking about is on Ann. It's not, it's on Ann. It's not on another street.
Rebecca Prep is on Nassau.
It's on the 21st floor, I believe.
It doesn't matter, it's the building, it's the door.
It's the entrance.
Colin, what's your thoughts on this? Because you said you had thoughts about it earlier, of this location. But you were talking about how like Fulton's changed. This area is, just like a block away from Fulton.
Oh, yeah, I mean, look, I'm kind of patently against a lot of these, to be perfectly frank, but yeah, that whole neighborhood is plagued by what are probably illegal dispensaries at this point, and it's really damaged the community, and, look, every question I've asked everybody at this point is, what is it gonna look like, what's it gonna do to the community?
Yeah.
And, I take a lot of advice from you, and I trust you, and if this is the right kind of person we want doing this, then I'm listening to that, but.
So the law was really written for these kinds of applicants, and these LLCs and corporations are taking up all the licenses.
No, I get that. But that being said, I just wish you were a little more prepared, because I need to know what it would look like. I just need to know what, security procedures. We have one thing that we're trying to share at this point.
Right now, we've got the school.
Yes.
I understand, but this whole injunction kind of didn't really give me time to really operate in a sense of, where am I gonna be? Prior to this, I was approved for 232 Mott Street. I was ready to approve in June 25th. So I was going with them, the injunction happened. So what happened was my landlord got scared. She's like, I don't want this here. So now go find somebody else. So now I went to 16 Murray Street as well. Just like everybody, I saw the whole place. I met the landlord, I did everything. They said they have somebody else pending, it was a rented space. They said they might not go with them financially. I gave them my financial records. They said that we have to continue the person who prior to me, they asked for them.
But as for.
Do you have a lease on the Ann Street?
Actually, yes, I have a lease.
You have a signed lease.
It's a contingent lease on a 6.
So it's not really binding.
Everything, for the
Everything's
most part, they're contingent,
contingent.
because everything is lottery.
Yeah.
So even though you have a license,
Although
the
the-
lottery doesn't mean you'll get, it doesn't mean you'll get chosen.
You have the license.
But he has a license, so
I'm a granted license car holder,
So
so all I
you-
need right now is to find a location.
then you're
That's
good.
really where I'm at, in a sense, and it's very.
That's what the young lady was trying to say on the phone too.
Okay,
It's
got
very
it.
hard to navigate in Manhattan.
To answer your question, like, as someone who actually lives in this neighborhood, this is my neighborhood. I actually kind of don't mind the location, to be honest with
To be
you.
honest with you,
But if it's near a school,
the
this
10 people
conversation's
I
over.
shook hands with,
It's
they were
right.
excited, they were all
No,
looking.
the location to us is not bad, but we are limited by the fact that you are within 500 feet of the school.
Which one?
So you're automatically.
Which, how is it that I'm?
So they said they're Tribeca Prep.
Tribeca Prep, it's like 3 doors down.
And then Tribeca Prep is the one that's.
21st floor, yeah, I figured that would have been.
No, because it's door to door.
Does the 500 feet apply to going up?
It's door
You
to
know
door.
that? It's door to door.
They have to walk.
They have to
It's-
exit entrance and exit.
Tribeca Prep is Nassau Street.
Right. It's not-
According
it's off
to
Nassau Street.
Well, it's,
Yes.
That doesn't matter.
It's not approved DMV school.
That's what I'm looking up right now.
It's absolutely, because the,
yeah, 25 Ann is at the corner of Nassau.
Yeah, it's right there.
It's off now.
Tribeca Prep High School. High school.
Which means.
no, there's a school for younger kids. 'Cause when I knew had a child in there.
Here, I
Autistic
can't
kids.
do the math, but here's 109.
It's
I
one
go
to
down the
12,
street.
independent special ed.
Oh, 1 to 12, okay, so maybe that's it.
And there's a,
The 12 months, sorry.
so it's pretty.
So we have a
Either
map.
clear the 500 feet rule.
Hold on. we're gonna pull up a map that we have.
It's.
It is still the screen, because Jesus.
Going.
Better you than me.
He did look, he thought it was.
It's only you now, because.
Okay.
Achieve academics and.
So why are we continuing the conversation with this, with the 500?
We have to figure out.
My question is this.
That's
You guys
amazing.
want-
So we are taking a look at the map that's behind me.
Same map we went.
So you see, if you can see.
All
it,
right,
yeah.
so let's see, where am I going? The street is right here.
The school near 25 and Street in Google, it will pop up, you have,
By the way,
if you look for Google, you know,
Yeah.
school near 25.
That's.
it's gonna pop up.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You're so smart.
Have to stop.
you just had skull thing right there. That's it, Tammy.
And it's in the corner, that's.
So where's this one?
Maybe these are more, but that's closer.
That's right. Wow, okay.
Oh, snakes.
Nice.
What is?
Kind of curve is that.
It's there's a 93 and it's.
Yeah, they changed.
Like on the same block.
It's 90.
Probably an illegal one.
So we have the school.
Tribeca Prep.
Tribeca Prep, a nucleus school, I'm looking to see where it is. After school and school extension,
109 Nassau.
yeah, 109 Nassau, it's right across the
It's right
street.
there.
Rebecca, yeah.
It's right across
So
the street.
you're here.
There's a school. I know it's a school because my friend's son was there.
So here's Tribeca Prep, which is listed as 109 Nassau, which is right, this one right here. And this is the front of 25 Ann. So it is.
Yeah.
That looks like a school.
That looks like a
It's
school.
a school,
Look at that.
and I didn't have.
It's really close.
Yeah.
This is where, so this is where the applications from what the board believes versus the state law, the regulation, and the and the guidelines. So as a community board, we're following what the laws were set out to start with, which means that if there's a school, it does not need to be exclusive use. Whether it's on the 21st floor or the first floor, it's kind of where we're going. I'm struggling because you're a card license, and certainly we would, like to have to support the card licenses. Is there no other location that you've been able to?
I've looked on, 6th Avenue B by Houston, around the corner of Houston.
What about all those illegal locations in Fulton?
I'm sorry?
What about all those illegal locations in
Yeah.
Fulton?
Yeah.
Illegal location in Fulton, these guys don't wanna give you a time and day, like, what do you want, I walk, I shake hands, people don't wanna talk to you, landlords don't wanna deal with you, it's not an easy process, you guys would think. Literally shaking hands and people looking at you, I know, looking at you and they're really judging you by what they know. Like you said you live in the area, so
Yeah.
you know how.
And I'm
literally
rooting for
smoke
you.
shop,
I don't like any of these
there's literally a smoke shop, and everyone, when I went up to the smoke shop and I'm like, hey, I have the paper, and I was looking at it, they're looking at the paper, they're like, hey, what are you doing? And I'm literally going to the next door guy and I'm telling them, hey, I'm here to come. People are excited for me. They're like, oh, we're looking forward to something real here instead of all this
Yeah.
nonsense going on because it's a mess in the sense of,
Yeah.
it's making Manhattan look like a mess.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Far like
It is.
coming in, we're trying to bring some kind of stability to the process, you know what I'm saying? In a sense of, yes, I'm young, but I'm super motivated, my team is super motivated, we have a good law team. I have Andrew Cooper, who was here prior, he was here representing somebody else, he had to go somewhere else, so. In a sense that we have structure, with this injunction, there's no clarity, so I don't know what, how do you want me to go navigate in Manhattan and deal with all these landlords who don't even wanna look at me because they don't wanna think about their mortgage?
All right,
That's why,
guys.
Did we have to reject?
I'm rooting for the guy, but.
I'm rooting for the guy too, but.
We all are.
I mean, in the
What
sense
can we
of,
do?
how do you want me to navigate in Manhattan? You guys are gonna tell me, go here, and then somebody's gonna say, there's a school up the block on the 26th floor. It's not easy in a sense to navigate, you know what I mean? And I keep giving people my information, I keep giving everybody, all these landlords, all my stuff, and
But I have to make a motion, because we've got the school, so I make a motion that we have to reject based on the 500-foot rule.
Going back to your point, I wonder if you can withdraw and
Yeah.
get back to us before we reject you.
Regarding,
To find a different location.
We don't want to reject you as an organization,
Right.
because you're a cardholder. We would
Yeah.
like to help you a little bit more.
so how can I go about that?
Can you withdraw? When do, let me
Can I
see when
withdraw?
you.
Is that the best thing for me to withdraw?
We
I
can't
think
make
so.
that.
I think
I
so.
don't wanna withdraw and then be behind the eight ball like everybody else that's.
You know what?
I'm car license.
You know what?
We wouldn't tell you that.
We need to put you in touch with somebody who can help you with
I
this.
appreciate that. I really
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's just not a great location.
Don't
I thought it was a good location.
He was here, yeah.
It's a good location.
It was the first lawyer? Okay, It was the first guy who came?
He was the first person. Andrew Cooper was here. He was
You
representing-
have a good lawyer. Yeah. So you've got to find.
You know what? If you don't mind staying, see if he can come online and come back for the end of the meeting.
I can call him right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Out into the hall and see what you can do and then come back,
I
okay?
appreciate it. Thanks for your time, guys.
Yeah.
All right, we're not going
Go
anywhere
anywhere,
yet.
step that way.
Well, he's still here.
We'd like to, but we're not.
Okay,
There's no time.
More clips.
I'm just interested, those 3 people be here for this location.
Yeah. Here for this location. Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. Keep
Am
going.
I right?
No, wait. Do you want to hear them?
Sure, of course. I apologize.
Sorry.
Hi. Hi, board. I'm Chris Bowles. I am a condo owner at 25 Ann Street. I'm here with 2 of my neighbors and we have a few online, Katie who called in and a couple others. First of all, I want to apologize in advance for being woefully unprepared for this. We only found out about this morning at about 10:30 when we saw the letter about notifying us about the meeting tonight. So we kind of scrambled on a group chat and I'm going to read from you our little overview of our feelings about this application. And then I'm going to allow my neighbors to speak up as well. We are writing to express our deep concerns and strong opposition regarding the potential granting of a license for a cannabis store in our building, the Edgar House condominium at 25 Ann Street. We learned of the application for a license from a letter taped to the window of the empty storefront on the ground floor just this morning after 10:30. Neither our management company nor our board of managers were notified directly, and we must state our objection to the lack of notification beyond the day of the community board hearing. While we understand and acknowledge the evolving landscape of cannabis legislation and understand the need to strike a balance between economic growth and individual rights, we also must prioritize the well-being and safety of the most vulnerable among us, especially our children. There are currently 11 individuals under the age of 21 residing in our building of only 9 residential units, making it an alarming situation to have our children living right above this type of store. Having numerous, by last count, 6 cannabis shops already present within a 2-block radius of us has led to an oversaturation of these establishments.
30 seconds.
This excessive concentration of cannabis stores has resulted in several issues and concerns within our community, such as increased foot traffic, numerous public disturbances, excessive loud noise and loiterers from these establishments, and the pervasive and inescapable odor and smoke from cannabis on our streets that wafts up into our apartments. We are overwhelmed and choking from the smoke all day, every day.
You get that right there.
If she's gonna take your time, you have 1 more minute.
I'm, okay. It is also our understanding that cannabis business must not be allowed within a certain distance of parks, places of worship, and schools. Considering the growing residential nature of this neighborhood, we talk about Tribeca Prep being within 50 feet of our front door. I'm just gonna highlight that we are concerned about the overabundance of these establishments within the 2-square-block radius of our place. And we're not quite sure what another one will add to the community.
Our hope is that by getting a legal one, we close down the illegal ones.
That's right.
But could we not close them down first and then?
Wouldn't that be
bring it
good?
back?
Well, wouldn't that be great?
And I'm idealistic, this is my first CB meeting.
So let me ask you the same question. We agree with you 100%. We'd like all the illegal ones to close. Have you reported it to OCM based on the guidelines?
I was
If
just,
you don't know them, please email the community board. We'll be happy to send you the links and everything that happens with
Get
it.
all your neighbors.
If it is someone selling illegal tobacco, that goes to 311. However you want to do it, report everyone that you can.
Will do. Will do.
I mean, I would think that it would only benefit if we were open for you and your building. because
Well, the concern, if I might speak,
Yeah.
the review is the door to the entry of the retail. And Aaron has a picture of it that he can show, is less than a yard from our main entrance. We have an overhang over our building that we're concerned that loiterers outside of the cannabis store will wait under if, in cases of rain or windy weather. It's just very, very close, and we do think that it would infringe
We were
upon.
looking to, move the door to the, close to the barber shop side, because we wanted to open the space up. We had an idea because, the whole space, it's only 1,000 square feet, so the majority of the space is downstairs.
Yes.
We wanted to make a 2 entrance
Okay,
space.
Sorry,
we're not gonna sit and argue this at this
I wasn't
moment,
it.
because you need to have your attorney to get back and help you to answer these questions.
Call him now. All right,
Yeah.
call him now.
Okay.
I appreciate
We
it.
hear you.
Am I good?
We hear the concerns. Yes.
Thank you for your time, guys. Thank you so much.
Call them and come out.
Call him right now. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Okay. 34 Cliff.
Yeah, can I speak actually from 25 Ann Street?
No, we're gonna move on because we're not hearing his application until he gets his lawyer.
And then.
So 34 Cliff is
34
where.
Cliff supplied no materials.
Okay, this one's done.
And is there anybody here?
That's, you know, we
34
moved out
Cliff.
and down. That's where we,
That's right.
my company.
Do you, I mean, for, Colin, stop. For anybody from Ann Street, do you have anything different to say than the other two people who are in that same building?
I would just like to say that, he said that he had reached out to the community, but not a single, property owner in our building was contacted by them. So I think it's a bit disingenuous to say that he'd be welcomed by the
That's what, yeah,
community.
he only had 3.
No, he said he named the 3 people, it was 3 corporations.
Barber shop?
The pizza place, yes.
He only had 3 signatures.
Yeah.
You already said that.
Yeah, he
Yes, but
admitted
my
that he
point
didn't
is-
talk to the
If
residents.
it's- We live in the same address, 25 Ann Street. It would seem to me that if they want to reach out to. the
Yeah, maybe you
community,
should.
They would speak to someone in
He
our.
didn't have very good
Right.
advice.
Yeah.
And he didn't make any sense. He found out at 10:30.
Yeah, he acknowledged that.
All right, I think we're moving on to.
Okay. Hearing nobody from 34 Cliff Street, receiving no materials, they will be denied as a no-show.
Okay, where's the pizza?
Thank you
Mike,
for your time. Thank
you're
you.
welcome.
Thank you.
35 Wall Street, and I apologize, I'm getting cranky because I'm angry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nickel House Development, no materials. No one in the room. They will be, again, denied as a no-show.
Yeah.
53 Stone Street.
Here we go.
Awesome, thank you. We have information to hand out on 53 Stone.
Do you have?
He said,
Oh,
Zach's
you have-
getting him,
okay.
just so I can queue up afterwards, 93 Nassau Street, are you here? 93 Nassau, are you here?
Right here.
What about you?
Yeah.
Do you
You're
have
gonna give
names
me
on
next,
this?
not yet.
Okay, okay, great. Oh, yeah, that's great. They're past this, is there anybody here from 93 Nassau?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're here.
Oh, sorry. Okay, stop, stop. You'll go after 53 Stone. 99 Chambers,
There's nobody else down
did you
here.
bring materials?
Okay.
Okay. You'll go after that. 101 Reed,
Everybody have?
did you bring your own materials?
Yeah. New, there's a bunch of schools and a
Really
bunch
great.
of there's a bunch of schools. It's on Stone, so it's gonna be like a special. Okay, Stone Street.
All right, 53
Oh, well,
Stone,
couple-
take it away.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Take
Good
it away.
evening, this is a gentleman from the Community Board One. My name is Freddie Herrera. I am the CEO and owner of Got Your Six of New York. I am also the CEO and owner of Got Your Six of New Jersey, located in Franklin
across the
Township
street.
in New Jersey.
Millennium.
I am a service-connected disabled veteran as well as a C applicant. I am also former federal law enforcement from the Department of Justice. I am currently also the cannabis apprentice coordinator for local 360 of the USCW. I am the one who pioneered and put together an entire retail apprenticeship program for the state of New Jersey and was successfully able to secure more funding for the next round of the cohort for the apprenticeship program. I have been a long time, can't really say member of the community, but I have been in the community for a very long time, specifically on Stone Street. Stone Street to me is everyone on that, in that neighborhood and all those who come into that, on that lot. I treat them as if they were family to me at all times. I'm looking to open a retail location here on 53 Stone Street to be able to serve and better the community in any way. And I don't know much I can say right now, but I don't want to keep you guys too long.
It's okay, you gotta go through all the stuff that we need to know. So we'll go around the table first, so I can make sure I can go.
Marianne.
Please give me a second.
Well, the same issue again.
School.
Yeah, this is right across.
Millennium High School.
If you could, per page 43 of the MRT states that you cannot locate the storefront within 500 feet of the school grounds. The school, the location is located on Stone Street on a different location. The entire block as it is considered a vice block. Block is entirely composed of mainly more bars and restaurants.
Could you repeat the first part? What you
I
said
don't
about the-
understand.
Because it's different than SLA.
According to the regs, OCM does follow the SLA regs.
No, but
No,
the-
no, no.
We follow the law, the statute.
And there is a new school further down on Hanover Square for special needs children that has just opened in the last several months, that is within 1,000 feet of 53.
Hold on, it's got 500.
500 feet, oh, I'm not sure, I have, it's not 500 feet, no.
The school, according to the regs, the school has to be on the same road.
No, that's.
Are actually, Jared, can you take this point, please?
Sure, the regs don't actually have that. The law doesn't actually have it. What does have that is the guidance, which is trumped by the law. That's what we're following.
And according to OCM regulations, I'm not trying to argue or anything like that. As I said, the store is located on a block that is currently occupied by bars. and
Yeah.
Restaurants.
Nothing to.
For sure, away from the school, away from the distance view of any students or any, or of the school.
But what I will say about bars that's different than cannabis stores is that like you are drinking inside there. And then you walk out and there you don't, no one knows that you are drinking inside there. Cannabis, you store things there and then.
The bars. Yeah, but it's a special.
And then.
It has nothing to do with them.
You know, I think that's part of it. So I get what you're saying about
Thank you.
this street of bars, but I think that's part of the.
So
difference.
in my security, I've stated that I will be implementing. No one is in designated areas of, that everyone is not smoking within the non-designated areas.
Our challenge is that the statute disallows the cannabis store near the school, within 500 feet of the school. So not that, we're not talking about the guidance or the OCM regs, the statute, the law. That's what we follow. It disallows, so we're kind of stuck there.
So,
You're gonna sign lease?
yes, I do have to sign a lease. Which has been submitted here, and I also submitted a second portion of the lease as well. As I said, the store is located on Stone Street. It's perfectly situated away from the Millennium High School. It's about 500 feet away.
The Millennium High School is
Around the corner.
Millennium High School entrance is on William Street.
Yes.
Yeah.
which is right across the street.
And if you walk down Coentus Alley,
And many of the residents have signed in support of meals in the store there. They prefer to have that location open there for an actual legal store that will be managed properly.
Are there any legal stores around there? Are there any legal stores around there?
Yes, I believe you had the gentleman here earlier to the secretary and the other location.
Is that church active? Is that an
No,
active?
no, I'm not sure. I was thinking about 16-1.
You know,
No, nobody from 3 Hanover signed it.
Hi.
Oh, you're 3, that's 6?
hello. Hi. Yeah,
Nobody from 3 signed it.
So no one from your building?
No, everybody's against it.
Just the entrance is South William Broad.
no, it's in the middle of the block on South William, which is why we had to fight for that
Speed bump.
It's a curved street.
A lot of 20 exchange, but 20 exchange is better than the option.
I did measure,
An exchange
It
is,
is 500 feet away.
basically where they got a license to run like
Then
a
it's on a different
24-hour
street, different road.
interactive.
It doesn't matter that
and
it's
they
a
get
road.
Right, so
So
the,
let's just say he's okay, the distance is fine.
place.
What else have we got to,
All right, hold on, guys.
what else do we have to argue about?
I was doing
All right,
the hours.
here's the map. It's from, here's the location, right, 53 Stone. So from here, 293 to the corner, to South William to here. So it's,
Yeah, no,
it's close, because that's that,
Millennium.
83 feet.
right? And then you've got,
83 feet?
no, down that street, and then you've got, you know, 100 feet here. Whoops, hello. To here, so he's right at that mark.
274. You mean he's right at.
He's really close to 500.
what is it?
So I said, let's
He's
say
only
it's okay. Let's say the location is okay.
It's
I'd say-
274?
No, it's 274 from the corner of.
Which is, he's right, Stone Street's full of liquor and
Does
all
that
kinds of
building
other
have,
stuff.
does that building go through to South William? Because a bunch of the.
That entrance will either be considered an emergency exit or will be completely sealed off.
Okay, that I think is probably the bigger problem.
So his place has an exit on South William
So
and
let's say he's-
Millennium is entrance is on South William.
Yeah.
So then they're talking about them being next door neighbors at that point.
There is absolutely no entrance that you can.
Entrances, what he just said.
South William Street was discussed already, especially was brought up to the OCM. We will be sealing that location off completely, that entrance.
You're sealing your location.
The South, on the South William entrance. That will be either considered. an
So that it's
emergency
not-
exit Or sealed off completely.
That's why I said, let's act
What
as
is the
though he's
ideal
okay with
school of Manhattan?
location.
All right, so we're saying that he's only using Stone Street. We can put a stipulation that absolutely nothing happens on South William. Right? The Stone's in the middle of,
The middle of them.
it's a closed street. It's not like we have to worry about traffic.
Right.
It's not like we have to really worry about anything else.
Right.
It's a finite,
But William is the thoroughfare.
South William is the issue. So you will have no deliveries, you'll have nothing on South William, correct? Sorry.
Correct. Everything will be done to Snow Street.
But there's no, you
Everything
can't
is
drive
on
down
Stone
Stone Street.
That's much better.
Yeah, so then let's.
Everything through Stone Street,
I don't
but
think you
where
can go
from
on-
Stone Street?
Yeah, he's gonna have to do like all the restaurants do.
And they would only close it completely.
They all get
Summer, you
deliveries
have
and
to
stuff.
Pass those.
Yeah, but-
Well, they get deliveries
Allowing
on
them to
South
close it
William.
completely in the
And
summertime.
Stone,
But I think it's permanently
you
closed.
get deliveries all the time.
Wait.
Sometimes in the morning. And
I mean,
when
they
they
get
get
Deliveries,
deliveries
sir.
on the other
My
street.
hours of deliveries will probably be from around 11 AM or 12 PM, unless the board recommends a different time. I'm more than happy to accept that.
So you're looking for operating hours, just to say, from 11 to 8, Monday through Wednesday, Thursday to Saturday, 11:30 to 11:30, and then Sunday, 12 to 7.
Yes, ma'am.
It's too many
And-
hours.
Okay, so, and your delivery hours are gonna be during hours of operation. So one of the things that we actually wanna limit people down to is 70 as a start to show good neighborship.
I believe the hours do come up to 70 hours. You can double check if I missed the number, I apologize.
I had 80 hours. Maybe I'm wrong.
10 hours.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday,
Happens.
36
Or
hours.
why? I thought it was not because of good neighborship, because that was a stipulation.
That's what we're allowed.
Yeah.
They're allowed up to 89, according to OCM, and we can restrict down to 70.
No,
So that is
believe it or not, the regulations even on the OCM side state 70 hours a week.
fantastic. You are exactly at 70. You are 11 to
Oh,
8,
yeah,
Monday
yeah.
through Wednesday, Thursday through Saturday, 11:30 AM to 11:30 PM. Watch out behind you. There's pizza for the board members. Sorry if you're not a board member. And Sunday, 12 to 7. You can actually put that right on my desk.
So-
All right, go ahead, Mariana.
So what do we do? Do we act it, but we don't know about the 500 feet, or are we gonna like set precedent where we're allowing someone and?
501 feet to the front of his store on stone.
Okay.
If he signs a stick that says he will not use South William at all, then we're in good shape.
Okay.
That's not for delivery, that's not for your delivery for nothing.
I'll do that, man.
I'm guessing this is obvious, but you're not gonna do anything other than hang the sign on the front of the building.
Right, now I can't because the building is a landmark building and I have to abide by all those regulations according to landmark.
What about ADA accessibility?
So we will be, right now there's only 2 steps once you walk in. I am installing a ramp in that location,
At the front?
at the front.
What about the other businesses on South Street? Talk to them.
So I actually, one of the main business owners, which we all know, Paul.
I thought you were gonna say Harry.
I was gonna say. It's not just Harry's, it's.
Oh, okay.
It's everything that's owned on, there are a couple of owners on the whole street. You know, Mr. Van-
Used or they?
They're for it.
They're for it.
Yeah, you got Mad Dog and Beans for it, you've got Local 3338 for it. I mean, I'm assuming it's all for it if it's in here. I'm not always at
Can we make a clarification?
Nobody from
The
Green Hanover.
consumption on site?
Yeah.
I know this-
I will not allow any
No
consumption at this location.
But I just want to take it off with this application to like.
Oh,
enforce
yes,
it.
yes.
Yeah.
How come you never went to 3 Hanover Square, which is right down the block, right, the closest,
Residential tower.
occupied building? How come you have no signatures from there?
10 Hanover's there, but not
That's not close by enough.
10 Hanover.
How come you didn't go to 3 Hanover Square?
I apologize, I did not stop by 3 Hanover Square, ma'am. I've been running around, running the apprenticeship program in New Jersey, running my store in New Jersey, and of course, trying to help my wife, but she.
He loves
wants to
Jersey
get home
more than
because we have a 5-month-old.
Congratulations.
Sorry, many of us have spouses at home.
Who are not living with us right now.
Moms, kids, you name it, we all got it, we all want it. We got a 5-month. But here's a question for you. If you are so busy running these other things, are you the sole and proprietor here?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you giving up all of those things to be able to dedicate the time that you need to run this one?
Yes, ma'am. I have a trained, general manager who's actually been in the industry for over 5 years in the state of New Jersey. In fact, one of the other general managers who will be coming into the New York location is also a, union member too as well, who's been in the industry for, over 7 years now and has certifications to work in space too as well.
What's your security plan with these?
Security plan?
Oh, it's,
Okay, got it.
Yeah, it's in here. You have a security system, it looks like.
Verkada. We're using the Verkada cameras and access.
Jukebox? Jukebox?
I didn't know what to put down for background music, so I didn't just put big jukebox because it was there. But it's only gonna be background music.
Okay, got it.
It's a problem.
Residents entries.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Betty, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm very much for ramps, and so I appreciate that, but I also work with the DOT, and I want to make sure that you have a plan that you can get revocable consent from the DOT to install a ramp, because you'd be taking up some of their sidewalk space.
No, the ramp is actually, the ramp is actually indoors because it's currently the entrance to the locations on ground floor. So the stairs is only on the inside of the store.
Stone
Can you
Street. is-
explain that a little better?
The entrance is flush to the street, but the inside is 2 steps down. Correct?
Yes,
And the space is there to do that, as well as the clearance at a landing?
yes, ma'am. And we also play, I have a bachelor's in, construction management and a, master's in construction administration from Columbia University, so I made sure that the ramp cleared the landing and everything. The one thing I can tell you, safety and ADA is my number one thing. I'm very, very well familiar with it.
And you're done.
Thank you, I appreciate that. It's my number one because I'm tired of running into walls. So thank you.
I heard you have a question.
But Francis was talking.
Oh.
A question about this proposed layout. And it shows that there's a residential lobby that's facing South William Street. So does that mean that there's people living up on?
Everything's gonna be sealed off.
No, it is, so there's people there, there's residents there.
Yes, yes.
You have no signatures from any of those.
I was not able to speak with any of the residents. They rarely ever come out on that location. So I apologize, but I did try.
So I just have to say this, so the critical aspect for me is that the residential around on Beaver, you have no signatures.
He's got one.
Not, on Beaver, I didn't see
Yeah,
it.
there's one on Beaver and he's got one on Hanover.
Well, not 3 Hanover.
Oh.
And, no, 10 Hanover is not, so you don't have the local, residents.
No, nobody from.
And that is a real problem for me.
They also
I
didn't show
can
up.
only speak left.
They also didn't show up.
Well, they didn't, nobody, there was no, I don't see any notice in there,
Really? Okay.
okay?
Did you post notice?
She did, it's in here.
Oh, it's in the back, Susan.
Where, no?
The notice.
Yeah, they're posted on the.
In terms of, see.
In fact, for my parent research that I had done in the neighborhood, majority of the schools, especially majority of the residents also. Students do. I can tell you this, 2 floors above me, the resident that lives there, she's also consumer, but she was not. She's away, so I didn't wanna have her sign something electronically. I wanted to make sure I followed everything by the rules.
Yes.
Can I,
I don't know
so
where they are, but.
you have this kitchen in here. What are you doing with the kitchen?
Kitchen will be, removed. It's not gas, it's electric.
When were these notices posted?
They're looking at going to.
I can't read them.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, so you can look at this phone to check.
I don't care.
Go get your.
I'm gonna go get my pizza.
Thanks for all this.
We're all cranky.
I just feel sorry for these guys. Sorry, guys.
We are cranky.
No, this is
And
proposed
headaches.
December 1st.
December 1st, Susan.
December.
Can you please explain, you're not for this site, for the on-site consumption? What does it mean, not, yes,
He's
but
gonna
not-
remove it.
I asked for it to be removed.
Sorry, that's fine.
And you can ask about deliveries, weren't you?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you're running deliveries.
Yes.
How's that gonna work? Are you using like your own folks? Is it walking by?
We're gonna be walking it by my own folks, and by the rules and regulations of from OCM, you have to own you have to own any type of vehicle and delivery vehicle, whether it's bike or auto, and they have to be your own employees too as well.
Where are they gonna be put? Because it's a pretty tight space.
Right.
So, as I said, the back of South William Street will be sealed off, so that is where the bike storage will be placed.
I actually leave probably like this, counter to what I was saying before, this will probably be a better place for foot traffic than it is like for delivery.
Absolutely.
Oh,
But
yeah.
The people going to the restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll be all
But I
day.
mean,
Not
that's
ready.
you as a business person.
No, right for that.
So, not to take Tammy's role, but is there public representation?
Anybody here from the public? Not anybody online? No?
Nope, we have no one else comments.
So we might be ready for a vote.
I call a question. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Elizabeth, Jared, we're voting. Okay, so what is,
Sure about the distance though from the school? Is it just 1 foot we're talking about?
it's dang close, yep. That's enough.
Can we put something in the resolution, getting a second opinion or something? I don't know. It's just,
But
it's
why?
close. I mean,
We can ask to remeasure it, but I mean,
if there's one application that makes sense tonight, for me, it's this one, but the school's really close. That's my concern.
it is, it's, if he's not using South William whatsoever, it's feasible. If he is, then that's the problem.
Okay.
Alrighty, what was the motion for? Can you elaborate?
Oh,
To approve.
to approve stipulations as such that you talked about.
Okay, so just for the record, the
Very
stipulations
specific.
were,
I think it's confirming the hours.
which are 11 to 8, Monday through Wednesday, 11:30 in the morning to 11:30 PM, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and noon to 7 PM on Sunday.
Yes.
No access for
South William Street, right?
South William Street. And that's for customers, delivery,
And
staffing, etc.
You might want to put in the kitchen will be removed, I don't know.
And the kitchen will be removed.
And then the ADA accessibility.
yeah, complying with ADA accessibility.
ADA accessibility
And the school, you
Interior.
have to measure the school.
and providing the distance to the school
And confirming,
is truly 500 residents in the building.
He's got.
Would you mind doing a little bit more community outreach? So Hanover and the people, maybe even the managers of the restaurants
I
around.
wasn't sure if I was allowed to get signatures from the managers of the store, of the market.
Yeah.
Because of what it said residential, that's why I was like, focused on residential.
Right, but you can also, I think you can talk residents of the building, adjoining buildings, so they're the adjoining buildings. So, yeah, that would be fine, okay? All right.
and then confirming that, this is not gonna be a consumption site.
Yes, no consumption, no events,
And
and
bikes,
no growing,
and no bike on Stone Street.
and no storing bikes on the streets. No consumption,
No batteries?
no events, no consumption, no growing. And bike.
No more.
Really.
Okay. With all of those notes, and all of the stipulations.
Call the question.
It was called and seconded, so. So unless I hear, are there any opposed? Poll opposed, are there any abstentions?
We have stipulations about the school entrance or the
Yes.
entrance. Okay.
Chair abstains, Curtis abstains. Any others? Okay, hearing that, motion passes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you, ma'am.
You have until December 19th to send us an updated form which shows, please, some of the neighbors.
Okay,
Think about
so
3 Hanover Square and your neighbors on the block
And on Bieber.
and on Beaver.
We're gonna be
Okay.
here till midnight.
Next,
3 Hanover and Beaver and anything else, ma'am?
I think I have to welcome. Good. Yes.
My lawyer.
Is he online?
He's not,
Together.
He gave me advice to say that, he said that I should proceed to the OCM. We want to proceed to the OCM with this address.
You do not want
We
to.
do want to.
You still do.
Yeah.
You won't get it.
I won't get it?
He might, but he'll be denied. He'll be denied. He'll be denied by the community board if you still want to come there. That's, I mean, that's your choice.
Your lawyer's giving you bad advice.
Your lawyer is basically giving you a roll of the dice. You're going to say, you know, because you were close to Tribeca Prep and you have had neighbors who have shown from 2 different residential buildings surrounding you that they don't want it. So it's again, I can't tell you what to do. You have an attorney. I'm just saying what I have been told thus far is.
Okay, all right. We're just gonna roll the dice. We're gonna go with the spot.
Here we go. All right.
So call the question. Yeah.
Call the question.
Seconded.
Second.
So we're
And the
going
question was for a denial based on
denial.
500 foot,
Yes.
based on no offense intended, but manner with the missing info.
I wrote that down.
What was the other one? The missing info, 500 rules.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so called, the question was called and seconded. Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions?
Could you abstain?
Which abstains? Any recusals? None. Okay, motion passes. I'm sorry, sir. We do hope you find another location.
I appreciate it. Thanks for your time, guys. All the best.
Do we put some?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, next. Next is 93 Nassau.
You can pass it again. This is one. Okay. Okay.
93 Nassau is also.
Can you pass it down?
409 Nassau.
That's the lease.
Oh, this is for family.
And that has to, well, do you, I think we probably need a copy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that the original?
This is a copy.
So then send that one back.
That's the original. I just
Yeah,
wanted-
let's give this
yeah,
back.
In case you want to see the.
Okay, somebody take it.
There you go.
That's
We
not
point
me.
well before we start,
Yeah.
that runs the same issue with 109 Nassau, the same school.
So pass this up to Tammy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, there's also a cannabis shop already there. Is that legal?
These are the ones we got.
Yes.
Is that when they go?
So we have to, the very first thing we need to ask you is there is already an existing illegal cannabis shop in this location.
It's not the same, it's just the building, it's the entire block is anything, that's over.
93 Nassau, this is a lease for 139 Fulton.
It's the same, it's also known as, it's a corner.
There you go.
So you're not talking about the same building where there is actually a cannabis?
There may be.
Same
but
store?
it's
It's
the
not,
same
it's not
store.
the same store.
Is the property below the Fight Club?
Here,
The-
there's this.
No, not this property.
Okay.
What is this, the
Do you have
application?
a signed lease?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many copies are in there?
And by the way, we got the, all the paperwork today when I spoke to Dash, because I was wondering what's going on, and he said it was emailed. It was a Mr. Galvin spam bot. We put it everything today, like at 4, we got notice.
So you didn't post notice?
We did, as soon as we found out.
Okay, so these are for us.
So.
And I
that's
have
what
photos-
And
These are
photos
for
were
us.
posted today.
We only found out about all of this today.
When did
I
you
was
apply?
wondering why we're not getting anything.
Hmm.
And then it was in the,
Bam.
and I didn't get an email.
Here.
I'm almost on the address. Only he got it.
Anybody need more?
Emails and you didn't respond.
Well, it went to his email, but it went to his spam, and so today we searched for ojames@cb.nyc.gov, and that's. And we, I mean, look, in 2 hours, we got everything prepared, 10 copies of it.
I hear that, but the public has not been informed. You didn't post notice until today.
And I emailed the posting of the notice to Ms. Jean.
I understand that, but if you only posted it,
And she told me to appear tonight in person.
Yeah.
I hear that. Understand what I'm saying to you, please.
I hear you.
I will be nice and calm about this. If you have not posted any notice for the public who has a right to come and opine has been deprived their opportunity because you did not post the notice.
Didn't get the email, I didn't get notice.
Well, but
We're
he
both on the app.
had the emails, they were in his spam. And I mean,
I wish I got a phone call or something. I mean,
but it's not, no offense, it's not my job to.
I understand,
to
and I'm
call
not
you
saying
guys.
it's your job specifically.
And, you know, you're the ones coming to us for a question.
For sure.
And, you know, you sent us the initial notice October 30th. So and then we extended till December 29th. So tell me now, understand where we're at, that you just realized it today?
Yeah, by mere, like, I called at about
But
2:30.
understand what I'm saying. You sent us a 30-day notice that we received October 30th. So nobody thought about anything until this morning? Nobody could
I was
have.
checking the emails every day, but I didn't get anything in my email. The company's email didn't get anything, only Mr. Galpin received. And I don't know why.
Which is the email that we have on file.
Well, there was supposed to be multiple emails.
Then perhaps he could have said something.
So, I mean, there's gonna be notice between now and the 8 days. I mean, It's, but that corner on Nassau and so, pretty.
Aren't they on the same street as the school?
Yes.
Ron Fulton and Nassau. In the corner.
It's still pretty close.
Let's measure it to Spur Street. For me, my frustration is that.
I didn't pass these.
Just Dutch Little while you're at it.
What?
Dutch Little School.
Maybe I'll get up.
Yeah, that's, you're right. Downtown Little School on Dutch. My girls went there.
On Dutch, right?
Where's Dutch?
Dutch is halfway, it's right off Fulton Street. It's like an alley.
I mean, there's a school in every building, I think. There is.
But I mean,
In
that's-
Manhattan, there's high rises, there's
Well,
gonna be a school everywhere.
To the point of the community board that you're coming to,
This community.
we talk about how this is a family-oriented neighborhood, and that's oftentimes why people are down in this area. So I'm not gonna apologize for us having schools, and as
No,
a
no.
matter of fact, I think we're pushing for more schools. So,
I feel like there's more homeless shelters than schools, and uncle. That's what I see, what's going on outside.
No, they don't street.
and there's more coming. But,
Yeah, so they don't have a school problem, but we do.
no, because, I mean, yeah.
Because they're trying to house.
And I'm not
people.
blaming you guys, it's the registration,
Yeah, that's fine.
you know?
You can't compare a cannabis application to trying to get people into secure housing and get them off the streets. And besides that, we don't have. I'm just not even going.
Well,
down.
we're trying to shut down the illicit dispensaries so we could get the ball rolling with the legal dispensaries, and that doesn't seem like it's gonna happen anytime soon. Because there's a school everywhere, look at the map, every other town is probably a school.
That's part
So how are we gonna deal with that? There's some sort of exception, that's up to the governor, obviously, it's not something.
There's not gonna be an exception, but what's the measurement?
Can't figure out how to do it.
And we are a landmark building, by the way.
It's an
Perhaps
individual.
there may be.
Yeah, it's an individual landmark. And when it was landmark, the commissioner at the time gave us a letter in writing that they will help us with any type of business we can get an exemption for, including liquors, bars, and things of that nature that would be not permitted under normal circumstances. So there is, I should.
You have that? Here, give a letter from the commissioner, you said?
From the commissioner at the time, in 1994, that said, because we agreed to allow this building to be individual landmark building, they will help us in any endeavor and get waivers for us, including, I guess, this particular.
But I think that's in opposition to the school, so is the school close enough by?
I don't know.
My phone is.
All right, hold on. Where's the school? Here's, well, this is, hold on, 93 Nassau. Nassau and Fulton.
No, I mean.
130.
This is a mess.
What's the AKA?
Yeah.
93 Nassau.
I think this is.
What is the AKA, gentlemen?
139 Fulton.
No,
You wanna have garbage? So we don't have a school.
Oh, yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, just checking.
The garbage can there.
Like it's open.
So this is 93 Nassau right there. That's not for a couple. Where's the school?
109.
Nassau?
Thank you. All right.
Oh, it's on this way, right?
Nope, other way.
No, you can do it later. Up here?
Yeah, it's. Here.
Are we trying to identify downtown Little School? It's at, my phone's down, but downtown Little School is like.
It's on Dutch Street.
Six Dutch, 12 Dutch.
Yeah, it's right through.
I do think they're going to close.
Downtown Little School is at 15 Dutch.
All right, hold on, here.
I hope they can stay. It is the best school ever.
It's 211 to that school.
In fairness though, Tammy, it's on the corner of Fulton, so you're shorting them about 20 feet.
That's like the prime
On
location.
100 feet.
No, but if it's on the corner.
100 feet is where-
It's corner of Nassau and Fulton, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the pictures, if you guys look at the pictures, I think it's.
It's a whole block. You gotta look at
Glass,
the
yeah, no, I agree with you, yeah.
side.
Do you have any doors on Nassau Street to the property?
The door
It's
is.
literally, I passed 10 photos, but I don't think anybody looked at it. It's right there.
Let me do it. It's the
Oh.
old suit
So you
shop.
see- you see-
Yeah, I know the store really well. It's, yeah.
Oh, designer promise.
Yes, I see it. And is that door is on Nassau?
It's on the corner of Nassau Fulton. It's a 45-degree door, so it opens to Fulton, actually.
So it's 264 feet from the next school, from the closest school on Nassau.
It's designated to be a school by OCM, which we would have to look into, because there's a school in every building.
No.
Well, if we turn on the three.
Down Public School was school for a long time. Most governments know about it.
That you're in a very family populated location, two different.
So it's too short. It's,
That's like, that's what it is.
all right, so can we call the question that we will disapprove, or, yeah, disapprove this because it is too close to a
We have to.
Yeah, we have to.
And can somebody second it?
But we're gonna have to,
We're gonna add what?
we're gonna add all the other stuff. Please don't be offended when I say this.
No offense taken. There's the time.
30-day notice came October 30th. You did not post your notices in time. You could have called the community board. You could have reached back out. You could have looked on our website. So when we're talking about manner, the paperwork was not filed. It was brought to the meeting. There was no notice posted until day of.
Take whatever you want.
So you put the posters, public doors up today.
And, I mean, just so you know, the other thing is, you're also looking to be in a cannabis events organizer.
Oh, well, there's, I
So
would
the
say
6
be
to
like,
12 a year.
well, that's something we, listen, like I told you, I filled this out at 5 o'clock. I mean,
And again, but that's,
So I was,
you know,
I made it in time. I people
What
that
other
filled it out
cannabis
3 months
related-
ago came with 1 copy, I came with 10.
you said you have interest in, how many cannabis related business do you have an interest in? One as of now, is that this one or is
Well, I
that
don't wanna
another?
limit our, maybe in the future we could apply for more.
What do you have now?
For that.
What do you have now?
Do you have?
Now we applied for 1, no.
Just this?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't limit. Do anything with it.
How many hours were you looking at?
Well, when I put it together, I think when we put it together, it came out to like 75 because the rules state that at least 70 on the OCM's website, so we had 75.
Yeah.
So we have to change if that's what the board. obviously.
We only do 70,
Okay.
that's it. So you've got 10 to 9, which is 11 hours a day for 3 days a week. That would have been 33 hours, and then you have 9:30 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. Monday through Thursday, so you'd have to shave the time down.
Yeah.
We could do that, no problem. I already.
And this is all for on-site consumption.
Yeah.
So the things that, I mean, to be honest, the public hates most. And then you're talking about starting that Smith.
Yeah, you circled, you wanted on-site
If
consumption.
if that's an option in the future, we're on Fulton Street. This is not Ann Street. This is not, Murray Street. This is a very busy street, as everyone here knows. And it's tourists
Offices
walking
above
and there's
you?
a Fulton Hub and there's thousands of
Is it
people walking towards
Correct,
the World
offices
Trade Center.
above you or
Yes,
rest-
there's-
only offices, no residences?
No, there is,
It's a
there
residence
is
on the corner of Fulton and
IMDs.
Nassau.
Five IMDs.
Pardon?
5 IMDs, intramobile dwelling,
Grandfathered and.
grandfathered in.
So there are people living above you.
Only 5 out of like 200.
5, 4, 2.
And if the smoke goes up through the building and those 5 people are complaining, it's only 5 out of 200?
We're not gonna sell it for local consumption.
So, yeah, we
But
could,
that's
we
what
could
the
get rid of
application
that.
says.
And, no,
On-site
we
consumption.
wanted to preserve that, but we could,
Yeah,
that
no.
that could get thrown out. That's.
Take that off.
That's not.
Take that off.
And I could give you the new hours, if that works, so you could,
Sure, go ahead.
Monday through Friday, 10:30 to 8, Saturday, Sunday, 10 to.
Did Mindy leave?
Yeah, she left it.
Tired of.
Yeah, she had to.
She had.
I mean, I have issues with the matter because you guys have known that you were coming for, you know, a month and a half and.
I didn't know, that's the thing, I didn't know. Our
Just
first
today.
time, the first time doing this, so we didn't know.
All right. We're saying no, is what I've been told, correct? Is that right? people? Based on proximity to schools, even though you disagree with the ruling and how OCM works, we understand what you're saying. We're still saying no on that and, the manner. And what else?
Just the precedent we just set for ourselves, we have to turn down.
Okay, got it.
Say, we got vote.
Any staying refusal? No. No. Opposed? Okay, all in favor?
Sorry, gentlemen.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, yeah. Next location?
How many more do we have?
99 Chambers?
Yes.
Is there, call to research the schools, please.
That was which one?
No, how many more
It was
locations?
93 Chambers, but wasn't actually.
That was 93. The last one we did, by the way, was 93 Nassau.
Right.
This is 99 Chambers.
Where is it? What's the cost?
Chambers and Broadway.
Trisha couldn't eat pizza, so she's starving. She's got.
No, she's
So
good.
between Broadway.
Sorry, Trish.
Sorry, guys.
That leaves me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I don't count unless you make me count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I'm good. Keep going.
Okay, I'll push there.
Yeah, well, my name is Junaid Zahid.
Thank
I'm
you.
an investor in his corporation and
My name is Halal Saidi. I'm the sole owner of his and hers cannabis corp. My family is in the retail business for over 40 years.
in the gourmet business.
In the gourmet business.
So I'm just, there's no friend of his and I invested in his company and I'm here to help him, you know, throughout his way. He wants to do his own thing.
My own business, start my own business, set up the gourmet deli business. Do something for my own.
This is not silly.
Yeah.
Sideways?
Hello, yeah.
So why don't we start with where are the schools, are there gonna be schools?
DOE schools right down the street of the DOE building.
He's past the 500 people.
Is that passed?
What about Tweed?
We did a good, research on.
Oh, it's Tweed.
There's a bunch of schools there, City Hall building.
With the stairs.
Oh, right up the stairs.
Across
Is that actually still being used? I thought it
I
was.
thought it was out.
Is it out?
I've seen kids playing it.
I
I
thought
don't
I,
know if it's a daycare though. I've seen kids playing.
It would be a pre-K.
Okay, I've seen kids playing there within the past month or so.
All right, let's try and find out.
516 feet.
had a gate there, remember, and there was a school there still,
No.
just
While
like,
we're
Yes,
looking
but
to
no.
see about the school,
the back was like, those kids.
Incorporation of one.
what are the hours of operation?
The hours is from
There's nothing, no one going.
Do the math for us, it's 10 to 8.
10 hours.
Building is.
10 hours a day.
10 hours a day?
So that's 70.
Days a week,
That's 70.
70 hours.
And
That's a District 2
Okay.
pre-K center.
Yeah, the
52
building has
chambers.
been used as the Department of Ed's, New York City Department of Education headquarters.
So,
You're showing us this picture.
And on its upper floors and schools.
Is this
like
deli that
around the-
somebody wants now or? Yeah.
Idiot.
They're not y'all.
Just blow it
They're
their way.
one that-
We're really damaged.
And, the landlord.
Members
Where
of
are y'all going? They have a good
Chambers
relationship.
is actually a school.
Okay, so as soon as we
An
get
actual
approved,
school.
It is still
Deli.
full.
Oh, yeah.
And
An
we
hour
would
is there.
find this
Is
so-called
there not?
No.
substance very good, but
They said it because people were excited for Skelly or Big to be coming in.
It's 516 feet.
They were
Also,
gonna
yes,
close, but
60
they were-
foot.
they had 501.
It is beyond the 500-foot mark.
It is,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Isnahurst Cannabis is beyond the 500-foot mark to the entrance of the Tweed Courthouse of the students.
Okay.
And there you go, so
By
that's
like
close.
5 feet, so I mean.
5
Yeah.
feet, yeah.
Bells, bells, you guys got it.
It's in
Um,
501.
something to call out is that they will have music and subwoofers.
Background music.
Background, okay.
It's background music, regular restaurant music.
Ceiling.
Can I just copy the app?
Mhm.
Never mind.
Okay, 99.
Thank you.
Me too.
And you're hosting 2 events, for 2 buyouts a year. Do you have an idea what type of event that's gonna be?
The same as, investors coming to show the products,
Okay.
but no like celebration or music. Nothing like that.
What is your capacity?
How many
50.
people?
How many people?
15.
1.5?
1.5.
Yes.
The residential building across the street is one of the biggest in the neighborhood. Whatever.
When did,
But they only have the capacity of 15.
when did notifications go up?
They sent it to me December 7th.
When did you
Email.
post it though? So that
Oh,
day,
when I posted, when did I post it?
yeah, so people know to come.
I
Mm-hmm.
believe it was.
Give them an exact date.
What's the address of the building across the street?
I think it's actually Broadway address, but I'm not sure.
And don't we have somebody from the Patriots coming
716
too?
Street.
On the seventh.
716.
On the 7th, and do you have a picture of that? You don't?
Yes. I
Of
emailed it.
of a post, oh, you emailed it, okay, it's not here, but.
No, I've even the printouts of the layout.
Oh, yeah, I have it.
Mhm.
Just want to go over the layout real quick. I made it like neighborhood friendly, because, there's a lot of kids around and we're gonna tint the windows, make sure nobody sees what's going on inside.
What kind of signage are you gonna have outdoors?
What kind of signage?
I emailed it, I just got,
There's a
like
picture.
a box.
like limits 50.
Okay,
They're
so it's
just-
not gonna look like that place down the street.
No. It's a sign that says.
It's like a simple.
It's gonna be tinted, so you're not able to see what's going on.
What about the security plan?
The security plan, gonna have a security guard outside, just to make sure everything is fine and clean.
Not armed?
No. And then we're gonna have, if you pull up the layout, we have a reception where they're gonna be scanning, clients and making sure they're overage, they're not, intoxicated, they're not this and that. There's a waiting area. So
It's in the packet, the
Mhm.
floor plan, I think.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
So we have a waiting area just to make sure they're qualified to come in to establish.
The waiting area is inside the place.
Yeah, but right when you enter, before you see the product.
And it's also black, you cannot see what's going on.
Okay.
It's like a doctor's office. Before you see the doctor.
More like that they have out in
And
California.
we're gonna have like a membership.
Yeah.
That's a dumb question. Why am I looking at deli photos?
Yeah,
Just access the criteria photos.
Because it's taking over that deli space.
they're not doing too good, they're month to month right now, so the landlord is like, well, if you get the license, they're gonna leave, and we're gonna.
I mean, personally.
Here it is.
And you're right there by the church.
Yeah, they are.
Then we do.
They have to pay the provisional,
Hello.
right, yeah.
Gentlemen,
Yes,
you applied for 99 Chambers Street.
yes.
But you're
The
showing me
photos
what-
you're showing us are 165 Church.
It's two addresses because it's a corner.
It is.
Totally different location.
It's a one.
99 Chambers is in the middle of the block.
No.
It's,
It's the little.
It's just right here.
next
It's just a sublease. It's, the candy store is a sublease. So it's
It's
just one
right
big
next
store.
Are you
door.
involved with that candy store?
No. I think,
No.
I believe they shut down. I've been out of business.
Well, it was an illegal
Yeah,
smoke shop.
when I posted the pics, it was closed. The pictures.
Same.
The landlord is gonna give us one piece,
One piece.
the deli and that small piece.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think the deli subleased it to someone. That's
Okay.
why he got frozen.
Oh, he's right. Google's just giving us bad information for some reason.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you have another application in Jefferson?
They just add like 300 feet to the schools.
Yeah, just looking at the front here. Says Jefferson County, not Manhattan, or not New York County, rather. Yeah. Great. I'm making something up.
No, I see it.
Okay.
Okay.
What did Jared ask?
I just asked if there's another, it says Jefferson County up here, so I just wondering if there's another application here. And who's probably, sorry?
Accountant.
Accountant,
Yes.
okay.
He helped us with.
He helped us with applying.
And how do
You can see
you
pay.
qualify as a person of color? Is that how you qualify for a license or?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
No, you should know.
No, I guess.
No, no, guess.
No guessing.
You need to.
Yeah. They'll tell you.
Minority owned business?
Yeah.
Do I get to ask who the hers is for his and hers cannabis?
His and hers. So it's like,
Ah.
it's just a nice, I believe that was a nice name.
Okay.
Well, it's like meaning boy and girl, so.
It's actually a really bad spot for it.
And so you are gonna obviously have to
actually
use
the best
small or renovations.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
This is a
you know, it's not that far from the high
The
school.
Manly joints and very late.
No.
No, from Stuyvesant. I mean,
It's pretty far.
It's far, it's more than 500
It's
feet.
closer to 230.
don't ask me, everything's too close.
It's like 3,000 feet from Stuyvesant.
Yeah, no.
Okay, are there other questions, thoughts?
The only other.
I hate the smell.
I'm just measuring from the playground.
What?
On the distance.
It's like an old pot.
No,
No.
well, it's that.
What is the business you guys have in the other communities?
What do you mean about the 716 Third Avenue?
Yeah.
It's the same situation as this one.
And was that approved or not approved? Or you-
No, the meeting is in January 4th.
So you're trying
So they
to
can
open
have
two,
two.
or you're trying to see which, if you get one?
Yeah, if I get one. I just applied for that, the meeting is in January 4th.
And you have a lease there too?
Letter of intent,
Yeah, I don't know.
But we really want the 99.
Sure you do, as you talk to us.
He's so cynical.
So you can only have one,
Yes.
Were you approved by the other community board?
No.
no January
January.
4th.
January 4th, the meeting,
So if you get approved here, we're not gonna do that.
And which board is that?
Board 6.
Are we clear of any
Will
schools?
you copy us? If you get approved, will you copy us on your withdrawal
Yes.
Yes.
100%.
to CB6?
Yes, of course.
Because my colleagues over on 6 would be really peeved. if-
No.
Yeah, gotcha.
Bill,
We'll definitely do
100%.
so.
It's a 98.
All right, anybody have any other questions?
This-
The times, please repeat your operating hours.
Was
10 to
10
8.
to 8. 10 to 8, because we believe 10 is, early time, and 8 is enough. After 8, I think, is very dangerous.
And deliveries?
No,
Okay.
This location makes more sense than a lot we've seen.
Yeah,
tonight.
it does.
Yeah.
We just wanna make it like simple,
simple.
safe.
But we don't know what it's, you guys don't all know what I'm gonna ask. We don't know what it's gonna look like. Can you, between now and the full board, can you give us like some renderings or something?
I can probably provide renderings.
Yes.
But like I said, it's gonna be the front, it's gonna be tinted, and be glass.
I know, but this is serious
It's gonna be a
business.
sign,
Get
simple
prepared
sign.
with like renderings of what it's gonna look like. These
Right,
are,
oh, from the interior?
these are communities. This is
Yeah, of
neighborhoods.
course.
Yes, 100% will help.
So if you got a good spot. I think we're gonna
We
like
can
it.
do a 3D rendering
and-
too.
No neon.
Yeah.
I'll just put it to you this way. We have to vote on a proposal in January, which includes streetscape design.
Right.
So it's important that the city is actually saying that what the street and what the storefronts look like will be mandated by a zoning text amendment. So it's important to us, pursuant to what Colin's saying, is to understand.
Right.
Because if you're taking the entire space and the front area is your holding room, as you said, whether that area is clear and the rest is not, that's, you're talking about tinting out windows over from the corner chambers down half, a third of the block on Church Street. Yes,
Yes.
so it does make a large amount of difference. I would assume your employee rooms and your bathrooms will be, dark tinted.
Right.
But I'd be surprised if your business itself was dark tinted. In the middle, you're gonna want to attract people there.
But it's the only reason I wanted it tinted, because we have a lot of window
Yes.
You know, so we don't wanna,
It's a
too
visible
much,
spot.
you know. too
I
much-
understand.
We also don't want it to be a dark
Right.
foreboding street,
It might-
especially right by the subway entrance.
Right.
And it doesn't think there's a residential building above it. I'd like to hear from them before full board.
I have to say, they're not on the petition either.
No,
Would you, would you make an effort, please, to go to the residential community that's above where you're going to be?
No.
Notification was out.
I think because we had no idea whether it was offices or residential, because it looked like offices to us.
Party.
That building, no, because they're remodeling the that building, so they're doing construction.
It's vacant.
So the building is currently vacant as they're converting into residential.
I think so,
Tricky.
because I seen it, they're doing construction for all the apartments.
So it's vacant.
Yeah, so I think 80.
It'd be great to get some.
did the landlord have rates?
Yes.
Do you have any documentation from the landlord? Did I miss it?
Yeah, you should have.
But otherwise.
And the LOI is from the landlord, not from a realtor, correct?
No, it's from the.
We have a good relationship.
Oh, no, sorry, wrong address. The Fourth Universally Society is, not at 160.
Where's the sign going?
I don't see it.
Yeah, it's an LOI.
Oh,
It's
okay.
for, just like. the,
I got it. I
That's
saw
gonna
it.
give it like that's the only advertising we have, so.
That's a big sign.
So it's gonna be that selling place?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's right. It's gonna be the same size.
I mean, yeah, but it's also advertising two different things. This is advertising as a deli. Yours is gonna be advertising as.
Yeah, it's gonna be his and hers.
It's like weird.
But it still has a big old flower.
Yeah, I mean, we can always adjust that.
That's not a.
We can take that out.
Yeah.
Can you please make an effort with your community petition to reach out to the neighboring buildings that are residential buildings on the corners, the other three corners, even though yours is under construction, to get some community buy-in? We would appreciate that.
Signatures or?
Yes.
For which, for the.
All
Right?
We'll try it.
You know, I don't need to tell you the address. You need to learn the addresses if you're gonna be a good neighbor in the neighborhood.
I'll get
This
those
was
three
given as
from
160 Church.
All right, so where are we on this, people?
I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, so if steps, what are the steps?
We agree on the hours.
We want more outreach to the buildings above it.
Yeah, not around.
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 So 7 days, 10 to 7. They're gonna
10 to 8.
10 to 8. Oh, sorry about that. No deliveries,
Correct.
Queuing inside.
queuing inside. Yeah, you have that nice waiting room. I really actually appreciate that. That was really thoughtful. Jared?
I'm slightly confused where this is.
Oh, show him the map.
Church.
Church.
Yeah, well, I know, but that's not coming up as 99.
Well, it's 99 and 165.
Yes. It's
It's
two
with
alternate-
You're saying both.
offices?
No,
No.
the corner's where the deli is.
Yes.
The deli. The deli is
If you look there
165
at the
too.
corner, there's a subway store.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then around the corner on Church
Yeah, but that's,
is the little store, right?
Yeah,
It's actual awning says it's 165 Church Street. Is that the address?
they use two, alternate.
It's a corner, they use both
Corner,
addresses.
There's two
Okay.
addresses.
Okay, I got
for the
it.
building.
So we're gonna occupy the whole entire corner of the building.
99 Chambers and quote 165 Church.
All right, any other stipulations?
Yes, you had talked about wanting some renderings to show that not too many of the storefronts were blacked out.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Betty.
The windows.
Mhm.
Yes.
All right, so according to Street Easy, 165 Church is a residential building.
That is currently under construction according to these
Okay.
gentlemen. Being strict
We
community.
can do the tints halfway, just so like kids don't see above, but adults can see.
I mean, I think they're talking about two different things. I think they're talking about the fact that like you are gonna be moving into a space that's gonna become a residential building, and we wanna take into consideration people that would be moving into that space above it.
And we don't want the entire side of the store from the corner of Chambers back to be fully tinted all the way. We understand you need privacy for many things, but to find a way to, not a neon sign necessarily, but to find a way to help the streetscape to be enlivened to ensure that their safety and it's not a blacked out corner.
And how do people get in?
Okay, the entrance is on the corner.
Yeah.
All right, so with all of those modifications, do I have,
Sorry, just running through the others.
Yep.
Sorry.
so it's 7 days, 10 to 7, queuing
10
inside.
to 8.
10 to 8. Gee, I am tired. Right? I'm queuing inside, it's 99 Chambers / 165 Church, which we're gonna ask that you update to be reflected on the application so everybody knows. They're gonna withdraw a CB6 application as soon as, assuming he's approved. There'll be no deliveries. He's gonna send us renderings for the outside, and he's gonna agree to not black out the entire set of windows along Church Street.
And to reach out to the
Along
residential
Chambers.
areas.
It's not the main owner, I guess,
Purchase the deck.
uncovered there, right?
Yeah, you have
Chambers
to
is
mean,
waiting area,
yeah,
yes.
the 165, the owner's
But
fine.
we're not reaching out to them. Four corners. Yeah.
And the outreach to the residents. So on Chambers Street, our assumption is that's your storefront, correct?
Right.
That's where your waiting room is on the inside, so that would be not opaque, people could see that. But along Church, we ask you to be a little bit
Maybe.
flexible with how you do that. Okay. With all of those things, anybody have anything else? Do I hear any motions?
Motion.
Question, second?
Oh, yeah.
Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions to this? Are there any recusals? Motion passes. Welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you, thank you, appreciate it.
Good luck.
They're not
Next up.
bad, they get a lot of it, right?
Yeah, hopefully, hopefully.
For the stuff I have to do, when do I have to?
December 20 is the deadline.
December 19th.
Yeah, but don't get it
19,
just
yeah,
that
just
day,
ahead, the
you know,
19th.
the fourth.
It is, and you know what?
I have it emailed. Do I send it to?
Send it to, yeah, well,
I have it.
okay,
And
thank you.
you can show up on that day, right, or no?
It's because small ones, nobody coming.
99 Chambers was that one, 101
Yes.
Reed.
Anybody? 101 Reed?
Here we go again.
Is 110 Chambers here too?
Here.
Okay.
We gotta go faster.
I'd love to. I'd love to. This is why people are supposed to send us materials in advance.
Yeah, that's it, yeah,
Yeah.
You know,
Last night, she received it today.
When did you send your 30-day notice?
Right.
Here, there's one, I got your proposal, I didn't.
Can you send us the timeline?
You and I'll share it, is that what we're doing, that's fine.
One Chambers, so this is the Patriot.
Anything to share with you.
Which one did you?
Go.
I gotta go.
Oh, we're doing 101 Reed.
Okay, where are we?
Number 10, 101 Reed.
So I'm missing page 1.
101 Reed.
Yeah, thank you.
Where's that?
Idea.
That's maybe this is it. Here.
101 Reed.
I have mine, this is 10.
This is number, 101 Reed is number 10.
Oh, but I have mine
It's
that
all
we
Gotham Light Store.
discussed.
On this block.
Yeah.
What's next?
It's Gotham. Is the old Gotham Bike Store?
Is that, oh, yeah.
Guys, the old Gotham Bike Store is what we're looking at?
It's the space right now that it's occupied with an art gallery.
Is this you?
Yes, yeah.
That is us, that could be just an image from,
And that's
here.
This is, yeah, these are old images. Right now, this space is occupied by an art gallery. It's a limited engagement art gallery. They do charity for the Ukraine war efforts supporting people there. But they will vacate if a license is granted to us.
This is the inside of the space.
Very large.
Yeah.
It's a very large space.
It's a very large space, yeah.
And it's
So how many people are you looking to have on the first? And will everything be on the first floor?
Yeah, we have that entire first floor, yeah.
And you have the lower level?
Right now, I just have the first floor.
Your application says 2,000 square foot of ground level, 2,400 for the lower level.
That would be storage then.
That would be storage, that's our storage. Yeah,
Preparation.
yeah.
ADA accessibility?
These steps, those, I don't think those are.
No, they're not.
You're gonna have to
Yeah.
retrofit ramps,
Yeah.
retrofit.
We need to know how
Right,
you.
that's a landmark building as well.
It isn't, it's not a landmark building, but it is in the special Tribeca district.
The Left District requires.
So we need to have some idea of how you're gonna make it
Where's
ADA
Beach Street
accessible.
Prep? Isn't that a school? Beach Street
Beach
Prep?
Street Prep is on the other side of Church Street.
It's not within 500?
They could,
So the 2,400 square feet of lower level, that's just all storage?
Yeah, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Number of bathrooms, none? Yeah, it's blank.
There are bathrooms, but we're not sure how many we're gonna use.
How many we're gonna make?
Yeah, there are a couple. There's actually showers too, but it used to have gymnasium equipment, so that stuff we're not. Yes, exactly. So we're not sure if we're gonna be able to use all of that room.
Okay.
We're gonna need to.
Yes, we're gonna need two, yes, at least.
And one
50%
has to
minimum.
be, and one has to be accessible.
Yeah.
Of course, but we don't.
What three will have to be able to get in place?
And first they have to get in the door, yeah,
So,
that's a problem.
you have hours so only filled out Friday to Saturday, 6 to 11 p.m. 6 a.m.?
Yeah, so that should really be 9. Unfortunately, we got a little confused with the numbers and then I realized that, that's way too early.
Yeah. 9 might be too early.
So you're,
Not till 11 at night.
Too long,
We
yeah.
picked your hours.
so you're just doing Friday and Saturday.
You're not gonna be open any other time? Wait. I'm confused.
Yeah.
So let's
Just
just,
confirm the days that you're open and the hours
Thank
that you're
you.
gonna operate.
So we'll be open 7 days a week. We
Okay.
just have to figure out the 70 hours a little bit better because.
You're gonna have
We're
to
gonna
do
help
that
you.
right now.
yes, you're gonna have to think on your feet.
Do it right now.
Yes, so it would be Monday through Thursday, we'd have like a shorter hours and I think Friday, Saturday would be.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I'm
so
shaking your
Monday
head.
through Thursday would be something like noon to 8, noon to 9, something like that, right? And then we have, I think, 35 hours to play with between Friday and Sunday. So Friday and Saturday and Saturday would be slightly extended, just based on what we've seen. So 11 a.m. to, around, is it 8 or 9 where we are now in terms of hours, and then Sunday will be our shortest time. Our shortest hours.
Not to be a killer, but the Reed Street Prep issue is an issue.
This is 30.
We're at Reed Street Prep.
77 Reed.
Oh, geez, man, got it.
Oh, sorry, while you're figuring that out, so that was 32. Monday to Thursday, 12 to 8 is 32 hours.
And then they say,
12 to 9, you said.
it said 12 to 8. And then Friday and Saturday,
Reed Street Prep
11 to 9.
Tutorial, I didn't think it was.
And then whatever's
No,
left
no,
over.
It doesn't have to be a deal.
Okay, so 11 and 12.
We should check, I didn't understand it was.
I don't think it's a private.
11?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
On Friday and Saturday.
100%.
12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 hours?
No.
That's 10 hours, that would make it 42.
Oh, I knew it would.
That would be 20 hours, 52. And then.
But I don't think we can, preschool, yes.
18
That
hours.
is right.
All right, so you're noon to 9, Monday through Friday.
Monday through
That's
Thursday.
Monday through Thursday, that's 9 times 4.
No, they said 12 to 8.
No, he said noon to 9, and then he said 11 to 10 on Fridays and Saturdays, right?
I had totally different times.
Yeah, I hear that.
That puts you at 58.
And then Sunday would be just those few hours.
Sunday would be what hours?
What is the remaining?
12. So that's what doesn't.
I would say something like 11 to 6 or 7. So they're not gonna hit the 70.
Yeah, if you do this way.
Right, unless they do.
Earlier on Monday to Thursday.
At 10 Reed Street.
Well, they don't have to hit
Yeah, you don't
70
Right,
hours.
yeah, 70. I mean, y'all also need to be thinking about your staffing. So like, can y'all pay for staffing for all those hours is also important.
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah.
So what's
So
that?
12.
What's that?
Money behind.
Saturday and Sunday, it sounds like you said 11 to 10.
I'm very specific.
Friday and
I have
Saturday,
11 to 9, but okay. I'm
11 to
sorry.
10.
So 11 to 10, which is
Friday and Saturday.
11 hours a day for 2 days. so
22. So you're up to
And then Monday to
58.
Thursday was 36.
Yeah.
He could do 11 to 9, Monday through Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he opens at 11 a.m. every day, right?
Are y'all doing delivery?
Yes, yeah.
You could put
Are
open
you
11
storing your
a.m.
bikes?
every day, maybe.
So right now we are designing our delivery system, but we are capped at 25. So there's not gonna be a lot of bikes. It's a limited delivery available only now.
25 points.
Yeah, 25 delivery drivers.
That's a lot of delivery drivers, 25 people.
Yes, I mean, we're not gonna have 25 bikes, if that makes sense. We're gonna have space.
Bikes, you're only gonna do 25 deliveries, is what you're
No.
saying.
No.
The captain
There's gonna be
25
25
delivery
people running around, Pat.
Exactly,
But-
people, yeah.
Yeah.
Think of it just in terms of 25. people.
Deliverers.
Deliverers, yes, we're passing. We wanna hire people, yeah, we won't be every day.
Well, I know you want to hire people, but will you have, you don't know if you'll have enough business for 25 people.
It's true, but we don't know.
So you'll have 25 bikes.
In the basement space downstairs for them.
You don't have that.
25 drivers.
That's a lot of bikes.
Well, I think there are rules for that street. It's very beautiful. I don't think we were allowed to do a lot with bikes outdoors, but we do have.
We can't do anything on this
We
thing.
want to, they brought that up.
Again,
Jared,
just to not sound like a broken record, but it is right down the block from a
where is Reed Street Prep?
77, Reed?
You may not be able to get this location if it's right by the school.
77, so Reed Street Prep is a large school on the same block, less than 500 feet.
Problem. Can't do it.
Can you find a new location?
It is a little bit difficult to find locations in the climate right now, with cannabis legalization, because you do have to go into the process, with a landlord not knowing if it's gonna be approved. So at any moment, OCM reserves the right to deny their opinion on the
Yeah,
location.
but we can't be less than 500.
Of course, no, we can find another location, whatever OCM, or whatever guidance OCM provides to us, we'll follow their direction.
So then, I think the question comes to, do you want to withdraw?
Right.
Or do you want us to disapprove you today?
And what are you applying under, a minority owned? Because, no, I mean,
So I actually founded the largest cannabis lobbying and trade organization in New York State. It's called the Cannabis Association of New York. We started with just a few farmers, and I helped grow that organization to hundreds of local farmers, hundreds of processors, cultivators, retailers in New York State. It's been a lot of work. We actually helped create the CART program. I provided subject matter expertise onboarding, created the compliance program for that group. So I did not want to take those births away from them. I am from East Harlem. I was raised in public housing, but I was able to go to Fordham and NYU, actually in the district at the Woolworth building for graduate school. So my life has completely changed, and I wanted to give those spots up to someone else who deserved it more than I did.
But still,
I applied as a general unrestricted
General,
licensee.
Okay. Thank you.
Wow.
so congratulations on your success. I think that's super cool. We love that you were part of the neighborhood. I will also say that if you were integral to helping OCN get the rules and stuff, you're part of the issue that we have right now that you've seen come through.
Yes.
So, there's a couple things. We'd love you to withdraw, find a new location and come back, because you don't have any petitions to support from the neighborhood, which means you haven't publicly posted or filed anything outside the location either. I understand you didn't hear from Ms. James, but there was information even on our own website that shows kind of what it is. So the responsibility falls to the applicant to follow up with the community board. So, you're Carlos, right?
Yes.
And Steven? Brothers?
We're married.
Oh, awesome. Okay. So we would encourage you so that you can come back and you can be really complete with your information. You can imagine as a community board, we want to cross our Ts and dot our Is and be able to have community support for any of the legal establishments that come. We are not a board that turns everything down. We do think there are lots of locations that can be had. So I would highly encourage you, since you're under the general unrestricted, to withdraw and reapply.
Okay, okay. Thank you for your suggestion.
Are you applying under any other community boards?
We are hoping for 3 licenses. Right now, we have only been called for this community board.
Where are the others?
We have not decided yet.
Oh,
Okay. When you do, make sure that you chase the community board, because we are, as you can clearly see, all very overwhelmed with the process.
So
yeah.
if you are going to withdraw, we need it in writing.
So you have to write a letter or something?
Yes.
If you do
Right.
not withdraw and send it to us in writing, we will vote tonight for denial and leave it standing.
Yeah.
So we should have it by board meeting.
Correct.
Yes, if you do it by the
If
19th.
not,
If we don't have it, then we'll
by the
vote
19th.
it down.
Mm-hmm.
By Friday, won't it?
Well, yeah.
Friday.
Friday.
yes.
It'd be better to do it by Friday.
If you,
That's
if you
fine.
know you're gonna,
A letter of
the
withdrawal.
19th is a Tuesday?
Yep.
And then it
Do
could
it by
be
the
simple,
15th.
right?
Yeah, if you
Decided by
could
the
do that, yeah.
Just be simple,
18th 's
say,
fine,
we're
whatever.
doing this application and, you know, to find.
Yeah. Whatever, you just
Or more
make
simple
it
than-
simple. Yeah, a more suitable location or something, but you don't.
Don't get all caught up, just
Pencil
get
in.
it out, it's better.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no,
Thank you for
thank
being
you,
here
good
tonight.
luck.
Next up,
Carlos and, sir, we hope that you find, Stephen, we hope that you, I can't even get my brains around.
I know,
Hope that you
right?
find a new location, there are lots of great spaces, places that are more commercial, and that you come back.
And really check the map.
Do you want to take these pictures back?
Uh-huh.
Do you use them?
I mean,
well, they can't reuse them because they,
Correct, guys, we need to go to oppose this unless they withdraw,
Exactly.
okay? So
So-
I need a motion to.
I motion that.
I second.
Okay, great. I'm gonna assume all in favor. Are there any opposed? Any recused? Any abstentions? Motion passed. Thank you. Next.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, good luck.
Go eat something now.
What, 110 Chambers now?
Or is it one of the Fulton?
Are we on chain?
Do we need to-
That was 101 read.
Yes, so 110 Chambers?
110 Chambers.
you're one to Chambers?
So,
110 Chambers is here, yeah.
110 Chambers is here, and in the future, there will be no applicants that get to bring their paperwork at the meeting.
That's correct.
Period.
My co-op finally.
And it should be on our website.
Was it supposed to be dropped off ahead of time?
Yeah, would it help?
I had tried calling and emailing, but I didn't get a
Yeah,
response.
we
so
have
I-
copies.
Send me an email telling us so, please. All right, 110 Fulton, are you here afterwards? No. Okay. 130 Water, 111 Fulton.
Yes.
I am here, sorry.
Yeah, we're doing 110 Chambers. I'm just checking who else is in the room while he's passing out stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so
Everyone get one?
111
No,
Fulton
you have
will
more?
be next. I need one.
Yeah.
130 Water, is there anybody here?
Sorry. Oh, you got one, sorry.
And then you can pass them down there. but yeah.
Thank you.
And Tammy.
135 William,
Yeah, it is.
they're here?
135 William is here? No? Who are you guys?
256 Broadway.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I'm sorry too.
Pizza.
I know, we have pizza, right? We have leftovers, can we share?
What do you guys-
I'd salad and pizza.
I saw this.
I know, right? Yeah.
So you were.
The salad was breakfast, so that's.
Let's go, let's be back on focus. Thank you so much.
Yes, you're right,
So
fair.
my name is Andres Savoki. I'm here today with my parents and partners in this business venture. We are card licensees. We were granted a license back in July, about 2 weeks before the injunction came down. So we did a lot of work over the injunction, finding the location and crossing all of our Ts and dotting all of our Is. We don't have renderings. We are working on them. We do have a preliminary sketch that we got from our architect. The renderings we should have hopefully within the next 2 to 3 weeks. It's kind of dependent on our fixtures, and the designer that we're gonna be using. We applied back in 2022. It was a long year. We were relieved to kind of get notice back in July, and then the injunction came down and it just kind of caused everything. It was shattering to say the least. We're happy to be here and we're happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Tammy, I have a question.
On-site consumption?
We will come back for it. We are planning to apply for it, but also let me just say that there's 3 apartments above, and that's one too many for any smoking on site. We were just in Vegas for a convention, walking through casinos, cigarettes and smoke were not about it. We were hoping to do on-site consumption in different aspects, non-combustibles, no open flame, beverages that are infused. Beverages, like, but in edibles, but in liquid form.
So they're across the street from 165 Temple. Oh, no, that's on Church. Take it back.
What about the Washington
Same
Market
school.
School?
77 Reed Street, if you want to do the kitty corner.
Yeah,
You tell me.
Where
what rules
is
are.
exactly, it's Chambers and what, what's the cost?
Chambers and Church, or close to Church.
So is this the Patriots thing?
But why is Rector?
No.
Megan's doing more accurate measurement, but
Also.
No, none of those would be relevant at all.
You're within 1,000 feet of the last one that we approved.
Right.
Which is
165.99.
Yeah, 165.99, you'd be,
Well,
within 1,000 feet, so it's basically.
29 Chambers.
So we will have to note yours and theirs.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were also a general licensee, we're provisional car licensee, I don't know if that's gonna be a different track.
Why are you a car?
It's supposed to be different.
We are one licensee and also a woman-owned business,
A woman-owned business.
majority.
Okay, so you will not be applying for on-site consumption at this point, and even because there are too many residents above you, correct?
We will not be applying for on-site consumption because the application is not available, but we plan to go for it, but I want to reiterate again that we're not looking to have on-site consumption, any smoking on site, no flames, nothing that would disturb residents above.
But you will agree to return to the community board before, so we can opine before that.
Of course.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yes. So I'm guessing, so y'all have a lease at this location?
I'm just
Because
do it.
via licensing, they were like, y'all listen to people talk about a restaurant being open there. They were supposed to be doing a high-end late night restaurant, I remember, because I thought it was a silly idea.
And for what I heard from the broker, that fell through because of the hours that we
Okay.
implemented on Sunday.
Okay.
I love the picture of it. It's a great place.
We did not grant out.
Yeah.
What about the school that's located?
Yeah, you got the please, same one that.
Oh, no, this is on Church.
No, it's 77 Reed's, 454 feet from the school.
Oh.
We have the right location, guys?
What's,
It's 110 Chambers Street.
Corner of Church and Chambers, am I right?
It's not, it's one from the corner.
It's one from the corner, that's what I was asking.
Yeah,
about
and that's the
other
right, that's the right spot, right?
You know what, go to the,
Yeah.
go to the property line, not the middle of the street there.
Oops, crap. And screwed up my thing.
Preschools don't count.
They do.
They
count.
do. They
Because
do.
52 Chambers Street is a
Are you measuring
District 2 pre-K center.
Yes, but the entrance is.
Far enough away.
is over here.
That's what we figured out. That was a 5-1. Oh, 1, 2, or something like that. Okay. I was wondering.
wait,
Okay.
Colin, what are you looking at?
And your entrance is on Chambers, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And is that the sole entrance, or do you have an entrance?
77
for
Reed,
it as
same
well?
school.
There's one entrance to commercial property on Chambers.
Granted, this isn't the best line I've drawn, but
Also, what about,
it's not that close. It's 40-foot difference.
It's 10:30?
No.
It's 11:30. Oh, Lord.
What we're trying to figure out, guys, is the same problem as the last applicant is, by my really rough measurement, you're about 400 some odd feet from the school, which is a problem.
I've got it like 460.
Yeah, I mean, from my understanding, preschools didn't count, but also I know that there was a conversation earlier about the difference between the law and the guidance and
We go by
what
the
you
law.
follow.
Yeah.
but what about also 234?
234 is over 800.
Yeah, way down.
It's
So,
far.
Jared, it's the
234
way-
is for, Stuyvesant is for.
Have y'all talked to the residents in that building?
I've tried to. There's 3 apartments and I haven't seen them come and go. I've tried speaking to the landlord to see if they could reach out, maybe set up a meeting. They said they don't really see them too often. They don't have to do much content.
And you posted notices?
Yeah.
On each corner, and then across the street for each direction.
Does have pictures of it in your presentation, which is nice.
And what hours were you gonna do delivery?
It would be during our hours of operation.
And the hours of operation were?
They're in here. I'll tell you.
11 to 5 on Sunday, Monday through Wednesday, 11 to 8, Thursday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. I'm gonna tell you that we're probably gonna
Yeah.
go for that one, but
No.
Yeah, Friday,
Have to
Saturday.
close. No.
Yeah, we wouldn't approve anything until 12:30 in the morning.
Okay, what would you consider?
It's literally just a thing.
Well, 9.
Friday, Saturday?
Friday and Saturday, 9 or 10.
I don't know what,
Oh, 11 o'clock.
I don't know what time we're at, but I mean, I feel like 10-ish is.
10 is just fair.
I mean,
On Friday and Saturday?
Yeah.
We do 11 o'clock.
We can do
I
11
think
p.m., right?
we could talk about that part of Chambers
Yeah.
Street where the Patriot is,
Yeah.
because
It's
Mudville
that
is like not that
Yeah,
far,
that's
they're
so
open
11
late.
p.m., yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So what do we got? 8
That's
a.m.?
22, hold on, I'm going.
Yeah, I can't do the math. I'm sorry.
22.
And then
I seem worse.
I am sorry.
music wise,
There would be background music.
There's also the
Stuff
Kitty
over-
Academy.
We're not planning on holding any events or any buyouts.
Yeah, so it's a
Big grand
concert.
opening. You know, we want to have a responsible business that's gonna distribute cannabis
Delivery.
in a responsible way and educate also, because this is kind of a new world for everybody.
You've got more hours than we would normally allot.
Yeah. you
So,
can play it.
You're at 70.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it.
Do I not add right? Okay, so
Monday to
Sunday is 6 hours, right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are 27
7,
hours.
Thursday's 10.
Thursday 10. And then Friday, Saturday is 12 hours a day, so that's 24,
Oh, yeah, 24.
right?
Yeah.
So that's 7.
Oh,
18, carry the one. That's 67 hours.
Yeah.
So you're gonna add more hours, you have 3 more hours to add somewhere.
So let's do opening at 10 on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
So it's 10 to 8, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Well, actually, Thursday was until 9.
Mm-hmm.
And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is 8.
So you want to go till 9 or you want to open early?
If I have the extra hour, then I guess I'll go through 9, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so that way it's consistent Monday through Thursday, 11 to 9.
Yeah,
That's 10 hours, that's 40, right?
30. Oh, yeah, 40.
40, because it's 4 days.
Yep,
24.
Yep, there we go.
yep, that's 70. Perfect.
Okay.
And what are you doing to the sorry.
So it's not a landmark building, but it's in a landmark district, so we have to go through LPC for anything that we do.
Monday through Thursday,
Um,
11 to 9.
We're hoping to
Friday and
forward
Saturday,
some plans to maybe
Sunday,
alter the facade to kind of
11 to 5.
update it, but if we have to kind of take security measures from the inside, we're considering doing a rolling gate on the inside of the property. That way, we're not altering the facade and we're also.
Gotta get a better door.
Yeah, and I think those
I think
windows
we're
too.
We're hoping that you grant us.
Someone can
replace
kick that
the
down.
door. Yeah, the whole door, make one whole door.
Jared,
I don't know.
Sound like a single issue voter here, but what do we do about proximity to the school?
the hard thing is we don't really understand, depending on, it's got to go where door-to-door property to property is, whether it's 460 or it's actually on the 500 line. That's the problem we're gonna have, especially here because you're crossing intersections. That's my issue.
Will OCM take, will they measure it?
They
or-
don't care.
They don't give a shit.
So the guidance says one thing, but the law does not actually say.
Correct. So
It says
that,
500 feet, so to take it strictly like that, it would mean it's within that, but.
the problem is I don't know where it's measuring from, right, for that bus. So that's, like, I don't know what the reach rate currently is. So, what does the committee want to do?
Just a quick question about when they receive deliveries. It says early, from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Isn't that kind of early or is that?
I say give them benefit of the doubt.
I mean, do what you want. Also, congestion pricing, you've heard
If
this
there's
coming
one
in.
measurement that makes them
You-
500, let them have it.
It's going to be the expensive time of day.
I was saying, you were gonna come here just to buy weed, I'm gonna give it a check.
No, no. The delivery.
I think you gotta be careful.
I don't know if this.
I think you can't. If it's within, it's within.
Yeah, but we don't know.
We don't know.
Certification only based, the only certifications OCM has is based on their guidelines. The guidelines do not actually match the regulations of the law, which they admitted, and they said, that's okay, we're gonna go back and change the regulations, and we said, you can't do that because the laws are set, and they said, we are going to.
That's what I was saying. Can we ask the applicant to provide us with some kind of certification, attestation or something?
So since their injunction had cleared up, I think it was last week, we already went forward and submitted our postcard selection application with this location. And that is kind of where the OCM will give you like their seal of approval to start building out and making progress towards opening.
But you know, we're discussing right now.
In terms of our deliberation, we're struggling with whether it's close enough, whether it's so close, we're not certain if our measurements are correct. I guess what I'm asking, can we ask them to present us something that would give us comfort one way or the
But
other?
why would they be why would they supply?
Can you hire someone? Can you hire those guys that measure the Department of Transportation that measure streets?
I don't request that. You're very kind, but I.
So just so I'm understanding, the line door to door, is it a straight line or is it the path that somebody would take as if they were walking?
It does not specify. It just says.
The measurement I did is the most liberal for you.
Yeah, the walk.
And that still didn't make it. If I did by the crow's flies, you'd be really screwed. So.
Yeah, but I would.
Some ways the
I would
measurement
think
you took was how much? 500.
460.
Yeah, we use Google Maps, and Community Board 2, Mark Fitzgerald uses, she taught us how to use Google Maps and
Right.
Yeah,
that's
what we did.
Yeah.
take the line, it tells you from door to door.
That's what
Cass been doing.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah, so I mean, that seems consistent from.
But that's been 460 something.
Betty has a question.
Betty, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I was just gonna ask, it sounds like you're using the space that used to be the Patriot.
Yes,
Correct.
yeah.
Okay, because it is much less than, as far as a step up for accessibility than it is into the apartments, which are actually marked the 110. But anyway, if you're gonna redo the front, which it sounds like you're going to, you could make sure that you get it flush with the sidewalk, because currently it isn't.
Yeah.
Step there, yeah.
Just for,
The step, I believe, is on the residential portion. I think the commercial side is sloped.
Where the Patriot is, it shows a step. It has a very small one, but a step.
Oh, okay, on the inside, okay.
so Tammy, just for clarification, read the actual law.
Yeah, I have a-
It has a Reed Street will automatically out because it literally says the same road and within two, so they're done.
So it's 460.
And 500, sorry. But yeah, the law literally says on the same road and within 500 feet of school buildings, which is really liberal.
Yep. And this
isn't the same road as Reed, though.
no, it's not the same road, but it is within it's argumentative whether
Same
it's
road
within
and within 500 feet. So it sounds like
And
that's
what's,
the-
but that sounds like that would be more of a problem for the other place than just.
The other place has no chance. They're on the same road.
Because they were on Reed.
Yeah, they're on Reed. They're too close. This is 2 blocks away on a different road.
Yeah.
Francis.
Deliveries,
Delivery.
garbage, and bicycles. She's on the phone.
Bicycle's gonna be parked inside. On the sketch, there's a preliminary bike rack where we're gonna put on the sub-level. So they'll be stored inside. Deliveries, they'll be done during hours of operation. Deliveries will be done on bicycles and on foot. Not electric bikes, regular foot-powered bikes.
Bike storage.
Yeah, they have.
Storage is gonna be in the basement level.
Are you taking his kitchen out then?
Yes, completely.
Hey, Colin, can you repeat the language of the statute?
Well, it gets even trickier here. The measurements in subdivision A of this section are to be taken from in a straight line, which is not good for you. From the center of the nearest entrance of such house of worship or the nearest point of school grounds to the center of the nearest entrance of each such premises licensed and operating pursuant to this section, blah, 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 blah. Again, the rest is irrelevant. So they're saying straight line. But what the law isn't clear about is, does that mean straight line on a continuous street?
I would imagine
Like
so.
crow flies through everything, like
That's
the crow flies.
Yeah.
So you're saying that's what the other community member was doing? Crow
That's what I was
flies?
doing.
That's what you're doing?
Yeah.
But that's not right.
That's crazy. It's just how you.
Is it on the same bed or or the same?
Education myself,
Yeah, I know.
how you would.
So the problem is for the attorneys in the room, where it gets really tricky is, it says on the same road and within 500 feet of school grounds. It doesn't
Right.
say
Or,
or.
that's
It says and,
Right.
yeah, that's.
I think they might be okay.
They might be okay.
From my understanding,
Oh, that's a good point,
We
yeah.
are, I mean, I've
As-
been through
yeah.
this for the last year. I've looked at numerous properties across the street from the library that didn't make it because those are considered community facilities.
Sorry.
As far as I understand, it's 500 feet and on the same road for community facilities, churches and schools.
Well,
Ah,
so no, I
interesting.
mean, depends on what you're going off, right? So the cannabis law is pretty clear. It says 500 feet, period. And
But what was
And
teachers?
No, it doesn't say that. He just read it.
that's not the cannabis law. Those are the regulations and those may not even. be
Nope,
that.
this is Kansas State of New York.
No, go up.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it says
but
Kansas State of New York.
It's same.
It's- it says-
No, those are regulations from OCM. Those are not, that is not the cannabis statute.
State of New York.
I understand it's the state of New
Okay.
You
York.
have to,
It
you
is,
have to listen to
it
him.
is an agency regulation.
Okay,
It
but your
is
little
not
glasses
the
is-
statute. You have the statute,
Colin, we had to do the
you
research.
have the regulations,
All right,
and
fair enough.
the guidance.
So it's 500 feet.
The law says 500 feet from a school, as defined in the education law. The education law then goes on and gives a very expansive definition that is meant to be very inclusive. Public school, private school, nursery school, elementary school, secondary.
Door-to-door property line.
That's what I'm saying. So it just says 500 feet. The confusion, and it's confusing, is that the guidance says exclusive use and the same road.
Yeah.
And the cannabis board told us that, well, we were going off the SLA regulations, which also say that. The problem is that the alcohol beverage control law on which the liquor.
SLA made the
SLA
regulations.
Right, are consistent. They both say the same thing. Meaning, the legislature knows how to put in exclusive use, same road when they want to.
Right.
They didn't here. So
What does that
the
mean?
question is, what does it mean? It means that that the OCM has kind of screwed up and that they don't,
Well, lazy.
they are not consistent. And so this board has decided that we will follow the law and not the guidance.
But just to clarify, I'm reading state statute here. These
You're
are
not.
near, it literally says state statute.
Clarification on this? They are regulations, they are agency generated rules.
Okay, so we're following.
Okay.
We're saying 500 feet and is it 500 feet then?
That's what I
Or
think.
60 or whatever you
All right, so assuming this is borderline, the question is, has the applicant, if we assume it's 500 feet flat, has the applicant met enough of the conversations of where we would go? Because I think this is really damn close. This is, 485 feet, maybe 500 feet. Hard to know. It depends on which way the door opens and where the door is. Right? So
I think
I leave it to
so.
the committee to figure out where we want to go.
So. when
I know that there are 3 other people, so you were going.
Yeah, no, we gotta go.
So
I say give it to them.
I say give it to
I
them
said
too, but I will.
two, except I thought you said it was like 440 feet.
No.
So I am concerned in general, not about
What she's
that,
saying
but
is-
in general, about like, oh, well, you basically.
No, but she's
Go-
saying it is 500 feet. But Tara's saying it is 500.
It's closed depending where they.
It's closed. He's not saying it's 500.
I'm not saying it's 500 feet. I'm saying that it's.
And we don't know what it is.
Really
But if it's not
So think
500,
about
then
that.
we can't do it because we've done 501.
That's my only concern, but yeah, I think they should get there.
It's not 500.
I have like 488, but that's the way Google does it. I don't know if that's
But
accurate.
that's what we.
But we've been using.
That's the only way,
Listen,
that's how.
Everybody quiet for a second.
Just for 1 second. Miriam is correct. We have done this and we have been, if we're not consistent,
Right.
we screw up and we open ourselves to everything. I don't care whether I like you or not, or I think you'd be terrific. I've got to go by what we have made the decision to be. And that's what we have made it to be, and you don't meet it. And we have no choice.
So you're not.
I really believe that. Otherwise, why do we go through this?
We have the public offering some information.
Hi, my name is Andrew Batier. I live at 380 Rector Place in Battery Park. I'm supporting, this move for Andre and his family to be at the 110 Chamber, as we stated, the old Patriot. I think this store will be a step up. Andre and his family's worked really hard on this business for a long period of time, as you can see by his thorough presentation and well thought out answers to most questions that have come up. Andre and his family have gone and looked at so many spots all around Manhattan and decided that Community One, which I'm also a member of, is the best place for this business to thrive. And I'm really excited for the opportunity to see this come to be. And I think, just my opinion, that if we're upset about 30 feet, 40 feet, wherever a line is that we're trying to draw somewhere on Google Maps, 5 hours into our conversation this evening, I think it would be a shame if that was something that we decided we're not gonna.
I'm glad
move
you stopped from saying arbitrarily.
We're gonna.
Because we're
gonna move
said
forward.
500.
I don't need to
Yeah, but it's
take a
500
rebuttal, that's just my opinion
If
as
it's
a.
less than 500 feet,
community
we
board.
can't do it. We're trying to be consistent.
We're trying to follow.
You know, I think they're great.
How
We're
is
trying
it
to be-
different than all the other measurements we've been doing tonight? I mean,
So I
when I-
did 501, 505.
Okay.
They're 480 something.
I'm saying, but
I don't
your
like the
measurement
measurement, it's the
depends on
measurement.
where the door is or whatever. What do you mean it depends?
Somebody make a motion and we'll vote and go.
But if you consistently measure, if you measure it the same way we've been.
My motion would be, much as I like them.
Would
that
we be
have
able to get
do them.
clarification on the OCM on what the law is and then come back?
We went to a meeting on November 28th.
Okay.
We already know what.
So
we
are you
have
the
a
second
very
meeting?
Law and the guidelines and they
You
don't.
second my motion?
Okay.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I was definitely reading old information, so.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded.
So, please tell me the motion so we
The
can.
motion is that we have to reject.
Based on the distance from.
Okay.
Based on the measurements
Unless
that
you can come
are
back and prove
ruling
that it's
of 500
500
feet
feet.
and a school.
So would I have the opportunity to come back and prove it's 500 feet?
Before next Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah, if you can do that, I
If
mean.
you can do that,
You can do it before next Tuesday, or you can
Or you can
withdraw.
withdraw, right? and get
or
new
you can
location.
withdraw.
Before next Tuesday, same thing.
And then
Okay, so
location.
either way.
If you're going to withdraw by Friday.
Yeah.
And that's a letter.
For the state of
Withdraw by
guidance.
Friday. And
And
that's
then
what
one
you can
on,
do.
right?
So,
I mean,
all right,
We
so
hate to
I'm
do
sorry, it was made and seconded,
Take a vote.
Any opposed, abstain, recused?
yeah,
I oppose.
I abstain.
one abstention.
Who's your opposes?
Oh, so
Okay.
the motion is
So-
to reject, right?
your motion is to object, that's why
Motion
I'm,
is to reject the
Sorry,
application.
I vote for it, sorry.
I vote for rejection.
Yes.
I am
Right.
opposing.
Chair
rejection.
abstain.
Meltzer's abstaining, because
abstains.
Why?
because my brain's fine.
Kay abstains.
And abstain. Do we, there's 4 abstentions, motion passes.
And
Okay.
one objection.
And 1 objection, because you want to approve it.
I want to approve it.
Okay, that's 5, still motion.
No, well,
No, we're 1, 2,
Francis,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So no, motion passes. Motion passes, sorry.
meaning you're rejecting, sorry.
Right. Understand what we're saying about the law, come back with the measurements. If you are 500 feet, more than 500 feet, because we can't really get a solid roll on that.
What would be acceptable to prove it to you, like a survey or what?
Yeah, that's fine. Have somebody survey and walk it out. From front door to front door.
If you can get the legislator to put the amendment in there, just bring them in.
Yeah. Please, seriously, have somebody,
You have to come back and then.
Because you would have otherwise.
no.
no.
All right,
It's
so
not like
here's what
there
you're
was
gonna
another
do.
reason.
You're gonna have it surveyed. You're gonna make sure you have neighborhood signatures, not just Rector Street, which is
Because we're
lovely
too
for the
far
neighbors
I
to
have-
support
We're
you.
too far away.
A lot of businesses that are on the street directly.
What about the neighbors? who-
Neighbors.
Residents.
The 3 above, I mentioned I had, and
that whole corner, cause the same way that we did with the
Yeah,
dead.
so I think the biggest would probably be the carry across the street and then the development right attachment.
Yeah, we can get those people.
All right, so yeah, see if you can get a couple
Just
more
don't forget.
neighbors, get us the survey, please send it to me by the 19th, we can make motions to change
Don't
things.
say the 19th, but before.
The
Just have
15th.
time.
Friday would be great, but if you can't, Friday or Monday would be lovely. Our full board is Wednesday, and I can't guarantee I'll have my brain still in charge, because it's 11:50.
Yeah.
All right?
111.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right here.
Okay, 111 Fulton.
I know the
I don't know.
111
I'm
Fulton.
sorry. No.
You have paperwork for
You
us?
have no paperwork, you have no application, you have nothing.
Oh,
I think I have.
Are we happy with it? I think it might have gone. I did.
All right,
Very sudden.
You don't have a copy for yourself?
No.
You need help. How do you know what you wrote?
Yeah?
That's-
Okay.
And they're not sudden.
so after this lovely gentleman who's 111 Fulton, we have 135 William, right?
No, we're
I'm gonna give him one of the done.
And 256 Broadway is here.
With a security plan.
Keep one for yourself. Oh, yeah, pass it down to him.
But, so,
And then.
and where are you from? Oh, fantastic.
You have-
So
I'll
I'm
take
just
one and
going
pass
for
it
the
back.
record, so everybody knows. 139 Center is not here.
Okay.
135 William is not here. 135 William, no show. 139 Center, no show. 336, 340 Canal, no show. 356 Broadway, no show. And that's for both those. 386 Canal,
No show.
no show. And no show.
All right.
Okay, take us home, gentlemen. We got two, and then we want to go home.
All right, go as quick as I can. We want to get to looking at the schools. That'd be awesome. So I'm getting confident, but let's get it. So, just quickly about me, I've been in the industry legally, for about 15 years. I've opened up dispensaries in 3 different states, California, Arizona, and most recently New York. Status is in the Bronx, 817 East Tremont Street, been open since July. So I know a lot about getting, going through OCM regulations. I've gone through all of that. We have delivery going there. We don't plan it at this location. See, we're a late addition, I believe, to this meeting, so we posted the notice, I believe, the same day that we were told.
Which was when?
Would have been Friday.
There are no, so you have no signatures.
Yeah, that was gonna throw that in there. Yeah, so that is something though, we can get to you guys, and if that's something you need before, that Wednesday thing.
Yes.
Yep, all right, gotcha. So we'll get that there for sure. Hours wise on the sheet, above 70. I already changed them.
Question?
Yeah.
You're 111 Fulton, right? You know, I'm gonna give you a bonus, because you filed your application December 11th, right?
I think we filed the
When did-
application like October 2nd.
Oh, did you?
Oh, never mind. Never mind. I like the December 11th.
No, send us your 30-day notice.
Looks like you need your application.
December 8th, I did give it to you.
Yeah, I mean, is the notice the first thing, like, this application?
The first time you noticed Community Board 1 that you were coming.
Yeah, I mean, in the first day that we were allowed to, so that would have been Wednesday, October 4th, I think, that's when we handed it.
Never mind, then you're here.
Okay.
You're gonna get a.
You're gonna get an extension, yeah.
That's bad.
We'll get it.
Yeah, 'cause then you
Have
have-
Dutch Street, downtown little school.
Downtown little schools, right up the street. Are you in the building above the 7-Eleven? Where are you?
We're on the ground floor.
Does Dutch go all the way through?
Dutch is like an alley that goes from Fulton to John.
Yep. Right there.
Downtown little school is right.
Right there.
It's my friend Adrian's school.
That's why I wanted to look at that first. How bad is that? All right.
Right across the street from this.
Yeah, right.
Schools in New York City.
All right, so.
This one's a no-brainer, it's across the street.
Yeah.
We would recommend that you withdraw for the location, so
By
we don't have
Friday.
to decline you for any other reason.
Any
What-
future.
What does withdrawing help?
Just send them a letter saying.
Every time another location that's not near a school,
Yeah.
you can come back and file.
You apply to us.
It's like a black mark on your record.
Okay, so like.
We haven't denied you
Right.
because you didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, so if you denied us here, then we couldn't reapply at another location.
But
You're taking
they
your
would
chance.
take our recommendation, they would look at it and say, oh, they denied that, maybe they consider it, but this would be not denying you, you were withdrawing of your own accord, so you're gonna come back with a location that's not across the street from the school, so that we can approve it.
I'm gonna call, partners real quick.
You don't have a signed lease.
We do, but it's provisional, so I think we're paying rent right now on it, but.
No.
No, not if it's provisional, you shouldn't be.
I think we have a holding fee.
Oh, nice of them to do that, too.
Yeah.
Please say.
You can get on to the next person and I'll tell you if I'm drawing.
Tell us now.
Oh, I
Right.
can, I don't.
More than board.
Okay.
We're gonna vote to deny unless.
And I will tell you that no matter what, the hours that you put on here, you should know are way.
I was actually, I got cut off for a good reason about the location while I was in the middle of
When he
saying.
was getting
And our
ready to say.
hours, I actually changed them already, so I was gonna
Tell us
tell you
what they are, might as
What,
well.
what would you have been?
They were gonna be, 11 to 9, Monday through Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 11 to 10, and then, Sunday, 11 to 7.
256?
We give it to you at actually 7, because it's 2 hours on Sunday, and you add 1 hour on, the Friday, Saturday, everything else is 10.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And withdraw and find a new location.
And I don't have to tell you guys now, I can just.
All right, so we did it. You're gonna withdraw.
I'm gonna call.
Oh, yeah, we haven't done anything yet.
We have,
Right, we don't have to, do we have to?
we have to vote to deny unless he withdraws.
Okay, so I move. that we-
Second.
Okay,
Abstain.
Oh, wait, I don't have a.
wait, listen.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Motion passes.
So we do this to protect ourselves. If you withdraw, we don't bring it, okay?
All right, thank you guys.
Okay, last one. Next one.
Wow, you're a trooper.
It's over.
Yeah, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow.
John,
You tell me I don't get
for you, this has been so amazing. This is really
Hey,
been.
Not really.
No, it kind of has been. It's okay.
Broadway?
Yeah.
256 Broadway.
You're right across the street from the DOE and the K school. I can't say it anymore. Right across the street. from the two.
I've been here for 5 hours. I ran the numbers. I got 501 on the feet, using Mars
All right,
methodology.
let's do it.
It was, yeah, it was like
Let's do it.
0.95 miles or what is it? 0.09.
256 Broadway.
500 feet.
I know, it's a little 501, I think we're good.
Oh, really? Sounds good.
Oh, you could actually be in shape here.
So while you do that, I did the point to point, but if you want to do walking, I think it was over 6.
Okay.
Well, if you do walking, you're in trouble because you gotta go through City Hall Park and go in the entrance there, but I think the actual entrance is on Chambers, so.
I got 501.
Tweed.
The entrance to, trust me, I went there. The entrance to Tweed is on the east side of the courthouse building.
Oh, so that's even farther. I put it on the steps. Great.
You're all set.
All right, so let's do our intro.
Let's
Oh,
go.
yeah, I'm Paul Teresi. I'm the president of New York Community Collective. Sorry, I'm exhausted at this point. This is Andrew Gray from Housing Works. They're my managing company for the store. I'm also on the board of their dispensary.
Cool.
And I helped them with their card application initially. So I'm a C applicant. I was justice involved, so I would be priority placement as well.
All right, so your hours are 10 to 7.
10 to 7, well within 70.
Okay, good.
Have a security plan, have photos. I don't have renderings, but it is a landmark building. Signage would be very minimal. You can see the signage of Fulton, which was the previous occupant there. It will not exceed that.
And believe it or not, so as folks know, we have a dispensary at 750 Broadway. It's not a landmark building, it's a landmark district. OCM regulations are actually in conflict with New York City landmark, so
Not
we.
surprised.
I
Right.
know, so, we are working, we put everything in front of landmarks, we have a big leasehold in New York City, as you probably know, and many of them are in landmark buildings and districts, so we don't want to get in trouble. So we work very closely with expediters and architects to make
We'd
sure.
love to have a one pager on why it's in conflict. If you don't mind sharing.
We actually, our architect prepared it, so what we're, we're doing just the things we talked about, right? We don't want it to look like, I say, like a gay bar in 1980, like where it's all these weird.
Yeah.
But, because I know how to tell you, I'm a New Yorker.
Your words, not ours.
Yeah. Yeah. So, we're trying to do like a version of putting, like millwork sort of to cover the window, so it looks nice and it doesn't just look like weird covering, so, and the millwork would be sort of functional, and then we would have, some wording, like our Christmas do, that talk about our mission. And that would, our partners are also helping our mission, right? Because this is, we're charging them for this fee, and that goes right back to helping us build more housing.
It's huge space.
It is a very large space.
I was gonna-
The whole lower level is just gonna be storage though.
I'm just saying, I'm impressed with the
breakout.
with the petition support, actually.
Yeah.
You have all these.
Well, they're far away, kind of, to be honest, to me.
No, it's at 8th Spruce Street is right here.
Yeah.
182 Broadway,
Most of the,
15 Beekman, 55 John.
Right.
I mean,
What will you
Yeah,
be
that
doing?
had,
What will you be doing?
Okay, 182 Broadway,
New York Green Collect
Okay, so.
Day Street and.
is the guarantor on my lease. I've also retained them to be, the management company.
But the branding is.
Mine.
Yours.
Branding is mine.
It is a big space.
Yeah.
How many, are you involved in community access?
So we're working with, our joke is we're saying 5.5 folks. So we'll see how many, folks will get off the ground. All of them are card and or, folks, if they're going to general, that they're, socialized with the applicant.
We know community access.
so we're gonna ask only because you'll hear me say this and repeat, this is huge.
I'm saying,
This is what I actually not visited. You'd be surprised.
How many people are you anticipating? And you have 3 levels of
Two.
the store.
2 levels.
2. So
Yeah, so-
downstairs is only storage.
Only storage, so a lot of this will be, you'd be surprised how much we use for back of house, so S750
Okay.
Broadway is actually quite big too, it's like 6,000 square feet.
This is set, yeah.
And we use a lot of it for back of house,
I see, because you do pre-orders and delivery.
we
totally
do
separate
pre-orders
from
and
the retail
delivery,
side.
yeah. 20% of our business is pickup. I know, I've been here all night, everybody's saying they're doing all this delivery, they're not. We do our biggest delivery day was like 37 deliveries.
And by separating the pre-orders and the delivery from the retail, you'll keep the lines shorter, so you'll have less
So-
of a crowd.
Will you have separate entrances then?
No, one entrance for folks coming in to do pickup and retail, and then the other entrance we could use for folks going out for delivery, but they're kind of so inconspicuous. It's actually how they do, there's no armored cars anymore. I don't know if folks know this. They pick it up in Uber. So we follow their model where we kind of just, like, you would have no idea who our pickup people, who our delivery people are. They're not on bikes. In fact, today they insulted me about my outfit. They're like, it's okay that you don't dress cool, you're old.
Here's something.
Storage there is for employees.
Yeah, it's for regular, because we actually have, yeah, it's not for delivery people.
You mentioned, I'm just gonna talk about Uber and
Yeah.
that particular location. So where you are, there is a couple of pet peeves. One, there's not a lot of stopping space there, because
Right.
it's bus stops right in front of you.
Yeah.
Bus lane. On the side street is the Downtown Alliance Connection bus stop that is constantly taken up by placard parking.
Yeah, so we won't have to do,
So how are you getting pickup and delivery by Uber to this
no,
location?
that was for the bank. So when we opened 50 Broadway, so actually nobody's here anymore. Cash management is actually the biggest. Cash management-
Don't, we're not
Yeah.
recorded.
Cash management is the biggest problem, actually, that you
Yeah.
need to worry about.
But, yeah.
And no one's talking about it. So you have to have the smart safe. Once you get the smart safe and it doesn't break, it counts your money a lot. The smart safe, it saves your life. So you have to get the smart safe and you have to make sure that that is working from the get-go.
Alrighty, I appreciate the hours, I appreciate, the levity at this time of night.
You cannot be funny at this time, yeah.
I'm certainly curious because Bolton's has 3 window fronts plus the entrance. And then I think what looks like a security entrance. I don't understand on your diagram, what you're doing with the window fronts because you have a pre-order and delivery. So will you be blacking out those windows?
So, in the initial part, we will do something to cover them to comply with OCM, to get it open fairly quickly, and then we'll do a full build out, probably within 6 months of the initial opening.
You mean a full build out, explain that.
We'll hire an architect. But it takes a while to get, historic preservation to.
Yeah, oh, no,
approve
they'll have to
anything,
come
like-
before us.
Like, I should get the camera approvals in now, because we need to get cameras on the outside, like,
Yeah.
as soon as you say yes, I need to get that camera approval for the outside cameras into them now.
Right.
So you'll probably be seeing us next month for.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Like, I need and to be honest, I need camera approvals, like,
Yeah.
Like,
To be honest, I mean, this is not gonna be an opposition thing, but like, the other location on Broadway, your main location, like, this is not a super pretty place or experience.
What?
And like,
Bolton's?
no,
This is
Bolton's,
beautiful.
no, it's great. I'm
This
talking
is
about your actual open
That's how it
location.
works.
Yes.
It's under construction right now, we're renovating it right now,
Okay.
the architect we're using did Roberta's and all the Aesop stores.
Okay. So you're going,
The goal is to have nice, we want it to fit into the neighborhood, you know.
and again, it wasn't gonna be a point of contention, but just,
Yeah, so our goal was to be first to market, which
Okay.
I think was important, and I think also, we have it, our business philosophy is somewhat iterative, like, especially this is a new business, like, we don't know what, like, people are just coming in and saying, this is what we're gonna do, like, they're saying delivery is gonna be 40% of their business. It's not, I'm here, like, it's not, and like, it might be different downtown, but we should probably, we should learn and have to do an iterative process and not build out like this crazy thing for people that people aren't gonna come for,
Yeah.
Are you gonna do special events?
No events,
The space next door?
the little one I did.
It's little?
Well, no, there's an adjacent one that used to be an
chemist?
ophthalmologist or something
No,
like
it's
that.
chemist.
The chemist.
No,
The chemist, yeah, but it's not ADA.
Oh.
The entrance to it, I have a picture somewhere. It's like a horribly slapped together piece of cement, like they made a ramp out of. So I took one look at it and I said, not gonna work.
you're talking about the one that got shut down?
Yeah.
Yeah, Wilner Chemist.
Been up for a while.
Both of those
Oh,
cases,
for Boston.
yeah.
Oh, they closed.
Yeah.
They're on
Oh,
41st.
but there was a cannabis store on that block, that an illegal one that got shut down.
Oh,
I didn't even see that, yeah.
By the way, no neon,
Right.
even the colors can't have a neon, like, the color code can't be neon, OCM doesn't allow that, like, so we will be in full compliance with all the OCM.
So the only thing I'm gonna say is with Bolton's gone and the chemist closed, that is a fairly desolate now
Yes.
area.
Oh, and the bank is closed.
No.
No, the bank, Chase is still there.
Chase,
TD Bank.
TD Bank.
TD Bank's on the other end, but the Chase Bank is still open, and that is the only light there, so I would hope that, I understand your floor plan for what you're doing, so I am concerned that you're gonna blacken out and darken the delivery side, or just to try and have some light.
100%, I mean, we like traditional New York retail, so since we're New York merchants, that's what we are.
Gotcha.
Before we're selling cannabis, we're merchants, like, I was just working the 17th Street registers.
No events.
No events.
No events.
No on-site consumption.
No on-site consumption.
No growing on-site.
No, didn't even know that was a thing, so no growing.
Definitely my favorite applicants of the night, so sorry if that sounds biased, but you have all the answers. Do I have anybody?
Call the question.
Okay, I'm assuming, does this mean that you are doing motion to approve?
Yes.
Okay, do I hear any opposition? Any abstentions? One abstention. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
gentlemen. Meeting adjourned.
Do you want them?
Oh, no, we have to vote on the ones that didn't show up.
Oh, shnikes.
Right.
Yeah.
give us
No,
the
he's,
list.
Yeah,
No, he's with me. He's my fault.
I'm with them.
He's
Not that we was there.
Go home.
this is a vote.
I'm with them.
But yeah, we just had that.
Sorry, I can't adjourn until we answer this last
Okay,
one.
give me
Anyone
these
who did
papers.
not show up tonight gets voted a flat denial for not showing up and not sending information.
Correct, second.
Second.
All right. Motion made, motion seconded. Do I have anybody who is opposed? Fantastic. Any refusals, denials, motion passes.
Paper, paper.
Can I just say something, Tammy?
Tired.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.